Chapter 1613. F***ck you broke through again? At this time, a figure suddenly flashed into Yi Xian's room. Needless to say, it was capricious. Only he would dare to trespass into Yi Xian's residence. Almost all the residences here had aura isolating arrays. After Capricious entered, he discovered that Yi Xian had broken through. What do we do next? Yi Xian looked up and asked. Now that they had successfully infiltrated the Glazed Knights, they had completed the first step. Your realm is too low. If you want to get close to the Glazed Knights, you have to be at least at the level of Knight Captain Mali. The second step is to increase your strength, Capricious said. Then should we accept some missions? Yi Xian suggested. Of course, I also need to earn enough merit points to be promoted to Platinum Knight. But there's no rush. I've set a goal for myself of 100 years, Capricious said calmly. Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes. What a joke, he was only 30 years old. 1 year was too long for him, let alone 100 years. Others needed to cultivate, and perhaps 100 years in seclusion would be 8 to 10 years or even 100 years, but he had it. Instead of going into seclusion for 10 years, he might as well slit his own throat. At this time, a system notification sounded. Ding, the third round of the Dragon Slayer title quest has been triggered. Kill Guan Qingye, ranked 100 on the Dragon Demon list. Hearing this, Yi Xian paused. Previously, when he killed Death Demon Dragon Di Hui, the second round of the quest had ended. Now, the third round of the quest had finally been triggered. This quest was considered easy to complete because as long as he killed those ranked 100, he would complete the quest. He didn't have to kill Guan Qingye. Let's go and accept the quest. Yi Xian didn't say anything and directly left. The Dragon Slayer title not only doubled the damage to dragons, but also increased all attributes by 30%. Yi Xian was very envious. Now that he wanted to increase his strength, it was best to take this opportunity to complete the quest. Capricious followed him since he had nothing to do. They first familiarized themselves with the environment, then found the Hall of Merit. The Hall of Merit was a popular place for the Glazed Knights. There were many people here every day. After all, this was where regular knights and probationary knights received missions. Before Yi Xian and Capricious entered, they saw the probationary and regular knights saluting them. To say, except to say, to become a regular knight, say, level. Passing by under the gazes of such experts, Yi Xian felt a sense of superiority. In Linfeng City, there were more than 100,000 reserve knights and close to 10,000 regular knights. However, the number of Platinum Knights could be counted on one hand. It was normal for these people to bow to Yi Xian. Brat, did you enjoy it for a while? Capricious couldn't help but ask. To say. Soon, the two of them entered the Merit Hall. B to say A. After sensing Yi Xian's arrival, the knights who were accepting missions immediately stepped aside, letting Platinum Knight Yi Xian and Gold Knight Capricious take the missions first. Sir, what mission do you want to accept? A Bronze Knight from the Merit Hall asked. Let me see if there are any missions to kill experts on the Dragon Demon list, Yi Xian said. The Bronze Knight was very efficient. 2 seconds later, he gave Yi Xian a list of missions from the 1st to the 200th. Some of the missions showed when and where the other party had appeared. Yi Xian glanced at the list and finally locked his eyes on the 97th place, a person called Di Kai. Di Kai was the same as Di Hui, a member of the Death Demonic Dragon clan under the Demonic Dragon Palace. His realm was at the peak of the 8th stage of the Undying Soul realm. 3 days ago, he had a battle with someone in Skywave City and had a night mark on him, making it easier to trace. Him. Yi Xian pointed at the mission and said, Platinum Knight Yi Xian and Gold Knight Capricious will accept it together. Okay. The Bronze Knight nodded respectfully, then said, Sir, can you choose a retainer knight to follow you? What's a retainer knight? Yi Xian asked in astonishment. Gold Knights can choose 1 retainer knight to follow every mission, while Platinum Knights can choose 2. The realms of retainer knights change according to the level of the mission. The Bronze Knight glanced at the mission and said, Sir, if you accept this mission, you can choose 3 retainer knights of the 1st stage of the Heavenly Ascension realm to follow you. They will guarantee your safety, but will not help you complete the mission. 3 of the 1st stage of the Heavenly Ascension realm? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, then shook his head and said, No need. To him, 3 retainer knights of the 1st stage of the Heavenly Ascension realm were more like a burden. What a joke! Although Capricious Soul was at the 9th stage of the Undying Soul realm, he was still a loose immortal expert. Even a 6th stage of the Heavenly Ascension realm was an ant in his eyes. Okay. The Bronze Knight didn't say much, and directly took out a sheepskin scroll and gave it to Yi Xian. The mission was very simple: to kill that Kai and bring back his corpse. As for the contribution points, Yi Xian didn't look at them carefully, so he didn't care. After accepting the mission, Yi Xian and Capricious left the Hall of Merit under the gazes of thousands of people. The surrounding people also heard about the mission they accepted, and these knights also knew that Yi Xian was only using this mission to practice. Windfront City could be considered large, and there were transmission arrays leading to every city. After Yi Xian and Capricious left the Hall of Merit, they arrived at the Transmission Palace, and were then transmitted to Skywave City. Skywave City was about the same as Blazing Sun City from before, and the city lords were all Heavenly Ascension Realm experts. When they were teleporting, the two of them put away their knight medallions. After all, a gold knight was arrogant enough to swagger through the streets. If Yi Xian, the Platinum Knight, was known by others, there would definitely be experts coming to kill him. That Death Demon Dragon Kai has a night tracing imprint in his body. The night tracing imprint in our bodies can track him, but my realm is low, so I'll have to rely on you. After leaving the Transmission Palace, Yi Xian said to Capricious, "Really, if you want to catch him, then catch him at the Heavenly Ascension Realm. He's only at the 8th stage of the Undying Soul Realm, so he doesn't need to be so low to practice." Capricious said somewhat helplessly. His realm was higher than Yi Xian's, and his ability to track people with his Knight badge was stronger than Yi Xian's. Moreover, his spiritual sense was countless times stronger than Yi Xian's. After all, he was a loose immortal before, and although he lost his realm, his soul was still very strong. Chapter 16:14. Found it? Watch me. Without hesitation, Caprice took out an Eye of Space and used it to break through the void. One had to know that the interior of the city was more stable. It wasn't easy to tear through space. However, Headstrong's Eye of Space wasn't low. He didn't care about the array of a small city. When they passed through the gate, they sensed the aura of an 8th-stage Undying Soul Realm expert. Kai. Rogue immortals were powerful. Even if a Heaven Ascension Realm expert tore through space, it was impossible to find Kai. After all, Kai had been gone for 3 days. "Who is it?" Kai's reaction was quite fast, and he immediately shouted loudly, "A weakling. I'm too lazy to attack. You go." Headstrong didn't have any intention to attack. He took out a fan and sat cross-legged in the air. Even if a 9th-stage Heaven Ascension Realm expert couldn't enter his eyes, it was too degrading for him to deal with an 8th-stage Undying Soul Realm expert. "I'm also too lazy to attack. Ribs, you guys go." Yi Xian showed a tired look and summoned Old Tree's trio. Old Tree's trio were all 6th-stage Undying Soul Realm experts. Killing Kai wasn't a problem. Run. When Kai saw Headstrong, he immediately thought of retreating. Although he had killed a 9th-stage Undying Soul Realm expert before, his 10,000 years of experience made him understand that Headstrong wasn't an ordinary person. Just the method of breaking through space wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. He didn't have confidence in this battle, so he could only run. "Wanna leave? Have you asked this old man?" Old Tree took the lead and rushed over, intercepting Kai. "A mere 6th-stage Undying Soul Realm expert dares to wander in front of me?" Kai was furious. He was afraid of Headstrong, not Yi Xian's trio. However, he was wrong. Old Tree alone could fight him, not to mention Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Jintian. Roar. When Kai realized that something was wrong, he transformed into his deathly demon dragon form and fled frantically. Unfortunately, he could not escape from the grasp of the Old Tree trio. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded out as the death demon dragon Kai fell at the hands of the Old Tree trio, and its soul was harvested by Yi Xian. Ding. Host has completed the 3rd round of the Dragon Slayer title mission. It's already the 3rd round. I wonder how long it'll take to complete it? Yi Xian was slightly helpless. However, with his current realm, there was one thing he could accomplish, and that was the upper limit of his killing intent value. Now that he had 7 Devour points, he would be able to fuse 2 combat bloodlines with 2 more points. So he wanted to take advantage of the fact that he was still at the 4th stage of the Undying Soul Realm to kill his way into the enemy's hinterland. At this time, the pair of Eyes of Death also turned into 2 strands of Will of Death. This time, Yi Xian quickly absorbed the 2 strands of Will of Death. If his Eyes of Death improved, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's Will of Death would also improve. His Eyes of Death would also become more powerful. "Wayward, how far is your space breaker?" Yi Xian could not help but ask. If you don't have a positioning system, the 3-day journey with the help of the Eye of Space is already difficult enough. "Where do you want to go?" Wayward answered. After all, he was only in the undead realm now. I got a strategic map earlier and I'm going to explore it, Yi Xian said. Is that so? But it could be fake. If you use the space breaker, you might fall into the enemy's space-locking formation. However, it won't be a problem if I bring you along. After Wayward finished speaking, he took out the Eye of Space again and broke through the void. Although he was not in the Ascension realm, he used the Eye of Space to cross the 3-day distance and enter the enemy's territory. Yi Xian took out the map and looked at it to understand where he was. Northwest. There's a group of demons moving northeast, Wayward said. Okay. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately headed northwest. He had actually completed the mission this time, but because of Wayward's pride, he did not plan to take action. From the aura of the demons he found this time, he could tell that they were all from the Giant Dragon clan. Now that the entire Giant Dragon clan had betrayed the Blood Fiend Holy Land, it was normal to kill them on sight. Kid, let's start the slaughter, Wayward said to Yi Xian. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. In the Eye of Revelation he saw thousands of giant dragons migrating past. What Ku Bowen had found before was the map of the Giant Dragon clan's distribution. Once this map was spread out, experts would immediately descend to exterminate them, so they had no choice but to migrate. This Giant Dragon clan was not weak. The 3 leading giant dragons were all in the undead realm, and they had many experts under their command. With so many killing intent points, Yi Xian's eyes turned red. Go! Yi Xian did not hesitate. He directly used the Death Hunt command to mark one of the giant dragons and then flashed over. Slaughter feast begin. This place was immediately set off a storm of blood. Although Yi Xian had just passed the Platinum Trial and used his Undead War Soul and other skills, Yi Xian still had Slaughter Feast, which was enough. As Yi Xian and the others charged in, this giant dragon clan suffered heavy losses. Countless giant dragon corpses fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the Slaughter Feast's buff increased by several times. At the same time, the commotion inside made the entire giant dragon clan stop. What's going on? The 3 leading giant dragons frowned when they saw that the middle of the giant dragon clan was fighting. Someone broke through the sky and came to kill our clansmen. A giant dragon who was in human form reported. Damn it, I don't know who leaked the clan's distribution and forced us to leave. We were even hunted down several times along the way. The leader of this giant dragon clan shouted angrily. They had been hunted down several times before, but their realms were not high. However, this time they were facing the god of slaughter, Yi Xian. 50%. 80%. Doubled. In less than 3 seconds Yi Xian's buff doubled, and it was still rising rapidly. Originally, the leader of this giant dragon clan thought that Yi Xian and the others would be dealt with by the clan's experts. However, after 3 seconds Yi Xian and the others were still alive and kicking. He knew that he had to personally take action. Courting death. The leader of this giant dragon clan roared and directly rushed towards Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Undead Soul Stage 8 and Undead Soul Stage 6. It was only a difference of 2 realms. Ghost Dome Great Emperor was confident that he could kill the other party within 3 rounds. Chapter 16:15. The Patriarch of the Giant Dragons roared and approached Ghost Dome Great Emperor. He grabbed with his dragon claw, preparing to crush Ghost Dome Great Emperor. But at this moment, Ghost Dome Great Emperor suddenly slashed with all his might and chopped off the giant dragon claw. Not only that, but the sword chi also chopped off half of the Dragon Patriarch's neck. As expected, he was almost killed in an instant. However, this was not the end. Wei Zhenqian directly transformed into a giant sword and slashed down like Pangu, splitting the heavens and earth. Rip! In an instant, the dragon's head was chopped off, but the Patriarch with an undying soul realm was still alive. Leave it to me. Not far away, Old Tree continuously flashed over and threw a few punches at the dragon's head, directly breaking a large hole in the back of its head. After a few punches, Yi Xian heard a system notification sound. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. An expert with an undying soul realm had fallen. As for his soul, Yi Xian naturally would not let it go. He quickly finished it off and increased the buff once again. Even the Patriarch was killed. This group of giant dragons with raging battle intent instantly felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. They hugged their heads and fled. There were close to 10,000 giant dragons. If they wanted to escape, Yi Xian would not be able to intercept them all. Hence, he could only choose to kill those with higher realms. In the distance, Wayward was already lying in the air. He supported his head with one hand and fanned himself with the other. He seemed to be very satisfied. This kid is very fierce when he kills. If he is allowed to grow to the 9th stage of the Heaven Ascension realm, I reckon that he can even beat up undying immortals. Wayward nodded in satisfaction. He was secretly praising himself for having a good eye. However, at this moment, a white light suddenly rose from the horizon. Following that, a powerful aura spread out. Wayward raised his eyebrows. His soul and spiritual sense were at the level of an undying immortal. His senses were much stronger than Yi Xian's. He just happened to feel that powerful aura. This is... the Demon Emperor's inheritance has found an inheritor? Wayward was shocked. Before he came to the Penglai sacred land, he naturally heard about the fall of the Penglai Demon Emperor. Who would have thought that someone would inherit the position of Demon Emperor today? What a coincidence. However, Yi Xian was in the midst of his frenzied slaughter and did not notice the pillar of light that shot into the sky, nor did he sense its aura. Yi Xian and the others quickly annihilated this group of giant dragons. All the wandering souls were also obliterated. As for the giant dragons that had fled, their realms were also very low. This battle was more than enough. Yi Xian estimated that it would take a few more attempts before he could reach the maximum killing intent value. There's also a group of demons moving in the north. Do you want to go? Caprice suddenly said to Yi Xian. Of course. Yi Xian nodded in response. However, he couldn't even use Slaughtering Feast right now. It would take a while before he could use it again, so he could only fight normally. It didn't matter whether he had Slaughtering Feast, Undying War Soul, and other skills. Anyway, with his strength, it was almost impossible for anyone below the Ascension Realm to kill him. At that moment, Caprice directly broke open the void, and Yi Xian and the others rushed in, intercepting another group of giant dragons. Although the duration of Slaughtering Feast had passed, Yi Xian continued to fight. Although he couldn't kill all the giant dragons, it didn't matter. After all, giant dragons were lustful. Their reproductive ability was ranked first among the demons. Moreover, these giant dragons were not even at the Ascension Realm, but there were hundreds of millions of them. After a few rounds of torment, Yi Xian finally reached the maximum killing intent value again. Ding, the host's killing intent value has reached the maximum limit. Would you like to exchange it for devouring points? Yes. Ding, the host has obtained 1 devouring point. Now Yi Xian had 8 devouring points. With 1 more point he could fuse 2 battle bloodlines. Caprice again. Just as Yi Xian was about to let Caprice continue searching with his soul sense, an old voice suddenly rang in Yi Xian and Caprice's ears. You two, are you doing a mission outside? This voice belonged to the Knight Captain Mali. The Knight Captain had the Platinum Badge, which could be obtained from the knights under his command. He could even directly locate the location of the knight and then fly over. Knight Captain, we're doing a mission outside, Yi Xian transmitted back using the Platinum Badge. Something happened just now. I reckon that a large number of experts from the evil Holy Lands will soon enter our territory. You must be careful. Mali reminded. Something happened? Yi Xian didn't quite understand the situation. However, Caprice instantly understood. He transmitted back, reassuring Mali. Caprice was a gold knight, which meant that he had killed a Ascension Realm LV4 Ascension Realm beast. He was invincible in this area, so Mali was relieved. If there's any danger, inform me immediately. Also, come back a little. I can't help if you're too far away. Mali reminded. After all, Yi Xian was a Platinum Knight. He was the seed with the most potential for the Glazed Knights. Although the soul seed could be resurrected, it would take time. Geniuses had to erupt when they were young. Once they fell silent, they might not be able to recover. Okay. Yi Xian and Caprice looked at each other, then responded. When you were fighting just now, I felt a powerful aura. It came from the direction of the Penglai demons, said Caprice. The Penglai demons? What happened? Asked Yi Xian, frowning. Someone obtained the Penglai Demon Emperor's inheritance, so the Blood Evil Holy Land, Sheung Holy Land, and Shirgu Holy Land will send experts to investigate and see who obtained the inheritance, explained Caprice. Yi Xian was surprised. What does that have to do with us? Isn't this place very far from the Penglai demons? When experts come in, those with lower realms will follow and take the opportunity to do whatever they want. There aren't many Ascension Realm cultivators in this area now. Soon there will be LV2 or LV3 Ascension Realm experts. Willful paused for a moment and said, of course the main battlefield is still the Penglai goblins. Only half of the goblins only have half of the goblins. Now that someone has obtained half of it, the other half will probably appear soon. Why is there only half? Asked Yi Xian, raising his eyebrows. You really don't know anything. Let me tell you. Willful continued to fan himself and explained, the Penglai sacred land used to have a sacred land master, which was the demon emperor of the Penglai demon tribe, the Dragon Sparrow Fairy. Later, the Dragon Sparrow Fairy knew that she couldn't pass the immortal tribulation, so she left half of her heritage in the Penglai demon tribe, and then another half in the land of the fallen. Chapter 16:16. There were too many people, so she chose to hide. At first, everyone thought she was in seclusion, but later they found out she had died. The half of the inheritance she left in Penglai can guide the other half so that later generations can obtain it, Headstrong continued to explain. Yixin finally understood. So you're saying that the other 3 holy lands are here for the demonic emperor's inheritance? Of course not. The demonic emperor's inheritance is only one of them. The most important thing is the holy leader token. Headstrong shook his head. Only the master of a holy land can have the holy leader token. As long as you refine the holy leader token, you can become the master of Penglai. I said before that loose immortals can't fight in Penglai. Do you know why? I don't know. Is there some kind of agreement? Yixin guessed. Yes, it can be considered a tacit agreement. However, the real reason is because the space in the Penglai Holy Land is unstable. If a Heaven Ascension expert were to tear open space, they would be able to repair it. However, if a loose immortal expert were to take action, the torn space would not be repaired. Moreover, the space cracks can continue to expand. In the end, they can even swallow the entire Holy Land and affect other Holy Lands. So loose immortals are not allowed to fight in small Holy Lands. If they break the rules, they will be punished by the Heavenly Tao. The light ones will be severely injured, and the heavy ones will be directly killed, Headstrong explained. So you're saying that we can fight in the big Holy Lands? Yixin asked. There are 4 big Holy Lands. The Life Holy Land, the Buddhist Holy Land, the Holy Emperor of Death, and the Underworld Holy Land. The space in these 4 Holy Lands is very stable. When Ascension Realm fighters tear space, the space cracks will be repaired instantly. When loose immortals fight, the space cracks will be repaired more slowly. After Headstrong finished speaking, he changed the topic. However, with the Holy Leader token, you can wantonly fight in your own territory. Others can't. So that's how it is. Then the Holy Leader token is very popular. If a loose immortal obtains the Holy Leader token, he will be invincible in his own holy land. Yixin finally understood. The 3 evil Holy Lands had entered Penglai to fight for the position of Holy Land Master. Loose immortals from outside couldn't attack, but loose immortals with Holy Master tokens could. Wasn't this invincible? By the way, the Penglai Sacred Land has 6 major powers. Aside from the 3 evil sacred lands and the Penglai Demon Tribe, there are also the Glazed Knights and Tianjua Palace. Are they also competing for the Sacred Leader token? Yixin suddenly asked. The Glazed Knights, the Penglai Goblin Clan, and the Heavenju Palace. Although the 3 great powers are united against the 3 great evil Holy Lands, only the Penglai Goblin Clan and the Heavenju Palace are together. Although the Glazed Girl's background is not small, she also wants to fight for the Holy Master token. Headstrong said. Yixin narrowed his eyes and said, What about Tianju Gong? Tianju Palace. This name was very similar to a person he knew, and that was old immortal Tianju. Yixin reckoned that there should be something between the two. Tianju Palace's Tianju Old Immortal is the husband of the Penglai Demon Race's Demon Emperor, Dragon Sparrow Fairy, so he naturally has to help the Penglai Demon Race. Capricious said. Old Immortal Tianju? Hearing this, Yixin's heart twitched fiercely. Although he had guessed before, when these 4 words came out from Capricious' mouth, he was still shocked. He did not expect that the Old Immortal Tianju hidden in the Eastern Continent was actually a loose immortal. At first, Yixin thought that Old Immortal Tianju was just a Manifestation Realm expert. He did not expect his realm to be so high. Why would such a strong person protect the Goblin Clan of the Great Wilderness in the Blood Rock Continent? Old Immortal Tianju is the Lord of the Glazed Light Sacred Ground. However, loose immortals are not allowed to participate in the fight for the Penglai Sacred Ground this time. Capricious said again. Glazed Light Sacred Ground? Yixin was shocked again. He did not expect that Old Immortal Tianju was the Lord of the Glazed Light Sacred Ground and had such a strong background. Old Immortal Tianju had the Holy Master token of the Glazed Light Sacred Ground. As long as he was in the Glazed Light Sacred Ground, he was an invincible existence. How terrifying. What do we do now? Yixin suddenly turned his head and asked. Your realm is too low now, it's better to increase your strength first. Don't worry, with me protecting you, you can go anywhere you want, Capricious said confidently. If that's the case, then I'll directly charge into the enemy's territory. Yixin suddenly smiled evilly. He had already obtained 8 Devour points. With 1 more point he could fuse the 2 battle bloodlines. His plan was to reach the upper limit of 2 killing intent points when his soul was at Undying Stage 4. When the two battle bloodlines fused, he would then devour the treasures stored in the Devour space and directly break through. There's one thing I don't understand. You've already reached Undying Stage 4. From the looks of it, you should be able to directly break through to Undying Stage 5. Why are you still stuck? At this time, Capricious suddenly asked. Hearing this, Yi Xian was a little shocked and hurriedly said, I want to complete a special mission. If I don't break through, it'll be easier to complete it. Capricious looked at Yi Xian skeptically and did not ask further. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Since that's the case, I'll bring you directly to kill. Let's go. Capricious directly waved his hand and used the Eye of Space in his hand to break through the void again, directly crossing a large distance. Following that, he spread out his spiritual sense to search and pointed to the northwest direction. There's another deathly demon dragon there, but it's at the peak of Undying Stage 9. At this time, it had already been about 8 months since the Platinum assessment. Killing Feast, Undying Battle Soul and other skills could all be used, so Yi Xian was not afraid. Seeing Yi Xian nodding, Capricious broke through the void again. After Yi Xian passed through, he saw a youth in a black robe. Who's there? The black-robed youth immediately reacted and suddenly turned around. He saw Yi Xian and Capricious coming out of the crack in the void. Ding! The host has triggered the 4th round of the Dragon Slayer title mission. Kill the deathly demon dragon D lie in front of you. A system notification sounded. Finally, the 4th round of the mission appeared. This D lie was also ranked on the Dragon Demon rankings, and his ranking wasn't low, reaching the 85th place. On the Dragon Demon rankings, there were many Heaven Ascension realm experts. The number 1 on the Dragon Demon rankings was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. But this Dragon Demon rankings wasn't ranked according to strength. Those who were on the rankings were all outstanding people of the same level. However, to Yi Xian it didn't matter who it was. Without waiting for D Lai to speak again, Yi Xian got Old Tree and the other two to kill directly. The peak of Undying Stage 9 was the strongest enemy he had encountered so far. Hence, he directly got Ghost Dome Great Emperor to activate his Undying Battle Soul. He couldn't be bothered to join in this battle. He just watched quietly like this. Chapter 16-17. It was a pity that D Lai's injuries couldn't be healed. After a while he was defeated. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. The system notification sounded. D Lai, who was at the 9th stage of the Undying Soul Realm, was killed. At the same time, Yi Xian completed the 4th part of the Dragon Slayer title mission. However, what surprised him was that after the 4th part of the mission, the 5th part of the mission appeared. Ding. Host has triggered the 5th part of the Dragon Slayer title mission. Kill the Death Demon Dragon Emperor, D Tian. Reward, Dragon Slayer title. The 5th part was actually the last part. What realm is the Death Demon Dragon Emperor, D Tian? Yi Xian didn't understand. This branch of the Dragon Emperor was probably not weak. Wasn't the difference in difficulty between two parts a bit too big? Fortunately, he had copied the list of missions in the Hall of Merit when he was accepting them. This Death Demon Dragon Emperor was also on the Dragon Demon list. That's strange. This Death Demon Dragon Emperor is only at the Heaven Ascension realm. Yi Xian felt that it was strange, so he asked Willful. The Death Demon Dragon bloodline of the Giant Dragons is a new bloodline that appeared after the Giant Dragons submitted to the Blood Fiend Holy Land. Although they were born with the Eye of Death, their cultivation is extremely difficult. Moreover, their lifespan is short, and it is extremely difficult for them to reproduce. Willful began to explain. After the Giant Dragons submitted to the Blood Fiend Holy Land, a bloodline called the Bloodthirsty Mad Dragon appeared. This bloodline is very powerful. The first on the Dragon Demon list, Shuechuanxiu, is a bloodthirsty mad dragon. He claims to be invincible under the loose immortal realm, Shuechuanxiu. After hearing this name, Yi Xian couldn't help but search for it. He found that this name was indeed in the mission list he had seen before. Shuechuanxiu, the strongest member of the bloodthirsty mad dragon bloodline, used bloodthirstiness to increase his cultivation. He was already at the peak of the 9th stage of the Heaven Ascension realm. He had once fought the glazed knight Lin Guangyao to a draw. However, this Death Demon Dragon wasn't a bloodthirsty mad dragon. Yi Xian's target was the Death Demon Dragon Emperor. He searched the mission list he had copied before and found that the Death Demon Dragon Emperor had appeared most recently was half a month ago. This time this was troublesome. Looks like it won't be that easy to find the Death Demon Dragon Emperor. Since that's the case, I'll just have to look for the clan of Death Demon Dragons. Yi Xian took a closer look and discovered that there was information about the Death Fiend Dragons. This Death Demon Dragon clan was a clan that was attached to the Black Flame Dragon clan under the Demonic Dragon Palace. This was because the Death Demon Dragons were a special breed of the Black Flame Dragon clan. The leader of the Death Devil Dragon clan was the Death Devil Dragon Emperor. He was at the first level of the Heavenly Completion realm, so Yi Xian was not afraid of him. However, there seemed to be a LV3 reaching Heaven State warrior in the Black Flame Dragon tribe, who was not someone Yi Xian could deal with. Heavenly Completion Stage 3? Leave those at that level to me. As for the Death Demon Dragon clan and the rest, I'll leave them to you, Headstrong said with a calm expression. Previously he was a loose immortal. Even if his cultivation level dropped, he was still not someone that ordinary people could fight with. At that moment, he continuously used the space eye in his hand to break through the void. A trip through the void could shorten the journey by 3 days. However, every time he broke through the void, if there were any Heavenly Completion realm warriors nearby, they would notice the spatial fluctuations. However, the realms of the people in this area were generally low. Headstrong broke through the void several times, but did not encounter any Heavenly Completion realm warriors. At this time, they had arrived near the Death Devil Dragon clan and the Black Flame Dragon clan. Do you still want to continue? I can take you directly to the Death Devil Dragon clan. Headstrong turned and asked, Is the Death Devil Dragon Emperor there? Yi Xian asked. There is a Heavenly Completion realm Death Devil Dragon, but I don't know if it is, Headstrong replied. Yi Xian paused. The Black Flame Dragon clan was nearby, so he planned in his heart. I want to kill both clans together, but there is a LV3 reaching Heaven State warrior in the Black Flame Dragon clan. As Yi Xian spoke, he turned to look at Headstrong. I can help you get rid of all the reaching Heaven State warriors. If you want, I can use my magical power to intimidate them. I can suppress at least 1 or 2 realms, Headstrong said with a faint smile. Suppress 1 or 2 realms? Yi Xian was shocked. Don't forget, I am a Platinum Holy Light Dragon. I have a strong deterrent effect on the Black Flame Dragon clan and the Death Devil Dragon clan. Even if I am only in the Undead realm now, I can break through to the Heavenly Completion realm at any time if I want to. It won't be a problem for me to kill 100,000 Death Devil Dragons with 1 move, Headstrong said with a cold snort full of arrogance. However, he did have the right to be arrogant. After all, he used to be an itinerant immortal. Even if his realm fell, these people were still ants to him. Then help me suppress them all. I want to kill them myself. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. As long as he suppressed these people, he might be able to reach the upper limit of killing intent again. After all, there was a LV3 reaching Heaven State warrior in the Black Flame Dragon clan, while Yi Xian was only in the LV4 Undead Soul realm. There was a difference of 8 realms. Okay, then I will let you see what I can do. After saying that, Headstrong's aura suddenly soared several times. This was not because he used a magical power but because he broke through. LV1 reaching Heaven State. He had maintained his Undead Soul realm in order to keep a low profile. If he wanted to, he could break through several times in a row. Watch carefully. After saying that, Headstrong waved his hand and opened a space crack. This time he did not use the Eye of Space. This time he went directly to the Black Flame Dragon clan. The Death Devil Dragon clan was in a corner of the Black Flame Dragon clan. It was not a big deal. After all, there was only 1 reaching Heaven State warrior in the Black Flame Dragon clan. If not for the fact that the Death Devil Dragon clan was a descendant of the Black Flame Dragon clan, it would have been driven out long ago. Headstrong and Yi Xian went through the space crack and arrived at the Black Flame Dragon clan. As the space rippled, some reaching Heaven State warriors noticed them immediately. What's going on? The space in the Black Flame Dragon clan is stable. How can someone break through space and come here? LV1 reaching Heaven State warrior and a LV4 Undead Soul realm warrior. Who is it? Impossible. How can a LV1 reaching Heaven State warrior break through space and come here? Immediately, all the reaching Heaven State warriors in the Black Flame Dragon clan rushed out. Their clan's formation was not bad. Even a LV4 reaching Heaven State warrior would not be able to break through space and come here. However, Headstrong was only a LV1 reaching Heaven State warrior, yet he had such strength. He was definitely not an ordinary person. In an instant, dozens of reaching Heaven State warriors rushed out. At the same time, the reaching Heaven State warrior in the Death Devil Dragon clan also noticed this and flew up to observe. Who are you? Chapter 16:18. The Glazed Knights. Capricious only gave a short reply before he immediately used his own means. He used his true chi to condense a white dragon phantom in his hand, then used the power of all things to enlarge it. When this white dragon soared into the sky, a wave of pressure fell on everyone. The experts of the Black Flame Dragon clan and the Deathly Demon Dragon clan all dropped by 2 realms. What is that? Everyone opened their eyes wide. At this moment, an extremely strong sense of fear rose in their hearts. This wasn't a realm suppression but a bloodline suppression. Yi Xian couldn't help but look up. He found that the white dragon was a bit similar to Wayward's original form, but the platinum holy light dragon was much more handsome. This is the celestial gold white dragon. My platinum holy light dragon was mutated from this. If I wasn't afraid of exposing my identity, I would have suppressed them myself. Wayward explained to Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't care about anything else. He directly summoned Old Tree and the other 2. Fortunately, the celestial gold white dragon's phantom suppressed the Deathly Demon Dragon clan and the Black Flame Dragon clan. Ghost Dome Great Emperor wasn't affected. Just now, Yi Xian felt a huge pressure coming from those Ascension Realm experts. But now he didn't feel any pressure at all. Kill the Deathly Demon Dragon Emperor first. Yi Xian directly ordered Old Tree to kill the Deathly Demon Dragon Emperor first. The Deathly Demon Dragon Emperor was originally an Ascension Realm expert. After being suppressed by the Celestial Gold White Dragon's phantom, it was only left with an Undying Soul Stage 7 realm. After all, the Deathly Demon Dragon Emperor was Yi Xian's target. That was why Wayward took special care of it. The Deathly Demon Dragon Emperor died very miserably. His head was smashed by Old Tree's fist. After dying, he returned to his original form. The will of death from the 2 eyes of death was also absorbed by Yi Xian's eyes of death. Even his soul was destroyed. Ding. The host has completed the Dragon Slayer title mission. The host has obtained the Dragon Slayer title. A system notification sounded. In an instant, Yi Xian's attributes skyrocketed by 30%. It was a pity that the full attribute bonus of this title had no effect on Old Tree and the other 2. However, it did cause damage to dragons. Might shakes the heavens, storm of swords, go forth. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly as he roared in his heart. This time he was going to annihilate the entire Black Flame Dragon tribe. Not only would he be able to increase his killing intent value and the buff of Soul's Elegy, but he would also be able to exchange the corpses of these dragons for merit points when he brought them back to the Glazed Knights. For the sake of convenience, Capricious couldn't help but help Yi Xian and gather all the people who were suppressed together. Sir, please spare my life. No, I don't want to die. We joined the Blood Fiend Holy Land because we were forced to. We had no other choice. The experts from the Black Flame Dragon tribe exclaimed. The strongest expert from the Black Flame Dragon tribe was only at Ascension Realm Stage 3. They had no say in the Dragon tribe. However, they could have chosen to stay in the Penglai Demon tribe. In the end, they left with the Dragon tribe, so they were enemies. The Black Flame Dragon tribe didn't have many members. There were only several tens of thousands of them here. Including the Deathly Demonic Dragon tribe, there were only about 60,000 of them. With Capricious suppressing them, Yi Xian was having a great time killing them. His killing intent value soared, and the buff of Soul's Elegy also increased rapidly. As for the Ascension Realm experts, they all died under the Storm of Swords. At this time, Yi Xian's killing feast had increased by 4 times, and was close to 5 times. This was the most satisfying killing he had ever done. However, this was due to Capricious. Otherwise, he would only be able to fight against the Deathly Demonic Dragon tribe and not the Black Flame Dragon tribe. Soon, almost all the Black Flame Dragon tribe experts at Ascension Realm Stage 7 and above were dead. During this time, Yi Xian's killing intent value naturally reached the upper limit. 9 Devour points. After such a long time, he finally had enough. At this time, Yi Xian consumed the 9 Devour points and merged the Sword God Bloodline and Slaying God Bloodline. Ding. Merging the Sword God Bloodline and Slaying God Bloodline requires 9 Devour points. Confirm? The system prompted. Hearing this, Yi Xian replied without thinking, confirm. Ding. Bloodline merging. Ding. Bloodline merging progress is 10%. Ding. Bloodline merging progress is 20%. Ding. Bloodline merging progress is 80%. Ding. Bloodline merging progress is 90%. Soon, the bloodline merging progress was increased to 90%. Ding. Bloodline merging progress is 100%. Ding. Bloodline merging. Host has obtained the Immortal Slaying Bloodline. Do you want to merge it immediately? Immortal Slaying Bloodline? Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned. Then he replied in his heart, yes. Ding. Immortal Slaying Bloodline merging. At this time, Yi Xian hurriedly checked the skills of the Immortal Slaying Bloodline. The first advancement path was called the Path of Massacre. It integrated the Slaying God Bloodlines Instant Kill, Assassination Mode, Killer Instinct, Death Hunt Order, Eye of Assassination, and Thousand Extinction Flash. Thousand Extinction Flash was the advancement of the Shadow Step. Could be used in battle. As for the Death Hunting Order, it was upgraded to 5 targets a day. The first attack after using the Eye of Assassination also increased the attack power from 30% to 50%. The second advancement path was called the Ultimate Realm. No matter what weapon was used, even if it was a fist, palm, or leg, the attack power would be doubled. In addition, all comprehension abilities would be doubled. This was useful for martial arts, magical powers, formations, and alchemy. The third advancement path was a skill called the Massacre Seal. It could be used 3 times a day. Once this Massacre Seal was used, 1 seal would be obtained. The Massacre Seal would gradually condense as one fought and killed. The limit was 5 seals. Every time 1 seal was consumed, the Massacre mode would be activated, and all attributes would be doubled. Consuming 2 seals would triple the attributes and so on. Once this mode was activated, it could be maintained indefinitely unless the host dispelled it or the killing intent was depleted. Consuming 2 Massacre Seals at one time could summon an immortal slaying puppet to fight for the master. Consuming 3 Massacre Seals at one time could use the immortal slaying breath slash. Consuming 4 Massacre Seals at one time could summon an immortal slashing arrow to attack the enemy. This immortal slashing arrow would not be destroyed, but it could only attack the target of the Death Hunt Order. Most importantly, this immortal slashing arrow had a 100% chance of killing in 1 hit. Finally, there was a skill that consumed 5 Massacre Seals at one time, and that was the Immortal Slaying Sword Formation. Chapter 16-19. It had to be said that the Immortal Slaying bloodline was extremely powerful. Although the Feast of Slaughter was gone, the Slaughter mode appeared. As long as he kept fighting, he could condense new Slaughter Seals and use various skills. The Slaughter Seal could be used 3 times a day. In simple terms, Yi Xian could instantly obtain 3 Slaughter Seals and increase his strength by 3 times. He could also directly use the Immortal Slaying Puppet or the Immortal Slaying Breath Slash. As for the Sword God Bloodline's Ultimate Realm advancement, it was also indescribably awesome. From now on, Yi Xian's weapon would no longer be limited to swords. No matter what weapon he used, his attack power would be doubled. In addition, there were various improvements in perception. All in all, the Immortal Slaying bloodline was well spent. The only thing he didn't know was how powerful the skills of the Slaughter Seal were. With all 3 bloodlines fused, if he obtained devouring points, he could directly strengthen those skills. Another advantage of fusing bloodlines was that some skills could be integrated together. This way, 1 devouring point could be used to strengthen all of them. Now that the bloodlines had been fused, the next step was to deal with the aftermath, such as erasing the soul. However, at this moment, Willful raised his head in surprise because he suddenly felt a disgusting aura. At this moment, an Eye of Death appeared in the sky. Immediately after, the Eye of Death gradually condensed into a figure that Yi Xian and Wayward had seen before. It was actually the long-haired man who appeared after Di Hui's death. The aura has become much stronger. Is it because of the distance? Wayward snorted coldly in his heart. Eyes that could cross space were usually related to the distance. The Eye of Death that appeared in the Heavenly Dragon tribe last time was very weak. Wayward killed it instantly. However, this time he probably couldn't do it. It's you again. Die. When the long-haired man saw Yi Xian and Wayward, he didn't even absorb the will of death and directly attacked Wayward. With this long-haired man's realm, even if his body didn't descend, it would be easy for him to kill Ascension Realm martial artists. However, his attack had no effect on the Platinum Holy Light Dragon. Of course, it was the same for Yi Xian, who had the Immortal Phoenix bloodline. This aura, so it's the successor of the Emperor of Death. Easy. Wayward suddenly raised his eyebrows and said with a surprised expression. Hearing his name, the long-haired man couldn't help but be stunned. Who are you? He didn't expect that this white-haired youth in front of him could recognize him. Why do you care who I am? You must have come to the Penglai Holy Land for the Holy Master Badge, right? Aren't you? What? If you have the guts, why don't you show yourself and fight? Capricious snorted. Simple was filled with disdain. If you don't have the guts, then just say it. If you dare to show yourself, I'll send you to see your senior brother. Since that's the case, why don't you scram? Wayward's expression suddenly turned cold. Although it's all thanks to you, he's still my senior brother. Today, I'll avenge my senior brother. When Easy's voice fell, the will of death suddenly began to gather and condense into Easy's illusory body. Even if your true body comes, you can't do anything to me. What can a mere death clone do? Wayward still had a look of disdain on his face. Is that so? Then let's try. Easy suddenly used the will of death to condense a sharp blade and instantly attacked Wayward. Since your true body doesn't dare to come, then scram. Wayward didn't want to be entangled with Easy. Facing the latter who was already attacking, his aura instantly soared. Heaven Ascension Stage 2nd LV. Heaven Ascension Stage 3rd LV. Following that, Willful's body suddenly burst out with a white light. With just one blow, this simple death clone was directly blasted into nothingness. Instant kill. Trash, you still want to test me? Wayward snorted disdainfully. Yixin was helpless as well. This battle came out of nowhere and ended very quickly. However, Huang Xiaolong could feel that the Death Emperor's descendant's avatar was much stronger than the Black Flame Dragon tribe's patriarch. At the very least, it was at the 4th or 5th stage of the Heavenly Connection realm or even higher. However, such an existence was still blown away by the Platinum Holy Light Dragon Wayward. He probably won't come again. Absorb the will of death, Wayward suddenly said to Yixin. Oh. Yixin nodded and immediately used the Eyes of Death to absorb the remaining will of death. At this time he only felt that it was a pity because there was only a little of the will of death left. Who was that just now? Yixin couldn't help but ask. Holy Land of Death, the successor of the Emperor of Death. Wayward replied. Holy Land of Death, isn't that one of the 4 great holy lands? Yixin frowned. Wayward nodded. That's right. Easy already has the ability to pass the tribulation, but has been suppressing it to the peak of LV9 of the Heaven Ascension realm. He must be here for the Penglai Holy Land's Holy Leader token. What about you? Yixin asked. I'm not interested in the Holy Leader token. The reason why I can continuously break through is because I was in closed-door cultivation before coming to the Penglai Holy Land. I just suppressed it. If I want to, it won't be a problem for me to continuously break through again, Wayward replied. His mission was to infiltrate the Glazed Knights and investigate the matter of the map. If his realm suddenly increased by too much, it would be a little too high profile. All right. Yixin nodded silently. However, at this time, Yixin quickly returned to Linfeng City. Suddenly, an old voice fell into Yixin's ears. It was the badge's transmission. What's the matter, Head Knight? Yixin asked in shock. A big shot wants to see you, Head Knight Mali replied. A big shot? Yixin was slightly surprised when he heard this. He said, Okay, I'll return immediately. Then he turned to Wayward and said, Head Knight said a big shot wants to see me. Could it be Fairy Luli? That little girl Luli? Wayward was stunned. He said, Maybe it's her. Let's go back and take a look. After that, they cleaned up the battlefield and directly broke through the void, preparing to return to Tianlang City and then teleport to Linfeng City. Chapter 1620. If you can break through now, then hurry up and break through. Although it's only been a little more than a day, there have been cases in history where one could directly soar by a large realm in a single day. The higher your aptitude, the more attention you will receive. He willfully said to Yixin. Hearing this, Yixin couldn't help but pause. In fact, he wanted to reach the upper limit of killing intent again when his soul reached the 4th stage of the Undying Soul realm. He could reach it 3 times at most in a realm, and he had reached it twice now. One more time and he could strengthen all kinds of bloodlines, which would be very helpful to his strength. However, after hearing Headstrong's words, he felt that it made sense. One devouring point was indeed good, but it was only strengthening bloodlines once. The higher his aptitude, the more valuable treasures he could get. Bloodlines were only secondary, realm was the most important. Okay, I'll break through now. Yixin nodded, then directly devoured the heavenly and earthly treasures that he'd hoarded earlier. Ding Host has broken through. Current level is the 5th stage of the Undying Soul realm. Ding Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is the 7th stage of the Undying Soul realm. Ding Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level is the 7th stage of the Undying Soul realm. Ding Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current level is the 7th stage of the Undying Soul realm. Ding Host has broken through. Current level is the 9th stage of the Undying Soul realm. Ding Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is the 2nd stage of the Ascending Heaven realm. Ding Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level is the 2nd stage of the Ascending Heaven realm. Ding Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current level is the 2nd stage of the Ascending Heaven realm. After 20 consecutive system notifications, Yixin's realm soared and directly broke through to the 9th stage of the Undying Soul realm. The treasures he had obtained through the Platinum level exam were actually not enough to break through to such a high level. At most, he had reached the 7th stage of the Undying Soul Realm, but now he had reached the 9th stage of the Undying Soul Realm. Don't forget, he had just exterminated the Black Flame Dragon clan. If it wasn't for the soul seeds and the good things hidden away, he probably could have broken through to the Ascending Heaven Realm directly. You're already at the 9th level of the Undying Soul Realm. Your speed is truly terrifying. Headstrong said with a face full of shock. He had absorbed a large amount of life force in the Life Saint sect, which was why he was able to continuously break through his shackles. However, Yi Xian had actually directly risen from the 4th stage of the Undying Soul Realm to the 9th stage of the Undying Soul Realm. This was a leap of 5 realms. If others were to know of this, they would probably be scared to death. Alright, let's go. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He had only been gone for a short while, but he had already jumped 5 levels. If Mali were to find out, who knew what kind of expression he would have. Then they directly entered Tianlang City and teleported back to Linfeng City. Hua. When they returned to the teleportation palace in Linfeng City, a person came to greet them. Sirs, you're back. A silver knight at the 6th tier of the heaven-reaching realm stepped forward and said respectfully. Although Yi Xian and Headstrong's realms were lower than this silver knight, one of them was a platinum knight, while the other was a gold knight. Their statuses were higher than this silver knight. Before Yi Xian could speak, the silver knight said, "The Knight Commander and the 5th Army Commander have gone to Jinwu City for an inspection. I'll have to trouble the 2 sirs to teleport us again." Jinwu City? Hearing this, Yi Xian and Headstrong both raised their eyebrows. Mali had just asked them to return to Linfeng City. Why did he leave again? However, their attention was focused on the words 5th Army Commander. The Glazed Knights were divided into 5 armies. Yi Xian was now part of the 5th Army, and the 5th Army Commander was the Glazed Knight Lin Guangyao. I thought it was a glazed girl. I didn't expect it to be a glazed knight. Headstrong said helplessly. Yi Xian was the same. After a sigh, he said to the Silver Knight, "Help us teleport to Jinwu City." Alright. The Silver Knight nodded and began to operate the teleportation array again. Yi Xian and Headstrong had just joined the Glazed Knights and didn't know much about the cities under their command, so they didn't suspect anything. However, when they arrived at the teleportation array, they discovered that something was wrong. How had Jinwu City been destroyed? Under the coverage of Yi Xian's spiritual awareness, there wasn't a single living person. It was like a dead city. Most importantly, when they landed on the teleportation array, several of its eyes suddenly exploded and self-destructed. Yi Xian's expression immediately changed and he looked at Headstrong. TSK. We fell into a trap. Headstrong immediately reacted and looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared in the teleportation palace. He grinned. At this time, a man wearing a blood-red robe walked in. Even his hair and eyes were red. His aura was very strong. Even Yi Xian, who had reached the 9th stage of the Undying Soul Realm, couldn't see through the other party's depth. 8th stage of the Ascension Realm. You should be a bloodthirsty mad dragon, right? Headstrong said with a smile. Bloodthirsty mad dragon? How could there be a bloodthirsty mad dragon in Jinwu City? At this time Yi Xian understood. It turned out that the Silver Knight just now was a traitor who had tricked them into coming to Jinwu City. This was a trap. You can actually recognize me. You're quite capable. The man in blood-red robes walked in, then glanced at Yi Xian and said, "The 5 Glazed Knights of the Glazed Knights all have outstanding battle strength. They all passed the platinum level exam in one go. I didn't expect that another one would come. I must kill you in the cradle." You've already set up a space-locking array? Not a bad plan. But with me protecting him, it won't be so easy for you to kill him. Headstrong said calmly. What right does a 3rd stage Ascension Realm Gold Knight have to speak in front of me? The man in blood-red robes snorted coldly and directly attacked, preparing to kill Headstrong. He was going to capture Yi Xian. As for this Gold Knight, he didn't care. Unfortunately, how could he know that Headstrong also had the strength to pass the platinum level exam? Even if Blood Chuanqiu came, I wouldn't be afraid, let alone you, a mere 8th stage Ascension Realm warrior? Headstrong snorted coldly and his aura surged again. 4th stage Ascension Realm. 5th stage Ascension Realm. 6th stage Ascension Realm. 7th stage Ascension Realm. 8th stage Ascension Realm. 9th peak Ascension Realm. In an instant, Headstrong broke through from 3rd stage Ascension Realm to 9th peak Ascension Realm. It only took a moment. When the man in blood-red robes felt this aura, his whole body trembled. How could this be? Before he could react, Headstrong attacked. Swish. Buff. A white light directly pierced through the man's head, killing him instantly. Then the man's soul floated out. At this level of soul, The void fire sword wave couldn't hurt it, so Yi Xian could only watch as headstrong destroyed the soul. How did you? Yi Xian turned his head in shock. Chapter 16:21. Then he willfully took out a white dragon token from his universe ring and handed it over to Yi Xian. This token is the same as the Night Legion's insignia. You can obtain it from me. I'll go to the Penglai demon race for a stroll. You haven't told me what map it is? Yi Xian asked in surprise. It's called the Sky-Piercing Treasure Map. Capricious replied. What? The Sky-Piercing Treasure Map? Yi Xian was shocked. He had obtained one before. What? You've heard of it? Capricious turned his head strangely. Yi Xian had obtained the Sky-Piercing Treasure Map from the Yin-Yang ancestor. In order to repay old immortal Tianju's kindness, he gave it to old immortal Tianju as a reward. He didn't expect it to be so precious. I've seen it on the Merit Hall's mission list. The Glazed Knights are also looking for it. What is it? Yi Xian didn't say anything. He felt that this was no small matter. If he told Capricious about it, what if old immortal Tianju was unhappy? The Sky-Piercing Treasure Map. As long as you gather all the pieces, you can find the passage to the immortal realm. Do you understand? Capricious explained. The passage to the immortal realm? Yi Xian frowned and nodded. So this Sky-Piercing Treasure Map was to find the passage to the immortal realm. As long as the passage to the immortal realm could be opened, then Ascension Realm cultivators could directly ascend to the immortal realm. After all, true immortals were much stronger than rogue immortals. At this time, Capricious put away the bloodthirsty berserk dragon's corpse and said, I can't hide my cultivation anymore. I'll send you to a nearby city. You can teleport back to Linfeng City. I'll go out and take a look. As for the trap just now, it's up to you. Okay. Yi Xian nodded and directly passed through the spatial rift that Capricious opened and arrived in front of a city. Now he was alone again. He originally wanted to rely on Capricious to get a few devour points, but it seemed that wouldn't work. At that moment he directly rushed into the city. This city was also guarded by the Glazed Knights. When they felt the aura of the platinum badge on Yi Xian's body, they were all shocked. Very quickly he teleported back to Linfeng City. However, the Silver Knight from before was nowhere to be seen. Head Knight, I'm back. Yi Xian transmitted his voice to Mali. I'm at the Knight's main hall, Mali replied. Yi Xian didn't tell Mali about what happened just now, so the latter didn't know. Yi Xian immediately rushed to the Knight's main hall. When he arrived, he sensed two powerful auras inside. One of them belonged to Mali, while the other one was more powerful than Mali, but he was stronger than Mali. Yi Xian walked straight in and performed a knight's salute. Greetings, Knight Commander. The 9th stage of the Undying Soul Realm? How is that possible? When Mali saw Yi Xian, he immediately realized this and stood up in shock. I was out on a mission yesterday and happened to obtain a stalk of soul heart grass. Yi Xian casually made up an excuse. Mali didn't ask further. He stroked his beard and said, Not bad, not bad. Not only is your aptitude extremely high, but you also have great luck. At this moment, the other man in silver armor walked over. I'm the 5th Corps Commander Lin Guangyao. The man in silver armor said with a smile. Greetings, Corps Commander. Yi Xian hurriedly greeted him. The man in front of him was the legendary Glazed Knight Lin Guangyao. Although he was also at the peak of Heaven Pass Realm LV9 like Mali, his strength was much stronger than Mali's. You're very good. When I heard the news, I wanted to meet you personally. Lin Guangyao said, After me, you're the 6th genius to pass the platinum test in one go. It's very likely that you'll become the 6th Glazed Knight in the future. After he finished speaking, he took out a wooden scroll from his interspatial ring and handed it to Yi Xian. This is the glazed treasured body? Yi Xian glanced at it and quickly copied it down. The glazed treasured body was the reason why Lin Guangyao was so powerful. However, if he wanted to master it, he would need 500 pieces of each of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As long as you can master the glazed treasured body, you'll become the 6th Glazed Knight. Here are 1,000 pieces of each element. Take them first. Lin Guangyao took out a big bag which contained all kinds of glazed treasured bodies. Many people in the Glazed Knights had already tried to master the glazed treasured body, but they hadn't succeeded. Some people had even spent tens of thousands of glazed treasured bodies. Yi Xian only needed 500 pieces of glazed treasured bodies. It was quite easy. Thank you, Corps Commander. Yi Xian didn't argue. After thanking him, he put away the glazed treasured bodies. If you run out of them, you can ask Mali for more. As long as you can master it, it's worth it no matter how much you spend. By the way, have you condensed a soul seed? Lin Guangyao asked. Well, I accidentally fell 2 years ago. I haven't condensed a soul seed yet. Yi Xian made up an excuse. If that's the case, try not to go out. There are some spies in the glazed knights from the 3 evil holy lands. They probably already know about you and want to kill you. Lin Guangyao reminded him. Hearing this, Yi Xian nodded in agreement. After thinking for a while, he decided not to tell Ma Li about what happened just now. He didn't want to arouse Ma Li's suspicion. Then the 5th Corps commander Lin Guangyao left, leaving Yi Xian and Ma Li behind. Go back and try it out first. I'll send 2 retainer knights to protect you later. Ma Li said to Yi Xian. Yes. Yi Xian nodded and immediately left the knight's main hall. Right now, what he wanted the most was to first master the glazed treasure body. Soon he returned to his residence and closed the door. Ding. You have successfully mastered the glazed treasured body. The system notified. It only took a moment to master the glazed treasured body. When the system notified him, Yi Xian felt that his physique had increased by 3 times. As long as he succeeded, Yi Xian would not be killed by the spatial crack unless there was a huge gap between their realms. Moreover, the stronger his physique, the higher his chances of surviving the immortal tribulation in the future. Most importantly, the glazed treasured body seemed to be divided into several stages. Currently, Yi Xian had mastered the first stage. As long as he collected a certain amount of glazed treasured body, he could upgrade to the second stage. The glazed treasured body had a total of 9 stages. Yi Xian wondered how strong his physique would be after he reached the 9th stage. There were at least thousands of gold knights and dozens of platinum knights in the glazed knights. Among them, 5 had mastered the glazed treasured body and become glazed knights. Chapter 1622. Forget it, I'll stay here for a few days. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly landed outside his courtyard. Both of them had powerful auras and were gold knights of Reaching Heaven Realm LV7. Yi Xian knew that they were the 2 retainer knights sent by Ma Li. The 2 retainer knights saw that Yi Xian's door was closed, so they didn't disturb him and just waited outside obediently. Yi Xian didn't plan to go out either. Instead, he took out the remaining colored glaze. The glaze was a very peculiar thing. It seemed to be some kind of ore. There were 5 types in total: gold glaze, wood glaze, water glaze, fire glaze, and earth glaze. These things were very valuable, so Yi Xian decided to devour them after thinking about it. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Current level is Reaching Heaven Realm LV1. Ding. Wei Jintian has made a breakthrough. Current level is Reaching Heaven Realm LV3. Ding. Ghost Dome Great Emperor has made a breakthrough. Current level is Reaching Heaven Realm LV3. 3 consecutive system notifications sounded. Yi Xian had finally broken through to Reaching Heaven Realm. Because the glaze was in old tree was still Reaching Heaven Realm LV2. I've finally broken through to Reaching Heaven Realm. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. A spatial crack appeared in front of him. The spatial crack wasn't big, so it quickly returned to normal. Previously, Yi Xian had to use the eyes of the void in space to break through the void. Now he didn't need to. Of course, this didn't mean that the eyes of the void in space were useless. After all, his realm was low, so the distance he could break through the void was smaller than the eyes of the void. The space I could increase the power of tearing through space, so it wasn't bad. With my current bloodline and realm, I should be able to easily challenge those 4 levels above me. With the help of Old Tree and the other 2, it's not impossible for me to challenge those 5 or 6 levels above me. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's confidence suddenly skyrocketed. Of course, if he encountered those geniuses, he probably wouldn't be able to challenge those who were so many levels above him. At this time he thought of Luo Luo. He heard from old immortal Tianju that Luo Luo was born in Penglai. Now I should be strong enough to go to Penglai, Yi Xian muttered to himself. Although old immortal Tianju could guarantee Lulua's safety, the demon emperor's inheritance had been obtained by someone else. The 3 evil Dao holy grounds were going to find trouble with the Penglai demon race. Who knew what would happen? After all, old immortal Tianju was only the sacred master of the Lu Guang sacred land. As a rogue immortal, he could not attack in the Penglai sacred land. Now that Yi Xian had cultivated the glazed treasure body, he was thinking of leaving Linfeng City in a few days and heading to the Penglai demon race. However, on the 3rd day of his seclusion, something happened in Linfeng City. Rumble. Yi Xian opened his eyes when a series of loud noises came from the sky. What happened? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and walked out of his residence. The 2 retainer knights outside the door didn't know what was going on, because they had been waiting here for 3 days. Yi Xian, there's an enemy attack. Hurry and teleport to the 5th main city. Suddenly the head knight's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. At the same time, the two retainer knights outside the door also received the same news. What? Yi Xian was shocked. Someone was attacking Linfeng City? What a joke. One must know that in Linfeng City, other than the head knight Ma Li, there were several Ascension Realm LV9 experts and 100,000 knights who dared to attack. Moreover, there were many cities around Linfeng City. How did the enemy break through the encirclement? Before he could react, Ma Li continued, Damn it, the teleportation palace was destroyed by a traitor. Hurry and go to the main night hall. There is a hidden teleportation array under the statue. Use your platinum badge to open the mechanism. It seemed that the enemy had come prepared this time. It was just that he didn't know which faction was attacking Linfeng City. The sounds of battle began to ring continuously. Yi Xian looked over and saw a black mass of figures in the distance. So it was the Demonic Dragon Palace. The Demonic Dragon Palace was a faction established by the Giant Dragon clan after they were expelled from the Penglai Demon clan. It was very strong. Although there were no rogue immortal experts, there were many Ascension Realm LV9 experts. This time they had obviously come prepared. They directly transformed into their true forms and acted recklessly in Linfeng City. At the same time, the Glazed Knights were also orderly. Sir, let's go quickly, the two retainer knights said. In fact, they really wanted to participate in the battle because they were not weak. However, the head knight ordered them to protect Yi Xian, so they had to stay close to Yi Xian. Linfeng City is under attack. How can I retreat? Yi Xian saw that everyone around him was rushing toward the enemy. He directly took out his weapon. However, before they could react, a spatial rift suddenly tore open nearby, and then a few figures flashed out from within it. This is the kid who passed the platinum test at such a young age. If he grows up, he will definitely be a big problem. Kill him. The gazes of the three experts at the 8th level of the Heavenly Ascension stage descended onto Yi Xian. The news that Yi Xian passed the platinum test was well known. His portrait naturally fell into the hands of the enemy. Not good. The expression of one of the retainer knights changed greatly. He directly drew a large sword and went to meet them. Another one grabbed Yi Xian's shoulder and said, Sir, let's go. Obviously, Yi Xian had become the target of everyone. Many people wanted to kill him. The three experts who broke through space this time were all elders of the Demonic Dragon Palace, Ascension Realm LV8. However, the strength of the Glazed Knights Gold Knights was not to be underestimated. Although they were one realm lower than the enemy and did not have the advantage in terms of numbers, true geniuses could ignore such things. In an instant, the Gold Knight exchanged blows with the enemy. Although it was 1 against 3, he actually had the upper hand. The Glazed Knights are indeed extraordinary. One of the enemies sighed and directly transformed into his true form. Although the people of the Demon Clan could not use their true chi after transforming into their true form, their strength was much stronger. Moreover, they were giant dragons of the Demon Clan. You go and help. Yi Xian said to the other person. No, I will stay and protect, sir. After the other retainer knight finished speaking, he directly broke open a spatial crack leading to the night main hall. The space in Linfeng City was stable. Originally, it was impossible to break open the void. However, this formation was obviously damaged. Otherwise, how could these three experts of the Giant Dragon clan break through space and come here? Seeing that Yi Xian was still pondering, the retainer knight resisted the urge to forcibly take Yi Xian away and said, Sir, please teleport to the 5th main city first. Only then can I join the battle. In a battle of this level, if he joined even a second later, a large number of his companions would die. Therefore, his blood was already boiling. Alright. Chapter 1623. Although Yi Xian had a high aptitude, he was only at LV1 of the Ascension Realm. Even with the help of Old Tree and the other two, he could at most fight with LV6 or 7 of the Ascension Realm. If LV8 or 9 of the Ascension Realm came, he would be dead meat. It should be known that the experts who came this time were at least LV6 of the Ascension Realm. When necessary, it was better to be a coward. As long as there was life, there was hope. Yi Xian understood this principle. Immediately, he passed through the spatial crack and arrived at the main hall of knights. Whoosh! The spatial crack was repaired. As for the retainer knight, he joined the battle. Just now, the head knight transmitted to him that there was a hidden transmission array under the statue of the main hall of knights. It could lead to the 5th main city, which was the city of Lin Guangyao, the commander of the 5th army. However, what surprised him was that the statue in the main hall of knights was damaged. The hidden transmission array was also destroyed? Yi Xian's eyes widened. He hurried down to check. As expected, the transmission array was destroyed. Head Knight, This transmission array was also destroyed. Yi Xian hurriedly transmitted to Ma Li. As expected. This time the enemy came prepared and attacked dozens of major cities at the same time. The fifth main city is in the same situation as us. After Ma Li finished speaking, he added, "For this battle we will retreat and fight. You stay in the main hall of knights. But be careful of the others. Don't trust them even if it's a gold knight." Yi Xian nodded. Then he summoned Old Tree and the other two. At the same time he transmitted a message to Wayward through the White Dragon token. The Glazed Knights were also attacked? The three Holy Lands really went all out this time, Wayward replied. Also. Yi Xian was a little surprised. Tianjue Palace was also attacked. Of course, the main force went to the Penglai monster tribe to seize the half of the monster emperor's inheritance, Wayward explained. A three-way attack. This is to prevent the Glazed Knights and Tianjue Palace from supporting the Penglai monster tribe? Yi Xian immediately reacted. That's right. However, the three great evil holy lands have miscalculated this time. The Penglai goblin tribe once had a loose immortal. Before the dragon sparrow fairy died, she made the space in the Penglai goblin tribe extremely stable. Now that old immortal Tianju is guarding the Penglai goblin tribe, no one can charge in. After hearing Caprice's words, Yi Xian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. After all, Luolua was also in the Penglai demon race. Wait there, I'll be right there. Capricious continued. At this time Yi Xian had already changed his face. Unless he was a member of the Glazed Knights, no one should be able to recognize him. However, at this moment, a few people suddenly rushed into the Knights' main hall. However, the strength of these few people was not very strong. They were merely preparatory knights at the third or fourth stage of the heavenly completion realm. Kill? The leading bronze knight raised his eyebrows and charged forward with his weapon. You recognize me? Yi Xian was a little surprised. He suddenly realized that his disguise was useless. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Zhentian had exposed him because he had previously gone with Capricious to exterminate the Black Flame Dragon tribe. Most importantly, he was a Platinum Knight. Even preparatory knights would be able to recognize him. Clearly, these few people were traitors. Kill them all. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to Old Tree's trio. There were a total of 5 people. The leader was at the 4th stage of the heavenly completion realm, while the other 4 were at the 3rd stage of the heavenly completion realm. If they were regular knights, Yi Xian would be somewhat afraid. However, these were merely preparatory knights at the 3rd and 4th stage of the heavenly completion realm. Although Yi Xian was only at the 1st level of the Heaven Ascension realm, he had already successfully cultivated the Glazed Treasure Body. Even if he was alone, he would be able to fight against these elite knights, not to mention joining hands with Old Shu and the other 2. In less than 3 rounds, the 5 bronze knights were killed by Yi Xian's group. Their souls were also scattered. Ding! The Ash Spirit has broken through. Current 3rd stage of the heavenly completion realm. These 5 universe rings allowed Old Tree to break through to the 3rd stage of the heavenly completion realm, increasing his strength by a lot. However, in the next moment, a thorny figure appeared. This person was at the 8th stage of the heavenly completion realm, and was also a gold knight. This time they were in trouble. My apologies, my lord. The gold knight smiled coldly. The head knight, Ma Li, was already being held back by the vice palace master of the demonic dragon palace. The other experts were also unable to free themselves. Who could protect Yi Xian now? However, Yi Xian's expression was very calm. This was because he saw a spatial crack open in front of him. Immediately after, a white-haired youth walked out from it. Peak 9th stage of the heavenly completion realm. Wayward had arrived in time. What? The gold knight was shocked. Wayward's realm was higher than his, and he was also a gold knight. Most importantly, Wayward's face was very unfamiliar to him. There were dozens of platinum knights in the Glazed Knights. In addition, there were hundreds of 9th stage heavenly completion realm gold knights. He knew all of these people. You want to touch him? You're courting death. After Wayward appeared, he did not waste any words and directly attacked. As a former itinerant immortal, Wayward's strength was unquestionable. With just one attack, he finished off the gold knight in front of him. You really came in time. Otherwise, I would have been dead. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. If you were dead, who would help me get the heavenly completion treasure map? Wayward smiled and went over to put away the spoils of war. Then he glanced outside. Our main target this time is the Penglai demons, so we're just stalling for time. This battle will probably end soon, Wayward said. Since old immortal Tianju is overseeing the Penglai demons, will there be itinerant immortal experts from the 3 evil holy lands? Yi Xian asked. Wayward shook his head and said, No, but to my surprise, the Prince of Netherworld from the Netherworld Holy Land is also here. The Prince of Netherworld? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. The Prince of Netherworld status is the same as the successor of the Emperor of Death. But don't worry, the Buddhist Holy Land also sent a bodhisattva. Including me, all 4 holy lands are here, Wayward said. Yi Xian guessed that the Prince of Netherworld and the Bodhisattva were both peak LV9 Heavenly Completion Realm experts and had come for the Holy Leader token. The commotion outside seemed to have died down. Yi Xian could not help but go out to take a look. He said, The demonic dragon palace seems to be retreating. They must have received news that they can't defeat the Penglai demons, so they're retreating. After Wayward finished speaking, he threw the interspatial ring of the Gold Knight to Yi Xian and said, You can have it. Your cultivation level is too low. You can't even protect yourself. Thank you. Yi Xian took the interspatial ring. As long as you can help me get the Heavenly Completion Treasure Map, it won't be a problem to push you to the peak LV9 Heavenly Completion Realm. Wayward grinned. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded in the sky. Chapter 1624. Glazed Knights will let you go for now. Let's go. The Vice Palace Master of the Demonic Dragon Palace said a few words before leading the large army away. Both sides had suffered heavy losses in this battle. Of course, the losses of the 3 evil holy lands were beyond imagination. After all, they didn't know that Elder Immortal Tianju was in the Penglai demon race, nor did they know that the Penglai demon race had a stable space. At this time, Mali directly rushed over. He looked at Caprice with a serious expression and said, Who are you? Although Headstrong still had the gold badge in his body, he had broken through from the Undying Soul Realm to the peak of the Connecting Heaven Realm in just a few days. Life Saint Sect Headstrong. After he finished speaking, he transformed into his Platinum Holy Light Dragon form and spoke in human language. The Prince of Netherworld from the Netherworld Sacred Land, the successor of the Emperor of Death from the Death Sacred Land, and the Arhat from the Buddhist sect are all here. How can I not come? Seeing this, Mali was stunned. This was indeed a Platinum Holy Light Dragon. He didn't expect that in addition to the 3 evil Holy Lands, the people from the 4 Holy Lands were all here. It seemed that the battle for the Holy Lands would be very fierce. But all in all, Yi Xian was safe, which was a blessing in disguise. Yi Xian, this place is not complete. The Legion commander just sent a message. Once the teleportation formation is repaired, he will take you to the commander. Mali said. Commander? After hearing this, Yi Xian and Headstrong couldn't help but look at each other. Wasn't the commander of the Glazed Knights Fairy Luli? Okay. Yi Xian nodded immediately. In fact, Mali didn't completely trust Yi Xian, so he wanted to hand Yi Xian over to Fairy Luli to see if he was sent by the enemy. However, Yi Xian was related to the Life Saint sect, so he shouldn't be a member of the evil faction. No matter what, it was right to hand Yi Xian over to Fairy Luli. Although the experts of the Demonic Dragon Palace had retreated, the atmosphere in Linfeng City was still very strange. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mali found many traders, including many gold knights. Of course, it was impossible to find all the traders. After all, the Glazed Knights were a mixed group of people. In addition to humans and demons, there were also beasts and other races. Soon, the teleportation array was repaired, and Linfeng City was connected to the 5th main city. Then Lin Guangyao teleported over. How are the casualties? Lin Guangyao immediately asked when he saw Mali. It's not that serious, Mali replied. That's good. Lin Guangyao nodded, and then his gaze fell on Caprice. Seeing this, Mali immediately explained, he's a Platinum Holy Light Dragon called Capricious. Why would someone from the Life Saint sect join my Glazed Knights? Lin Guangyao asked in surprise. Can't I just come in and have some fun? He shrugged his shoulders and said, If it weren't for me today, Yi Xian would be dead. There are quite a few traitors in your Glazed Knights. Although Lin Guangyao was a little unhappy when he heard this, he understood that Capricious was not an ordinary person. Even if he cultivated the Glazed Treasure Body, he was not confident that he could defeat him. Yi Xian, come with me to see the commander. Lin Guangyao directly ignored Capricious and said to Yi Xian. Before Yi Xian could speak, Capricious interrupted, Are you going to see your Fairy Luli? Bring me along. You. Lin Guangyao frowned. I'm familiar with your commander, Capricious said disdainfully. Lin Guangyao narrowed his eyes and then used the badge to transmit his voice. Bring them over. After receiving this response, Lin Guangyao nodded and then led Yi Xian and Capricious into the teleportation array. They first teleported to the 5th main city, then to the headquarters of the Glazed Knights. The Glazed Holy Mountain. This was the headquarters of the Glazed Knights. There were countless experts here, and Fairy Luli also lived here. As soon as Lin Guangyao and the others walked out of the teleportation array, 2 female Golden Knights of Ascension Realm LV9 came up to them. "This way, please." The 2 female knights with hot figures walked in the front, leading Yi Xian and the others into the Glazed Holy Mountain. These 2 female knights wore relatively little armor, and their fair skin was exposed to the air, attracting the attention of the surrounding passers-by. However, they didn't dare to look directly because these 2 female knights were Fairy Luli's disciples, and their status was comparable to that of several legion commanders. Soon, under the guidance of these 2 female knights, Yi Xian and the others entered the Glazed Holy Mountain. After passing through layers of spirit arrays, they arrived at the Glazed Holy Temple. At this time, there was a beautiful figure sitting on the Glazed Holy Temple's main seat. This person was Fairy Luli, whom Yi Xian had met once before. She wore a set of pink armor, and her valiant appearance was very different from her appearance that day. When she saw Yi Xian and Capricious behind Lin Guangyao, her expression was slightly surprised. The reason for this change in expression was not because of Capricious, but because of Yi Xian next to Capricious. "Greetings, Commander." Lin Guangyao performed a knight's salute. Fairy Luli glanced at him, and then her gaze fell on Yi Xian again, saying, "I didn't expect it to be you." "Greetings, Senior." Yi Xian hurriedly greeted her. Obviously, Fairy Luli recognized him. Hearing this, Lin Guangyao was surprised. He didn't expect Yi Xian to know Fairy Luli. How was this possible? 2 years ago, you didn't even reach the manifestation realm, but 2 years later, you actually broke through to the connecting heaven realm. I'm afraid even a true immortal can't compare to you. Fairy Luli couldn't help but sigh. Yes, this kid's cultivation speed is even inferior to my life holy sect's chief disciple. This kid joined your Glazed Knights because of me. How about it? Shouldn't you thank me? Capricious directly found a seat and sat down, as if the Glazed Knights were his home. The grievances between you and me have been written off. What are you doing here? Fairy Luli coldly snorted. If you didn't beat me back to my original form, I'm afraid I would have passed the first itinerant immortal tribulation. However, I have to thank you. If not, I wouldn't have been able to compete for the Holy Leader token, Capricious said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Guangyao was shocked again. 1 itinerant immortal tribulation? This Capricious was actually an itinerant immortal before. The peak of the connecting heaven realm's 9th layer was the immortal tribulation. If the immortal world's passage wasn't closed, one would become an immortal after passing the immortal tribulation and could ascend to the immortal tribulation. However, the passage was closed, so one could only become an itinerant immortal after passing the immortal tribulation. Once one became an itinerant immortal, there would be an itinerant immortal tribulation every 1,000 years. It didn't have to be a peak first tribulation itinerant immortal. Of course, the stronger one was, the higher the success rate of passing the tribulation. Capricious wanted to pass an itinerant immortal tribulation, which meant that he was a first tribulation itinerant immortal before, and after passing it, he would become a second tribulation itinerant immortal. It's not that easy for you to get the Holy Leader token. Fairy Luli didn't care about Capricious. Headstrong suddenly slapped the chair and stood up, saying, I think you should also know that other than the 3 evil Holy Lands, the Holy Land of Death and the Netherworld Holy Land have also sent experts over. Although you have the help of the Buddhist Holy Land's Buddhist Holy Land, don't forget that the Penglai Goblin Clan and the Heaven End Palace also want this Holy Master token. Chapter 1625. How about you marry me? I can represent the Life Holy Land and stand on your side. Hearing these words, the other 3 people in the Night Temple were all shocked as if they had misheard. Willful wanted Fairy Luli to marry him? What wishful thinking! Fairy Luli coldly snorted. That's not necessarily true. If not for the previous incident, no one would have known that Taoist Ling Xiao of the Buddhist Holy Land had such a beautiful daughter. So, my father proposed marriage to him and guess what? Capricious suddenly revealed a crafty look, his eyes somewhat wretchedly looking at Fairy Luli. That's impossible. Hearing this, Fairy Luli immediately became anxious. She had never heard of such a thing. Little girl, you will be my Rin family's daughter-in-law sooner or later. You better compromise or you won't get the Holy Master badge. Willful sat back down. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Fairy Luli calmed down. In that case, let's see who's the real deal. You may not know, but my Life Holy Sect's chief disciple is already on his way. When the time comes, he will join hands with me. Your chances of getting the Holy Master badge will be less than 10%. Willful reminded. The competition for the Holy Master Badge of the Penglai Holy Land was very fierce. Apart from the three evil Holy Lands, the Life Holy Land, the Buddhist Holy Land, the Death Holy Land, and the Netherworld Holy Land had all sent people. Not only that, but the Penglai monster race and Tianju Palace were also united. Therefore it would be extremely difficult for Fairy Luli to get the Holy Master Badge. Originally, Wilful didn't want to fight for the Holy Master Badge, but he suddenly thought of something. He could use the Holy Master Badge to exchange for the Sky Connecting Treasure Map. Fairy Luli would definitely agree to this deal. Hearing the conversation between Wilful and Fairy Luli, Lin Guangyao also broke out in cold sweat, not daring to interrupt. At this time, Fairy Luli suddenly said, "Yi Xian, you've cultivated the colored glass treasured body?" "Yes." Yi Xian nodded. Lin Guangyao's expression changed and he said in shock, "How is that possible?" It had only been 3 days since he gave Yi Xian the colored glazed treasured body, but Yi Xian had already mastered the colored glazed treasured body. How was this possible? Breaking through to the connecting heaven realm in 2 years is already a miracle. It's also reasonable for you to cultivate the colored glazed treasured body in 3 days, Fairy Luli said calmly. After her reminder, Lin Guangyao also felt that it made sense. Just now, when Fairy Luli was arguing with Headstrong, she had neglected Yi Xian. Only now did Fairy Luli discover this point. Headstrong had also heard of the strength of the glazed treasure body, but it was nothing to him. After all, his body was also very strong, and it was not any weaker than the glazed treasure body. Looking at Yi Xian, Fairy Luli suddenly had a plan in her mind, but before she could open her mouth, a female knight who was waiting outside the door came in. "Master, there is a person called Yin Yan waiting outside the colored glass sacred mountain," the female knight said. A single thought. This name had appeared just now. It was the Arhat of the Buddhist sect's holy land. Let him in. Hearing this name, Fairy Luli's cold face could not help but smile. "Oh, this little monk came at the right time," Headstrong said in surprise. Soon, the female knight who had just left came in with a somewhat handsome bald young man. This bald young man was the Arhat of the Buddhist sect's holy land Yin Yan. He was wearing a golden kasaya, with one hand clasped together and the other holding a demon-subduing pestle. "Greetings, senior sister." After seeing Fairy Luli, Yin Yan nodded slightly. In the Buddhist sect's holy land, there were 2 branches of Buddhism and Taoism. The Buddhist branch was led by the Buddhist Supreme, and the Taoist branch was led by Taoist Ling Xiao. However, the 2 branches had a good relationship, so Yin Yan called Fairy Luli senior sister. "Junior brother, this time I have to trouble you." After glancing at Headstrong, Fairy Luli said to Yin Yan, "Quite a handsome little monk, why did you become a monk?" Headstrong touched his handsome white hair, fantasizing in his heart that if he became bald, would he also be so handsome? "Shut up." Fairy Luli snorted coldly. This was her territory and Headstrong treated it as his own home and sat down casually, but now he even ridiculed her junior brother. She obviously couldn't stand it. "Greetings, senior." The one-thought monk sensed the life aura in Headstrong's body and immediately recognized him. "I heard you have only cultivated for 300 years. Not bad, not bad. Are you interested in joining my life holy sect? I have many beauties there. You can take whichever one you like. If you dual cultivate, your cultivation speed might be faster." Headstrong said with a smile that was not a smile. This time, Fairy Luli was completely furious. "White-haired dragon, if you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for being impolite. Right now you only have Lin Guangyao and Yin Yan to fight. Who are you trying to scare?" After Headstrong said that, he couldn't help but glance at Fairy Luli. Seeing that Fairy Luli seemed to be really angry, he shrugged and said, "Forget it, I won't lower myself to the same level as a woman. Anyway, you will be my Rin family's daughter-in-law sooner or later." In the Penglai Holy Land, loose immortals were not allowed to fight, so Fairy Luli really couldn't do anything to Headstrong. After all, Headstrong was once a loose immortal expert. Even if Lin Guangyao and the one-thought monk worked together, they probably would not be his opponent. "Lin Guangyao, arrange a place for him to stay," Fairy Luli said to Lin Guangyao. "No need. The chief disciple of my life holy sect is also here. Farewell, Luli." Headstrong suddenly stood up. After glancing at Yi Xian, he directly left the colored glaze holy land. It had to be said that obtaining a holy leader's token really was not easy. On the life holy sect side, there was Headstrong's platinum dragon and chief disciple. On the Holy Land of Death's side, there was the successor of the Holy Land of Death. The Netherworld Holy Land also had a Prince of Netherworld. In addition, the Penglai demon race and Heaven End Palace working together was not just for show. It was basically impossible to steal a holy leader's token from these forces. After all, there were just too many experts. Right now, Fairy Luli was wondering whether she should ask her father to send some people over. However, after thinking about it, she decided to give up on this idea. Inyuan, take your martial uncle to rest. Lin Guangyao, you can go back to your work too. Fairy Luli said to the two of them. Yes. A female knight answered, then left with the one-thought monk. He still had matters to attend to in the 5th main city, so Lin Guangyao also took his leave first. Afterwards, only Fairy Luli and Yi Xian were left in the colored glaze holy temple. Was it that white dragon who asked you to join the glazed knights? Fairy Luli asked straightforwardly. Sort of. Yi Xian nodded. Since Headstrong had already been exposed, he did not hide anything. Chapter 1626. Fairy Luli slowly walked down the stairs and said, I also want to get the Holy Lord token, but I can't do it myself, and the people sent by the various forces are not weak. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get the Holy Lord token. So, I just want to ask you one thing. Are you sure you can improve your cultivation in a short time and then help me? After hearing Fairy Luli's words, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly and said, That depends on what price Senior is willing to pay. Whatever you want, just say it. Fairy Luli said generously. In this regard, Yi Xian did not immediately answer but asked, When will the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance appear? Based on the speed of the Demon Emperor's heir, it will take at least 3 days and at most half a month, Fairy Luli replied. At the same time, she had to admit that the Demon Emperor's heir's talent was a bit strong. Even if half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance was refined by a loose immortal, it would not be so fast. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly raised. The more urgent the time was, the more Fairy Luli would pay attention to it, so he could ask for an exorbitant price. Although Fairy Luli could not do it, she was still a loose immortal, and the youngest daughter of the Buddhist sect's Holy Land Taoist Ling Xiao. Her background was not small. Then, her wealth was probably beyond imagination. Immediately he made a list of what he needed, which was similar to the things he swallowed. Fire attribute heaven and earth treasures, strange flames, ores and so on, but there was also the 5 attributes Luli because he wanted to cultivate the Luli treasure body. I have a way to refine heaven and earth treasures in a short time and improve my cultivation. After Yi Xian finished, he paused and said, However, this is only one of the conditions. I have another condition. What condition? Fairy Luli asked. Yi Xian said without thinking, Willful said you have a sky-piercing treasure map, so I want to see it. His mission was not to obtain the sky-bearing treasure map, but to confirm whether Fairy Luli had the sky-bearing treasure map. As long as it was confirmed, his mission would be considered complete. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Fairy Luli's face suddenly turned cold. She didn't expect that in addition to being interested in the Holy Master token, this willful fellow was also coveting her heavenly treasure map. Although he didn't know where Caprice got this information, it wasn't important. Just a glance? Fairy Luli asked in surprise. Yes, I just want to take a look. Senior, just hold it in your hand. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. Fairy Luli was silent. She didn't know what kind of trick Yi Xian was playing. Even if she really gave the heaven-reaching treasure map to Yi Xian, given his cultivation level of heaven-reaching realm tier 1, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to take it away. Moreover, she would be the one holding the map. Alright, I promise you. Fairy Luli responded with a sentence. In any case, she wouldn't be in any danger in this little holy land. After all, even loose immortals couldn't make a move, so who could snatch the heaven-reaching treasure map from her hands? Immediately, she took out a sheepskin scroll from her universe ring and opened it. As soon as I close the scroll, I will instantly forget the things on this scroll. Moreover, you don't know whether it's real or not, Fairy Luli said to Yi Xian. However, how could he know that Yi Xian had such a heaven-defying thing? Ding. Copy of the first heaven-reaching treasure map completed. After hearing the system's notification, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh inwardly. The heaven-reaching treasure map that he gave old immortal Tianju had already been copied by him. That was the second heaven-reaching treasure map. And the one in front of him now was the first heaven-reaching treasure map. The system's notification meant that the heaven-reaching treasure map was real. Since it was confirmed, his task could be considered completed. He hurriedly passed this information to Caprice. Very good, I will quickly ask my father to send a betrothal gift to Taoist Ling Xiao. Caprice sent a voice transmission to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was a little confused and asked directly, It's just a heaven-reaching treasure map. What's the use of it? At present, the heaven-reaching treasure map has no other use, but whoever has the heaven-reaching treasure map has the right to speak. Caprice replied. In this regard, Yi Xian was too lazy to care. Anyway, his task could be considered completed. Senior, this junior has seen enough. Yi Xian said to Fairy Luli. Hearing this, Fairy Luli quickly closed the heaven-reaching treasure map and then put it back into her universe ring. At this time she had already reacted and asked, "This is what the white-haired dragon asked you to confirm, right?" Yi Xian nodded slightly. Although the heaven-reaching treasure map had been copied, it couldn't be copied. It could only be looked at, which was useless. Fairy Luli was very displeased. Originally, her father didn't know about the heaven-reaching treasure map, but now she could only take the initiative to report it, lest Caprice beat her to it. What Caprice said was indeed the truth, and Fairy Luli had already confirmed it from her father. Although the betrothal gifts had not been given, Taoist Ling Xiao had really agreed. "This toad, I'll beat you back to your original form later," Fairy Luli said in her heart, then her gaze fell on Yi Xian again. "I'll have someone send those things to you later. However, if you use ordinary glass to cultivate the treasure body of colored glass, you can only cultivate to the 6th level. After that, you will need to use supreme-grade treasures which I don't have now." Yi Xian nodded slightly, indifferent to this. Then, another female knight led him out of the colored glass holy temple and arranged a place for him to stay. Now all he had to do was wait quietly for the big gift package to be delivered. TSK, it hasn't been long since I came to the Penglai Demon Clan, but I've already improved so quickly. Once my realm increases, the successor of the Emperor of Death and the Prince of Netherworld will have to scram. Yi Xian was very excited at this moment. Soon, the female knight returned with a universe ring and handed it to Yi Xian. After Yi Xian checked the universe ring, he couldn't help but shudder. The things in this universe ring were simply beyond his imagination. However, he didn't devour them immediately because he still had to plan. In the Penglai Divine Land, itinerant immortal experts generally wouldn't make a move. Once they did, they would definitely be punished by the Heavenly Tao, which would result in serious injuries or death. As such, the fight for the Divine Leader's token this time mainly relied on experts at the peak of the 9th level of the Ascension Realm. The successor of the Emperor of Death, the Prince of Netherworld, the Monk One Thought, and the Platinum Holy Light Dragon Caprice all had the strength to pass the tribulation, but they suppressed it to the peak of the 9th level of the Ascension Realm, so their battle strength was very strong. Chapter 1627. Although Fairy Luli asked for Yi Xian's help, if he obtained the Sacred Leader token, wouldn't Fairy Luli owe him a favor? Itinerant immortals can't take action, but I wonder if Wei Jintian can, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, the old tree was extremely suitable for snatching the Sacred Leader token, so he was a little hesitant. If he broke through to Ascension Realm level 9, the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Jintian would all become itinerant immortals. If he changed the distribution method, then he could have one itinerant immortal battle force, and the other two could stay at Ascension Realm level 9. Alright, that's it. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian made a decision and began to devour the fire attribute treasures, as well as the corpses of the Ascension beasts. Ding. Host has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 2. Ding. Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 4. Ding. Host has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 3. Ding. Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 5. Ding. Host has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 4. Ding. Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 6. Ding. Host has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 5. Ding. Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 7. Ding. Host has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 6. Ding. Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 9. System notifications rang out one after another. Yi Xian's plan was to first push the old tree to the peak of Ascension Realm level 9. That way the old tree would no longer have any restrictions. Then she would devour ores and the like to level up, because this way the old tree would not gain any experience points. However, at this moment, ding. Host has devoured the 9 Dragon Thunder Flame. Ding. Spirit of Ashes has mutated. Spirit of Ashes has mutated into Ashes of Thunder Fire. These two system notifications caught Yi Xian off guard. There were many ways to upgrade the old tree. For example, the corpse of a heavenly beast, a heavenly treasure of the fire attribute, or even a heavenly flame. There was a dragon-shaped heavenly flame in the interspatial ring. It was the 9-dragon thunder flame, ranked 3rd on the heavenly flame list. It was this 9-dragon thunder flame that caused the old tree to mutate. F***ck, what a pleasant surprise. Yi Xian was shocked and quickly checked the new attributes of the old tree. Spirit of Ash's name had been changed to Ember of Thunder Fire, and the 3 skills of the old tree had all changed. The Flaming Sun Rope turned into the 9 Dragons Thunder Astral Chain, the Blazing Fire Dome turned into the 9 Dragons Thunder Fire Dome, and the remaining flames turned into the 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. Apart from that, there was also another big move, 9 Dragons Sky Roaring Strike. This move had a cooldown of 1 day. Haha, I've made a profit, I've made a huge profit. Yi Xian's eyes flickered with excitement. He originally only wanted the old tree to be upgraded to Heaven Ascension Stage 9, but he didn't expect such a surprise. He immediately ordered the old tree to fight the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian in the planting space. Remnant Flame could originally split into 2 clones, but this new 9 Dragons Thunder Flash allowed him to create 9 clones. This could confuse others and at the same time increase his speed and range. The first attack power had also increased from 30% to 50%. Most importantly, the old tree's attack was mixed with the lightning attribute, which had a paralyzing effect. He only needed 1 punch to turn the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian into pieces. Of course, the old tree was currently in Heaven Ascension Stage 9, 6 levels higher than the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. It was normal for him to kill them instantly. As the other 3 skills all had cooldowns, Yi Xian didn't let the old tree use them for the time being. Previously, the old tree had always been 2 levels higher than Yi Xian. Now that he had poured all his resources into him, he was 3 levels higher than Yi Xian. Yi Xian and the old tree had a contract that guaranteed their levels. Therefore, the old tree's level wouldn't be lower than Yi Xian, but it also wouldn't exceed Yi Xian by 3 levels. As long as Yi Xian didn't break through to Heaven Ascension Stage 7, the old tree would at most be at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9, and wouldn't break through to Loose Immortal. Therefore, Yi Xian once again devoured some fire attribute heavenly treasures, and the old tree successfully broke through to the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. After all, he had more than doubled his growth. At this time, Yi Xian was only in the middle of Heaven Ascension Stage 6. Haha, I didn't expect this old man to reach the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Truly unexpected. The old tree was even more excited than Yi Xian. Thinking back, he was only a wish fulfillment realm devil tree battle soldier. After following Yi Xian, he broke through to the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage. Then, the next step would be to become a Loose Immortal. Old tree, I'm going to snatch that Holy Leader token, so don't undergo your tribulation for now, Yi Xian quickly reminded. No problem, I'll definitely get that Holy Leader token. The old tree was full of confidence. After all, he was now at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Even facing Lin Guangyao, who had the colored glazed treasure body, the old tree was confident that he could send him flying with a punch. The first step had been completed, so the next step was the second. Ghost Dome Great Emperor Wei Zhentian, it's your turn now. After saying this, Yi Xian began to devour the ores and weapons. Ding. Host has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 7. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 4. Ding. Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 4. Ding. Host has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 8. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Ding. Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 9. After Yi Xian devoured a large amount of ores and materials, Wei Zhentian and Ghost Dome Great Emperor had finally reached the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. At this moment, Yi Xian was thinking whether to continue devouring. The peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9 was just a step away from becoming a rogue immortal. He just didn't know if Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian could successfully break through to the rogue immortal realm. Old tree is now at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian are also at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. If the 3 of them help me, the others won't be able to defeat me. Yi Xian thought inwardly. However, he was still hesitating. He wanted Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian to break through directly because Wei Zhentian was a weapon. He didn't know if weapons would be punished by the heavens if they attacked in Penglai Divine Land. It's better to be cautious. I'll let them stay at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Yi Xian decided to give up. Anyway, with the strength of the 4 of them, they could probably do whatever they wanted in the entire Penglai Divine Land. As long as the rogue immortals didn't interfere, they were almost invincible. Although Yi Xian hadn't reached Heaven Ascension Stage 9 yet, he didn't care. With his current strength, he had the confidence to fight alone. Chapter 1628. In the planting space, the mutated old tree was already fighting with the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. One had to admit that the mutated old tree was extremely powerful. He had no problem fighting against two opponents at the same time. Previously, he was only stronger than Wei Zhentian and weaker than the Ghost Dome Great Emperor when they were at the same level. Now he was even stronger than the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian combined. Haha, try this. The old tree looked at the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian who were charging towards him. Suddenly he threw out 9 lightning fire chains. This was the Lightning Fire Ember's new skill, the 9-Dragon Lightning Chain. There was a total of 9 chains that were locked onto the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. The two of them couldn't break free in a short time. The 9-Dragon Lightning Chain had a paralyzing effect, but it didn't have much effect on the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the old tree suddenly turned into 9 dragon shadows and charged towards the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Strike. Rumble. The 9 dragon shadows hit the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Immediately, the sky was filled with lightning, followed by a loud rumbling sound. This was considered one of the old tree's ultimate moves. The power of this attack wasn't small. Even Wei Zhentian and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor couldn't block it completely. Ding. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor is dead. Ding. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor is revived. There was a difference between the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. The latter was made of metal while the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was just a skeleton under the armor. Under the 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Strike, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was killed instantly. Of course, if that attack had landed on Wei Zhentian, he probably wouldn't have been able to block it. That 9 Dragon Lightning Flame is really a blessing. Yi Xian couldn't help but think in his heart. The old tree had devoured at least 40 types of mysterious flames. However, none of them could make him mutate. Coincidentally, Fairy Luli gave him a 9 Dragon Lightning Flame. He was really lucky. If that wasn't the case, the old tree would still be the Spirit of Ash, and its combat power would only be slightly stronger than Wei Zhentian. With these 3 great generals present, it could be said that Yi Xian was determined to obtain this Holy Lord Command token. Unfortunately, he had already promised Fairy Luli, otherwise, he would have definitely taken this Holy Lord Command token for himself. Very quickly, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Yi Xian did not step out of the house. Otherwise he might scare Fairy Luli to death. Breaking through from the 1st tier of the Heavenly Completion Realm to the 8th tier of the Heavenly Completion Realm in a single day was too terrifying. Although this was also the case for willfulness, he had once secluded himself in the Life Saint sect. He had merely suppressed his cultivation. As for Yi Xian, he had truly broken through. Yi Xian, how's your cultivation coming along? At noon on the 3rd day, Fairy Luli couldn't help but ask about the situation. Don't worry. I will definitely get the Holy Leader's token this time. Yi Xian did not directly say that he had broken through to the 8th tier of the Heavenly Ascension state. Alright. When Fairy Luli heard this, she was overjoyed. However, she did not disturb Yi Xian. After all, this period of time was very crucial. Time passed little by little. The outside world was calm and peaceful. However, on the 7th day, Yi Xian, just now the Penglai Demon Tribe sent news that the Demon Emperor's successor has successfully refined half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. Tomorrow we will head directly to the Penglai Demon Tribe. Fairy Luli transmitted to Yi Xian. Have we arrived? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Although this half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance was not bad, compared to the Holy Leader's token, it was a little insignificant. Although the Glazed Knights also had their eyes on this Holy Leader's token, they knew that no matter who the Holy Leader's token fell into, it could not fall into the hands of the Evil Dao Holy Ground. Otherwise, when the Evil Dao Holy Ground's rogue immortals refined the Holy Leader's token, the Penglai Holy Ground's forces would be massacred. After all, the rogue immortals who refined the Holy Leader's token could fight in the Penglai Holy Ground without being punished by the Heavenly Dao. At that time, who would be able to fight against them? How's your cultivation going now? Fairy Luli asked curiously. Ascension Realm LV8. Yi Xian replied. What? This answer shocked Fairy Luli. Sure enough, she had not misjudged him. In just 7 days, Yi Xian had broken through from Ascension Realm LV1 to Ascension Realm LV8. It was simply inconceivable. If she had not seen Yi Xian before, she would have thought that he was the reincarnation of an immortal. Come to the Glazed Holy Temple, Fairy Luli said to Yi Xian. Immediately Yi Xian headed to the Glazed Holy Temple. He knew that Fairy Luli wanted to see his realm with her own eyes. When he arrived, he found that there were already 3 people sitting inside. One of them was Fairy Luli, while the other two were one-thought monk from the Buddhist holy ground and Lin Guangyao, the commander of the Fifth Army. In fact, before Yi Xian arrived at the glazed holy temple, the three of them had already felt the aura in Yi Xian's body. Ascension Realm LV8. Sure enough, he was Ascension Realm LV8. The three of them had already widened their eyes in shock. Moreover, Fairy Lu Li also sensed that Yi Xian had already cultivated the glazed treasure body to the 6th stage, the same as Lin Guangyao. It's truly inconceivable. He actually broke through to Ascension Realm LV8. Lin Guangyao said in disbelief. Could this benefactor be the reincarnation of an immortal, but his inherited memories have yet to awaken? One-thought monk could not help but ask. Greetings to the three seniors. Yi Xian greeted them respectfully. Not even 100 years old, yet you've cultivated to such a level. Even the Life Saint sect master cannot compare to your talent. Fairy Lu Li also sighed in amazement. The Life Saint sect master had only spent 200 years to become a loose immortal. This was a legend. In this world only Yi Xian could compare to him. However, so what if his talent was good? It could not help with the current situation. Yi Xian, you and Yin Yuan will fight. Fairy Lu Li suddenly said. Afterwards, a female knight rushed into the glazed holy temple. She was Fairy Lu Li's eldest disciple, a gold knight at Ascension Realm LV9. Testing my strength? Fine. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. He turned around and looked at the hot female knight in front of him. Fairy Lu Li had paid a great price to push him to his current realm. If his battle prowess was insufficient, he would not be able to participate in the upcoming battle for the Holy Lord's token. Therefore Yi Xian had to defeat this Yin Yuan. Come. Yi Xian clenched his fists and said to Yin Yuan. Excuse me. After Yin Yuan let out a low shout, her aura immediately increased by several times. She directly charged towards Yi Xian with her bare hands. Yin Yuan did not use any ability with this punch, but it tore open a long spatial crack. Even without the spatial crack, this punch was enough to instantly kill an ordinary Ascension Realm LV9 martial artist. This was the strength of a genius. Chapter 1629. Bang! Yi Xian casually threw out a punch, which collided with Yin Yuan's delicate fist. When the two true chis collided, a shockwave immediately swept out. At this moment Yi Xian's fist seemed to have hit a piece of tofu. After all, his current physique was more than 100 times stronger than before. Crack! With a crisp sound, Yin Yuan's arm was fractured, and she was blasted out of the lapis lazuli holy temple. Challenging someone of a higher rank, victory. Yin Yuan, who was sent flying by Yi Xian, opened her eyes wide. She couldn't believe that she had been defeated. However, this was not the end. Bang! Yin Yuan quickly stabilized her body, and then rushed toward Yi Xian again. This time she used her left hand. Heaven-piercing magic, lapis gold-shattering fist. This move could be considered her strongest attack. However, Yi Xian also knew how to use it. Ding! Lapis gold-shattering fist copied successfully. The moment Yi Xian made his move, Fairy Lu Li was shocked again. This was because she didn't teach Yi Xian this magic. How did Yi Xian learn it? This brat was indeed extraordinary. Boom! This time there was no suspense. Yin Yuan was sent flying again. Her left hand was even more miserable than her right hand. All the bones were shattered and blood flowed out. It had to be said that Yi Xian really didn't know how to show mercy to women. With just 2 punches he had crippled this hot female knight. However, this kind of injury was nothing to an expert of reaching Heaven Realm LV9. He could recover quickly. Not bad. A mere reaching Heaven Realm LV8 easily defeated Yin Yuan. Your strength is not bad. However, Yin Yuan's strength is at most on par with Commander Ma Li. If you want to participate in the next battle, you are not qualified. Fairy Lu Li said to Yi Xian. In that case, please enlighten me, Legion Commander. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and cupped his fist toward Lin Guangyao. If he wanted to gain Fairy Lu Li's approval, he could only fight with Lin Guangyao. Good. Hearing this, Lin Guangyao immediately shouted and stood up. Currently in the Glazed Knights, apart from Fairy Lu Li and the 4 loose immortal rank commanders, there was no one else who could match them. As long as Yi Xian was qualified to fight him, the Glazed Knights would have one more powerful helper. Although Lin Guangyao was a realm higher than Yi Xian, he didn't dare to be careless when he saw how confident Yi Xian was. Yi Xian, come on. Lin Guangyao clenched his fists and said to Yi Xian. All right. Without saying a word, Yi Xian turned into a shadow and rushed towards Lin Guangyao. This speed was beyond Lin Guangyao's imagination. One had to know that Yi Xian's shadow steps had been upgraded to 1000 extinction flash and could be used in battle. This was a very practical skill. Although it consumed a lot of vital qi, he still had the immortal phoenix bloodline to support it. This consumption could be recovered in an instant. Glazed gold shattering fist. This punch had already torn a long crack in space. Together with the glazed treasure body, its power was enormous. In addition, Yi Xian had the ultimate realm. Even if he used his fists, his attack power would be doubled. Facing this punch, Lin Guangyao's expression turned solemn. Then he stomped his foot forward and collided with Yi Xian. Bang! A loud sound spread in the glazed holy temple. Yi Xian and Lin Guangyao's fists collided. On the surface, the two of them were evenly matched. But don't forget that Yi Xian had unicorn's vital qi, which had the effect of burning everything in the world. The next moment, Lin Guangyao's right fist caught fire. What? Lin Guangyao was shocked and quickly extinguished the flames with his vital qi. Fortunately, he also had the glazed treasure body. Otherwise, this fist would have burned his bones. This time, Lin Guangyao had to show his true strength. Glazed suppression sky ring. The vital qi in Lin Guangyao's body quickly circulated and suddenly gushed out. 5 types of light illuminated the entire glazed holy temple. This vital qi shook Yi Xian's body at lightning speed. Yi Xian only felt a pain in his chest and was sent flying. In terms of magical powers, he was weaker, but in the next moment he made up for this gap. Ding! Glazed suppression sky ring copied successfully. Just as this system notification sounded, Lin Guangyao attacked again. This time, a large saber on the back of a tiger appeared in his hand. He fiercely slashed at Yi Xian, who was sent flying. Since the opponent had already revealed his weapon, Yi Xian couldn't hold back. Wei Zhentian, come. Yi Xian directly took out the Skyquake sword. He hadn't fought side by side with Wei Zhentian for a long time. This slash was Lin Guangyao's strongest attack. If he couldn't block it, his entire body would be cut in half. However, the glazed gold shattering fist wasn't his strongest attack. Sky-piercing mystique, nihility flame sword wave. Whoosh. 2 cold lights flashed and 2 spatial cracks intersected. With a bang, Lin Guangyao's slash was directly shattered by the nihility flame sword wave. Although the ultimate realm allowed Yi Xian to be proficient in any weapon, he was still used to using swords. After all, the nihility flame sword wave was exchanged for with 2 devour points. Moreover, he had the immortal phoenix bloodline and the immortal eye unicorn bloodline to increase his flame attack. If this attack couldn't destroy Lin Guangyao's saber light, then it would be too wrong. This attack was beyond Lin Guangyao's imagination. Even Glazed Fairy didn't expect it. However, it wasn't that easy to kill a Glazed Knight. Glazed Suppression Sky Triple Chain. Lin Guangyao used all his strength to perform this move. After all, Yi Xian's Nihility Flame Sword Wave had clashed with the Saber Light once. After the triple chain shock, the power that fell on Lin Guangyao was not that great. Even so, this Nihility Flame Sword Wave had directly injured Lin Guangyao, who had cultivated the Glazed Treasure Body Stage 6. If they continued to fight, Lin Guangyao would definitely lose. This attack had already determined the winner, so Glazed Fairy said, "That's enough, stop." There were more important things to do next. It wouldn't be good if he was injured here. If we continue to fight, I don't think I'm your match. You should still have a trump card that you haven't used, right? Lin Guangyao quickly healed his injuries and said to Yi Xian. Yes. Yi Xian nodded without any modesty. He had many trump cards. The Old Tree, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian. Any one of them could probably fight with Lin Guangyao. In addition, he still had the Slaughter Mark skill that he hadn't used, and he didn't use the Blade Storm skill. With this strength, he could probably fight with a rogue immortal, let alone Lin Guangyao. Very good, I didn't misjudge you. Glazed Fairy's cold face couldn't help but reveal a smile. She said, but you're only at Ascension Stage 8 now. Can you still improve? Chapter 1630. The heavenly treasures that Fairy Luli gave Yi Xian were enough to create several peak Ascension Stage LV9 experts. Now, if she wanted to raise him from Ascension Stage LV8 to peak Ascension Stage LV9, she would need several times more heavenly treasures than before. However, he knew that Fairy Luli would be willing to part with them. Okay, I'll give them to you. Fairy Luli gritted her teeth and threw out several rare treasures from her Cosmos ring. These were priceless treasures that even Lin Guangyao would be envious of. This time, Fairy Luli really put in a lot of effort. This time, I'm betting on you. If you fail, you have to pay me back 10 times. Fairy Luli suddenly said stingily. Okay. Yi Xian didn't bargain. He could easily defeat Lin Guangyao now, so his strength was probably at the top. If he broke through again, who could fight him? Don't be careless. Although your strength is above Lin Guangyao, there's still a gap between you and those top geniuses. Those people have the ability to pass the immortal tribulation, but they've been suppressing their realms. Their cultivation is extremely terrifying, even comparable to loose immortals. You have to pay special attention to the two troublesome people from the Holy Land of Death and the Holy Land of Nether, Fairy Luli reminded. Although Lin Guangyao was peak ascension stage LV9, his cultivation time was too short, and the three evil Holy Lands probably sent out 10,000-year-old monsters. If one really wanted to compare, Lin Guangyao's strength could only be ranked in the third tier. The second tier were those who had lived for a long time, such as the three evil Holy Lands experts. As for the first tier, it was Platinum Holy Light Dragon Capricious, Death Emperor's successor Gen E, Prince of Netherworld, and so on. Although they weren't as old as the second tier, they had great backgrounds and weren't easy to deal with. For example, Platinum Holy Light Dragon Capricious. If he hadn't been beaten back to his original form, he would be a loose immortal expert. Although these people were troublesome, Yi Xian wasn't afraid. After all, he had a few helpers. When he used his ultimate move, even a loose immortal would be defeated. He had surpassed Lin Guangyao before breaking through, and was probably in the second tier. If he broke through to Ascension Stage LV9, he would definitely be in the first tier. Ding. The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now in Heaven Ascension Stage LV9. In an instant, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed to the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage Level 9. Ding. The host has reached the peak of Connecting Heaven State Level 9. Ding. Host has met the Immortal Tribulation requirements. Ding. The current success rate of the host's tribulation is 95%. Another 3 system notifications rang out. 95% was already a very high success rate. Yi Xian estimated that as long as his 3 doppelgangers fused together and increased his strength by 20%, he would be able to successfully transcend the tribulation. However, even after successfully passing the tribulation, he still couldn't ascend to the immortal world because the passageway to the immortal world was closed. However, most of them had to start cultivating as itinerant immortals. Right now there were still important matters to attend to. Thus, Yi Xian would not choose to undergo tribulation. He would first obtain the Holy Leader Medallion. He actually broke through from LV8 to the peak of LV9 in an instant. Truly, Fairy Luli and the others were so shocked that they were speechless. With your current realm, I'm afraid I can't even take a punch from you, Lin Guangyao said self-deprecatingly. He knew that Yi Xian's current strength should be in the first tier. He wasn't someone that he who was in the third tier could fight. Very good. With your help, the Glazed Knights have the ability to fight the Holy Land of Death and the Underworld Holy Land, Fairy Luli said to Yi Xian. Senior, don't worry. I have an 80% chance of obtaining the Holy Leader Medallion, Yi Xian said confidently. Good. Fairy Luli was very satisfied. Next, it would depend on whether Yi Xian could really obtain the Holy Leader Medallion. The next day they would head to Penglai to discuss the battle plan. At that time they would discuss how to deal with the evil Holy Land. Very soon a day had passed. The Glazed Knights had a teleportation array that led directly to Penglai. It was very convenient. The next day Fairy Luli brought Lin Guangyao, Monk One Thought, and Yi Xian to Penglai. Whoosh! The teleportation array began to operate. Yi Xian was a little excited because Luo Luo was born in Penglai. However, she had just been born and hadn't unlocked her inherited memories. She probably wouldn't recognize him. At this time, the vision in front of him shook. Yi Xian's senses suddenly became stronger. Although Luo Luo was reborn, she still had a connection with Yi Xian. When Yi Xian landed, he sensed that Luo Luo was in the north. The distance was very close. However, there was already a group of demons waiting at the teleportation palace. Greetings, Fairy Luli. An old man came up and said, I'm Yao Shan. I've been waiting here for a long time. The other forces have arrived? Fairy Luli asked directly. Yes. Yao Shan nodded. Although it wasn't the appointed time, the Glazed Knights, who had the teleportation array, were the last to arrive. This made them feel a little helpless. Immediately, Yao Shan led Fairy Luli and the other 3 to the conference hall. There were a total of 4 forces participating in the war conference. In addition to the Penglai demons, there was also Tianju Palace, Glazed Knights, and Life Sacred Land. Therefore they were a 4-way alliance. Soon Yi Xian and the other 3 were brought to the conference hall. At this time there were already many people in the conference hall. Moreover, they weren't weak. The weakest was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. One of them was even a rogue immortal expert. This person sat at the head of the table and was an acquaintance of Yi Xian. He was Old Immortal Tianju. Although he had already guessed it, after seeing Old Immortal Tianju's real body, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Damn, this is a real hidden expert. When he wasn't a supremacy, he had already seen old immortal Tianju. Now he was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9, crossing the 3 sovereign disasters and Heaven Ascension Stage 9. No one would have thought that the mysterious person who appeared in the remote Blood Rock continent was actually a rogue immortal. Although the old immortal Tianju there was only a clone, it was still shocking enough. Yi Xian followed Fairy Lu Li into the conference hall and immediately became the center of attention. Everyone had heard of Lin Guanyao. The one-thought monk's appearance and attire were rather eye-catching, so everyone recognized him. However, where did this stranger Yi Xian come from? At this moment, there was another acquaintance of Yi Xian in the conference hall. He was the Platinum Radiant Dragon, Headstrong. He had also come. Hey Yi Xian. When Headstrong saw Yi Xian, he immediately greeted him. Chapter 1631. Headstrong was an itinerant immortal previously, which was why he could recover to the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage Level 9 so quickly. However, Yi Xian had climbed up by himself. It was unbelievable that he could break through to the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage Level 9 in an instant. Headstrong carefully sized up Yi Xian. He estimated that Yi Xian's strength was probably not weaker than his. What a monster. At this time, there was a young man beside Headstrong who was also at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage Level 9. He should be the chief disciple of the Life Saint sect, Ren Feng. In addition, there was the #1 genius of the Penglai demon race, Yao Tian, and old immortal Tianju's disciple, Lin Zhanhao. The geniuses of the Penglai demon race, Tianju Palace, Glazed Knights, Life Saint sect, and Buddhist sect were all present. Fairy Lu Li led Yi Xian and the other two and sat down. At this time, old immortal Tianju's gaze fell on Yi Xian and said, "You don't look surprised. It seems that you already know my identity." Hearing this, Fairy Lu Li was shocked. Everyone also turned to look at Yi Xian. "Greetings, senior." Yi Xian hurriedly stood up and greeted. "It's fine. I watched you grow from the Blood Rock continent to where you are today. There's no need to be restrained," old immortal Tianju said slowly. When he met Yi Xian back then, Yi Xian was fighting with the demon race. Later, he could not bear to see the demon race of the wasteland go extinct, so he stepped in to stop it. At that time, Yi Xian was only at the Void God realm. He was not even a supremacy. As soon as this was said, the surrounding people were surprised. Blood Rock continent? Isn't that the Demon Emperor's hometown? Yes, the Demon Emperor seems to be from the wasteland demon race of the Blood Rock continent. I didn't expect this young man to come from the same place as the Demon Emperor. However, that place is too barren, so old immortal Tianju only condensed an energy clone to guard that place. In the meeting hall, some demon race people were discussing in low voices. Yi Xian finally understood. The demon emperor that these demon race people were talking about was the Dragon Sparrow Fairy, old immortal Tianju's wife. Who would have thought that the Blood Rock continent actually produced such an awesome figure? We'll talk about the little fox later. Let's talk business first. After old immortal Tianju finished speaking, he couldn't help but look around and said, "This time our opponent's background is not small, everyone should know. There are quite a few 9th tier Heaven Ascension realm experts from the various major powers who can participate, but in terms of top tier battle prowess, I'm afraid that we're still inferior to them." That's right. As far as I know, the Evil Path Holy Land has brought a lot of experts, more than us, Fairy Lu Li said. The surrounding people couldn't help but size him up. The Emperor of Death's successor is one, the Prince of Netherworld is another, and the Platinum Holy Light Dragon is another. Although my Penglai demon clans Yao Tian and Tianju Palace's Lin Zhanhao are not bad, they can't compare to them. An elder from the demon race said. They divided their strength into 3 tiers. The first tier consisted of the Wayward Three, the second tier consisted of Yao Tian and Lin Zhanhao, and the third tier consisted of people like Lin Guanyao. If the 3 echelons were added together, they would be able to gather 30 people. But this time, the Corrupt Path Holy Lands had sent at least 50 people, so it was a bit difficult to handle. Yi Xian sat there silently, listening to the discussions of the others, and sneered in his heart. His strength was definitely in the first tier. When the time came to join forces with Wayward, they could fight the Emperor of Death's successor and the Prince of Netherworld. In addition, the Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Jintian were all 9th tier Heaven Ascension realm experts. Although their strength wasn't considered top tier, other than Wei Jintian, the Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor should be in the second tier. Most importantly, Yi Xian still had the planting space. Even if he encountered the Emperor of Death's successor, as long as he caught him off guard, he might be able to kill him in an instant. Yi Xian, on the other hand, didn't really listen to this meeting. It was nothing more than some strategic deployments, team formation and so on. In any case, everyone thought that he was on the same level as Lin Guangyao, so they didn't take him to heart. Kid, you want to help that little girl Lu Li get the Holy Leader token? Wayward suddenly sent a voice transmission to Yi Xian. Yes. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'm still in the first tier of the Heaven Ascension realm. In order to help me break through, she also paid a huge price, Yi Xian replied. You scammer. If you had said so earlier, I would have just given it to you. Then I could have used the Holy Leader token to force a marriage. Wayward was helpless. Didn't you want the Heavenspan treasure map? Yi Xian asked in shock. The Heavenspan treasure map is what my Life Saint sect needs, but I've changed my mind. Now that we're together, it'll be much more convenient for us to explore the passage to the immortal world in the future. Wayward raised his eyebrows and said, now that you've come out of nowhere, you've made things a lot more difficult for me. However, if we really meet, I won't show you any mercy. Aha, then let's fight when the time comes. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh in response. Since fusing with the immortal slaying bloodline, he hadn't had a good fight. He couldn't even figure out the power of those skills. This Wayward should be a good opponent. After all, he was once a loose immortal. Okay, but I suggest we first join hands to deal with the Holy Land of Death and the Netherworld Holy Land. These two forces killed many of my Life Saint sect's disciples, Wayward said. Okay. Yi Xian nodded. Since they were able to hold a meeting here, it meant that they were temporarily on the same side. They would first send the Evil Path Holy Land flying, and then decide the owner of the Holy Leader token. The battle meeting had been going on for a long time, and now it had reached its climax. Suddenly, Fairy Lu Li asked, that Demon Emperor's successor, we haven't seen him yet. Can he come out and meet us? The Demon Emperor's successor had already refined half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. He wanted to rely on this half of the inheritance to find the other half, so he was the most important person this time. Okay. Old Immortal Tianju nodded and immediately sent a voice transmission to someone. At the same time, he glanced at Yi Xian sitting next to Fairy Lu Li. Yi Xian felt a little strange, but in the next moment his body suddenly trembled. He felt that a familiar aura was quickly approaching the conference hall. Could it be? Yi Xian couldn't believe it and stared blankly at the entrance of the conference hall. Soon, a petite voice walked in under the protection of two ninth-layer Heaven Ascension realm experts. It was a little girl who seemed to be about 6 years old. Her appearance shocked everyone present. Could it be that this little girl was the Demon Emperor's successor? After everyone felt the aura on her body, they were able to confirm it. This little girl was actually at the peak of ninth-layer Heaven Ascension realm. However, at this time, the most shocked person was Yi Xian because there was some kind of connection between him and this little girl. Luoluo. Chapter 1632. How is this possible? How long has it been since Luoluo reincarnated? How is this possible? Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. He was certain that this little girl was Luoluo's reincarnation because he had a master and servant blood contract with Luoluo in his previous life. Even if she reincarnated, it was not broken. However, Yi Xian did not understand how Luoluo had grown so much in just a month's time. Could it be that she was directly born in a body? Or did she use some method to accelerate her growth? The little girl walked in front of Yi Xian and used her big eyes to size up Yi Xian. She asked curiously, "Big brother, why is there something strange between us?" This. Yi Xian did not know how to explain. Luoluo, come here first. Old Immortal Tianju suddenly shouted. Yi Xian was in disbelief. He did not expect that after Luoluo reincarnated, not only did she enter the monster clan, she was also called Luoluo. Of course, this could be the name that Old Immortal Tianju changed for her. When Luoluo heard Old Immortal Tianju's voice, she glanced at Yi Xian. Then she ran over and intimately sat on Old Immortal Tianju's lap. Then she called out, "Grandfather." This time Yi Xian was shocked again. Grandfather? Luoluo was actually born as Old Immortal Tianju's granddaughter? Don't misunderstand. I only recognized her as my god-granddaughter. She was born in the Monster Fox clan and obtained the Monster Emperor's inheritance. Old Immortal Tianju transmitted to Yi Xian. I see. Yi Xian nodded silently. This matter was not important. However, he did not expect Luoluo to be the Monster Emperor's successor. This was too much of a coincidence. This meant that when the time came, Luoluo would not be looking for the other half of the inheritance? Luoluo obtained the Monster Emperor's inheritance. When the time comes, she will lead us to find the other half of the Monster Emperor's inheritance and the Holy Lord token. Old Immortal Tianju said to everyone. Why is it a child? Yi Xian asked curiously. Old Immortal Tianju explained, She has an extremely high compatibility with the inheritance my wife left behind. After receiving the inheritance, she grew up to look like a 6-year-old child. In fact, she was only born a month ago. Although they didn't know what was going on, they weren't very interested in this topic. Then will she also join the battle? Fairy Luli asked. Although she has only been born for slightly more than a month, I have already helped her condense a soul seed. Furthermore, it is in my hands. As for fighting strength, it is not any weaker than Yao Tian. Therefore, when the time comes, I will let her form a small team of 3 with Yao Tian and Lin Zhanhao. Old Immortal Tianju said. Yao Tian and Lin Zhanhao were the second echelon in terms of combat strength. If Lolua's strength was similar to Yao Tian's, then they would have one more general. Most importantly, they had the soul seed, which would make them much safer. In fact, Yi Xian knew that the second half of the sentence was meant for him. If he did not have a soul seed, he would definitely object. In that case, when will we depart? Fairy Luli continued to ask. Those few evil holy lands are probably already prepared. Moreover, they have found a powerful inheritor of the Eye of Space. Even if we leave through the void, we won't be able to hide from them. Therefore we will depart tomorrow, Old Immortal Tianju replied. Luoluo was the key to finding the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. Moreover, she was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Enemies could easily find her. Most importantly, the Demon Emperor's inheritance was near the Penglai Demon tribe. If it was somewhere else, they could still use the teleportation formation to leave. Alright, tomorrow it is. After Fairy Luli finished speaking, she directly stood up and left with Lin Guangyao and Yin Yan. As for Yi Xian, he stayed here. Life Saint Sect's side sent Yi Xian and Ren Feng, so they could stay in the Penglai Demon tribe. As for the Penglai Demon tribe, Tianjua Palace, and the Glazed Knights, they had to dispatch a large number of experts, and all of them had to be at Heaven Ascension Stage 9. In the Glazed Knights, there were many people at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Almost all the Platinum Knights were at this realm. However, they were too weak compared to Lin Guangyao, so Fairy Luli only brought some elites, all of whom were ranked in the top 10. These 10 Platinum Knights, although their individual strength was not as strong as Lin Guangyao, when added together, they could be considered as 2 Lin Guangyao. As for the Penglai Demon tribe and Tianjua Palace, they each sent 10 peak Heaven Ascension Stage 9. The evil Holy Lands attached great importance to this Holy Lord's token battle, so they would send out even more experts. Fairy Luli went back to make arrangements, while Yi Xian stayed in the Penglai Demon tribe. At this time, only Old Immortal Tianju, Luoluo, and Yi Xian were left in the assembly hall. Grandfather, why do I have a strange feeling with this big brother? Luoluo asked, puzzled. Although she was only born a month ago, her intelligence was already mature. After all, she was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. You are actually the reincarnation of his sister, but you have not unlocked your inherited memory, so you do not recognize him. Old Immortal Tianju said kindly. Then grandfather, why don't you help me unlock it? Luoluo asked strangely. Yi Xian also found it strange. The heaven-loathing fox bloodline in Luoluo's body might have been suppressed, so why did Old Immortal Tianju not unlock her inherited memory? Old Immortal Tianju paused, then looked at Yi Xian and said, actually the heaven-loathing fox bloodline in her body is still there. If she forcefully unlocks her inherited memory, I am afraid it will lead to a heavenly tribulation. What? It didn't succeed? Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. Previously, the fox ancestor told him that there was a 90% chance. Could it be that his luck was bad and he encountered that 10% chance? Maybe it's because Luoluo was born in the fox demon clan. Our demon clan is actually the ancestor of the beast clan, so it might have activated the bloodline in her body. Old Immortal Tianju said. The beast clan was the descendant of humans and Heaven Ascension beasts. As for the demon clan, it was born after the Heaven Ascension beasts cultivated. Therefore Luoluo was born in the demon clan. Her luck was really bad. Senior, what should we do? Yi Xian could not help but raise his eyebrows and ask. If she obtains the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance, then she might be able to unlock her inherited memory. However, if she has the Sacred Leader token, then she might be able to pass the heavenly tribulation. Old Immortal Tianju replied. Sacred Leader token. Yi Xian frowned. The person who refined the Sacred Leader token would become the master of the Penglai Divine Land. At that time, if Luoluo wanted to pass the heavenly tribulation, then her safety would be greatly increased. However, there was only one Sacred Leader token, and he had promised Fairy Luli to help her get the Sacred Leader token. Chapter 1633. Thank you, Senior. Yi Xian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. However, Luoluo's matter was his matter, so he had to obtain the Holy Leader's token and help Luoluo undergo her heavenly tribulation first. Although Fairy Glaze also wanted the Holy Leader's token, it shouldn't be a problem if it was delayed. Luoluo obtained my wife's inheritance, so we can be considered to be fated. However, many people from the evil sacred grounds have come this time. Just the peak 9th layer Heaven Ascension cultivators number more than 50, and they have a few more peak combatants than us, old immortal Tianju reminded. No matter what, I won't let them obtain it. Yixin was very confident. Most importantly, if the evil sacred grounds obtained the Holy Leader's token, then the Penglai sacred ground would be their world in the future. At that time there would be no place for them here. After all, the entrance to the secret realm of the Bloodstone continent was in the Penglai sacred ground. Tomorrow they would set off to search for the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. However, this time Yixin made another decision. He sent his second clone in the eastern continent to the center of the Penglai sacred ground. Then he would take advantage of the time when the experts of the evil sacred grounds were mobilizing to uproot all the evil sacred grounds. Although his second clone's battle prowess was insufficient without fusing, the Old Tree, Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Jinqian were all waiting in the planting space. If he couldn't destroy them, then Yixin might as well commit suicide. Very quickly, another day had passed. On the second day, the Glazed Knights and Tianju Palace's team arrived. Including the Penglai demons, there were a total of 30 peak 9th layer Heaven Ascension cultivators, not including Yixin and the other super combatants. The Penglai demons super combatants were the number 1 genius of the demons Yao Tian and Luoluo. The Tianju Palace's super combatants were old immortal Tianju's disciple Lin Zhanhao. The Glazed Knights super combatants were One Thought Monk and Yixin. The Life Saint Sect's members were the Platinum Radiant Dragon Headstrong and Chief Disciple, Ren Feng. Among them, the Glazed Knight's Lin Guangyao cultivated for a short time. Even if he cultivated the Glazed Treasure Body, his strength was about the same as the peak 9th layer Heaven Ascension cultivators of the Penglai Demons and Tianju Palace, so the Glazed Knights were the weakest. Of course, everyone believed Yi was only a 3rd echelon Heaven Ascension cultivator, Tianju Palace's team. I have to guard the Penglai demon race, so I will lead the team this time. A rogue immortal's spiritual sense is much stronger than a Heaven Ascension realm's. We should try our best to avoid the scouts of the Evil Path Holy Lands, said old immortal Tianju. Yi Tian 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 Jna. Tian Yi Ju Tian. Old immortal Tianju, who was leading the team this time, was acting as a radar, allowing this team to avoid the eyes and ears of the Evil Path Holy Lands, and then find the Fiend Emperor's inheritance ground. He just didn't know if things would be as simple as he imagined. As for the Penglai demon race, the one in charge was an itinerant immortal from the Lu Guang Holy Lands Tianju Palace. He was also old immortal Tianju's disciple and Lin Zhanhao's senior. The space of the Penglai demon clan was relatively stable. It was not a problem for itinerant immortals to make a move. They would not incur the punishment of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, even if the people from the evil Tao Holy Lands came, they would still die. At this time, old immortal Tianju and Fairy Lu Li had already led their team away from the Penglai demon clan. There were many eyes and ears of the evil Holy Lands around the Penglai demon race. However, this time they were led by 2 loose immortals. They easily avoided these spies. After Luoluo had refined half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance, she had a feeling that it was coming from the northeast. Hence, they were heading in that direction. Although their speed was not fast, it was very safe. Even now, the corrupt Path Holy Land spies had not discovered them. However, in the end, paper couldn't wrap up fire. After all, the corrupt Path Holy Land didn't only send Heaven Ascension experts this time. There were also loose immortals. Yo Tianju Luli, where are you in such a hurry to go? Suddenly, a sarcastic voice rang out. Hearing this, old immortal Tianju and Fairy Lu Li's expressions changed. They looked up and saw a scarlet figure flying over from the horizon. This person had red hair and wore red battle armor. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of everyone. Qi Shui, we were discovered by you. Old immortal Tianju narrowed his eyes and said slowly. This red-haired middle-aged man was a loose immortal from the Blood Fiend Holy Land. His name was Qi Shui. TSK, with so many people involved, how could we not discover you? You guys are so direct. I thought you would use a diversion tactic. I didn't expect you to act directly. That little girl should be the one who obtained half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance, right? Immortal Qi Shui grinned and his gaze fell on Luoluo. At the same time, he took out a signal flare in his hand and released it. No one stopped him. After all, it could only be stopped for a while. As long as immortal Qi Shui went further away, he could still inform the others. Ignore him, let's go. Old immortal Tianju snorted and continued to lead the way. Since they had already been discovered, then even if they used their full speed to rush over, as long as they arrived 5 minutes earlier than the corrupt path Holy Land, it was still worth it. The weakest person on Yi Xian's side was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Their speed was extremely fast. At full speed, they arrived at their destination in less than a minute. Grandpa, I feel it. The other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance is below, Luo Luo said to old immortal Tianju. Before old immortal Tianju could speak, immortal Qi Shui said in surprise, I didn't expect it to be the place where I was resting. The Dragon Sparrow Fairy is indeed an array expert. Even my spiritual sense couldn't find the entrance. When old immortal Tianju and the others heard this, they were slightly surprised, but they didn't say anything. Move, find the entrance to the secret realm. Old immortal Tianju immediately ordered. In an instant, everyone swooped down and began to destroy the mountain. A few minutes later, someone found the defensive array set up by the Dragon Sparrow Fairy. This defensive array was very small, not much bigger than a head. It was beyond everyone's expectations. Let me do it. Old immortal Tianju's withered hands quickly formed a seal and then hit the defensive array. In an instant, the array was broken. The weakest person on the scene was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. They were very sensitive to spatial fluctuations. This defensive array was mainly used to cover a certain place in the array. After the array was broken, a wisp of spatial fluctuation was immediately detected by everyone. There was a fingernail-sized spatial crack in the defensive array. This spatial crack couldn't be repaired and existed between heaven and earth. Immediately, the experts closest to this spatial crack used space-breaking techniques to open this spatial crack. It was big enough for several people to pass through. Chapter 1634. Quick, go in. Old immortal Tianju quickly ordered. Dozens of people quickly gathered, and then directly passed through the spatial crack, arriving in front of a sea of flowers. At this time, there was a white light in front of the sea of flowers, blocking old immortal Tianju and Fairy Lu Li. Take advantage of the fact that the evil experts haven't arrived, quickly go in. Fairy Lu Li urged. Yes. Everyone responded, and then directly passed through the white light, entering the sea of flowers. However, just as they entered, they completely lost the aura of others, and were actually teleported to different places. One by one they all scattered. Then 1 minute later, those evil experts all entered the land of inheritance. Although the heaven-earth yuan qi here is abundant, it's not in the Penglai Divine Land. It should be a small island hidden around the Penglai Divine Land. No wonder we couldn't find it. Immortal Qi Shui's eyes flickered. Don't talk nonsense, all of you go in. A man in black armor urged. Yes, my lord. These corrupt Holy Lands experts also quickly entered the white light path and were teleported away. Soon there were only a few people left outside the white light. In addition to old immortal Tianju, Fairy Lu Li, and immortal Qi Shui, there were 6 loose immortals. 2 of them were from the Nibbling Bone Holy Land and the Evil Sun Holy Land, while the other 4 were from the Death Holy Land and the Netherworld Holy Land. Old immortal Tianju, did you see that? You're not even enough for my young master. An old man couldn't help but ridicule. He was a loose immortal from the Death Holy Land, and the young master he mentioned was the successor of the Death Emperor, Simple. What a big tone. I'm afraid the successor of the Death Emperor will die twice in a row. Fairy Lu Li couldn't help but coldly snort. The successor of the Death Emperor had already been decided, but it was done by Platinum Holy Light Dragon. Otherwise, it would never have been Simple's turn. Fairy Lu Li's words were secretly ridiculing Simple's death. Lu Li, I advise you to disband your glazed knights as soon as possible. Otherwise, when you die under the loose immortal tribulation, they will be like a group of dragons without a leader. The old man ridiculed her again. After the last incident, Fairy Lu Li was also known by everyone. Her real name was Lu Li, and she was the youngest daughter of Taoist Ling Xiao. If we are talking about the loose immortal tribulation, you should be the first to arrive. I heard that you have been suppressing your tribulation for more than 300 years. What, is it very glorious to live an ignoble existence for more than 300 years? Fairy Lu Li mocked back. Humph. The old man was rendered speechless. As for the other 2 bodiless celestials from the Nether Saint Land, they remained silent. This time, the Netherworld Holy Land had invited the disciple of an expert. They were the most likely force to obtain the Holy Master token. At the same time, Yi Xian's second doppelganger also began its cleanup operation. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he was prepared to get rid of all the people from the evil sacred grounds stationed in the Penglai sacred land. I didn't expect them to scatter after passing through the white light. Yi Xian, who was in the Fey Emperor's land of inheritance, felt a little helpless. At this time he was in a sea of flowers. As far as the eye could see, there were no living creatures. However, this sea of flowers was not an ordinary place. The flowers under his feet emitted some white poisonous fog. Some caused people to fall into illusions while others caused people to fall asleep. Fortunately, Yi Xian had the bloodline of the immortal phoenix divine bloodline, so it did not have any effect on him. Moreover, there was a large amount of white fog in this sea of flowers that obstructed vision and spiritual sense. If Yi Xian did not have the Eye of Revelation, he would have easily gotten lost. Although we have entered the Fey Emperor's land of inheritance, the next step is to find the Fey Emperor's land of inheritance, Yi Xian thought to himself. Just now, Luoluo had entered this place with him, so Luoluo should have been separated from the others. Fortunately, there was still some distance between him and Luoluo, so he could clearly sense Luoluo's position. Not only that, but Luoluo was also the same. However, just as Yi Xian was flying through the sea of flowers toward the north where Luoluo was, a figure suddenly swept over. Immortal Eye, Eye of Revelation. Yi Xian focused his eyes and found that it was a person he did not know. He knew the 30 experts from the Glazed Knights, the Penglai Demon Clan and the Qinjue Palace, but this person was wearing a black robe and had a very unfamiliar face, so he must be an enemy. Not on the list. Looks like you are a piece of trash. The black-robed man's face turned cold, and he directly launched an attack at Yi Xian. Tieske, you are only in the third echelon. Yi Xian sneered and quickly slashed several times with his sword. Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Swish. The black sword ray pierced through the air, instantly destroying the opponent's attack, and then cutting his body in half. His brain was cut open, and his soul instantly left his body, which was then dispersed by the Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Ding. The killing intent of the host has increased. A system notification sounded. Unfortunately, people of the same level did not give Yi Xian much killing intent. Although there were not many people who entered the Demon Emperor's land of heritage, they were all outstanding people at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. If Lin Guangyao's strength was ranked, he could only be considered average. Apart from the 10 Platinum Knights who surpassed the Glazed Knights, he only surpassed a few experts from the Qinjue Palace and the Penglai Demon Clan. This person was slightly weaker than Lin Guangyao, so he was directly killed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the Universe Ring. Unfortunately, the other party came to fight, so he naturally did not bring many things. Then he quickly rushed north. Based on his connection with Luoluo, he knew that Luoluo was also rushing towards him. However, he encountered 2 ignorant experts from the Evil Path Holy Lands on the way, and both of them were instantly killed by him. Brother. A voice that sounded like a silver bell rang out. After a short journey, Yi Xian finally saw Luoluo. Because Elder Immortal Tianju said that Yi Xian was her brother in her previous life, and because of her connection with Yi Xian, Luoluo trusted Yi Xian very much. After the two met, Luoluo directly fell into Yi Xian's arms. Luoluo, did you encounter any danger on the way? Yi Xian asked. I met someone I didn't know, but I killed him with one punch. Luoluo nodded. Although she was reincarnated as a fox demon, after inheriting the Demon Emperor's land of heritage, not only did her strength directly soar to Heaven Ascension Stage 9, even her body was extremely strong. Yi Xian estimated that Luoluo's strength could be ranked in the upper middle of the second echelon. Luoluo, can you sense the specific location of the Demon Emperor's land of heritage? Yi Xian asked. No, after I came in, I could only sense you, brother. Luoluo shook her head. In that case, let's find it. Yi Xian's eyes flickered, and he directly summoned the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian, then let Luoluo go with them. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor's battle strength was very strong, and he was probably in the top 3 of the second echelon, so Yi Xian was not worried. Chapter 1635. After Luoluo, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian left, Yi Xian summoned the Old Tree again. Old Tree, they might not recognize you, so just leave when you meet someone from the same faction, Yi Xian said to the Old Tree. No problem. The Old Tree replied, then turned into a bolt of lightning and left. After mutating, he could use the 9 Dragons Thunder Flash without a cooldown. His speed was even faster than Yi Xian's, and his strength could probably squeeze into the first echelon. Even if someone from the second echelon encountered him, they would probably only end up dead. There was no other way. After all, through Fairy Glaze's transmission, Yi Xian knew that more than 60 people from the Wicked Path Holy Land had come this time, and all of them were at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. During the search, Yi Xian also encountered a few people from the same faction. There were Platinum Knights from the Glazed Knights, and also experts from the Yao clan. However, after exchanging a glance with them, Yi Xian directly left to search for the true location of the inheritance. Finally, 10 minutes after Yi Xian entered the location of the Yao Emperor's inheritance, an aura suddenly spread out. "Big brother, I feel the aura of the other half of the Yao Emperor's inheritance," Luo Luo transmitted. After Yi Xian and Luo Luo met yesterday, Luo Luo had grasped the ability to transmit her voice through space. It just happened to come in handy. Why didn't I feel it? Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled. He hurriedly asked, "Where is it?" "If I'm north, it's northeast of you," Luo Luo replied. "Okay, let's go." Yi Xian said nothing and immediately rushed over. He reckoned that someone must have found the Yao Emperor's inheritance. He had to hurry or he wouldn't know who had taken the inheritance. After hearing this news, Luo Luo and the old tree simultaneously rushed over to the location of the Yao Emperor's inheritance. The first to arrive was Yi Xian. He saw a platform in the middle of the sea of flowers, but there was nothing on the platform. Someone had taken it. Fortunately, the person who had taken away the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance did not leave. It was a young man in red. He was holding an interspatial ring in his hand. One had to know that the demonic beast emperor's inheritance was most likely with the holy leader's token. Now that this red-clothed young man had obtained the demonic beast emperor's inheritance, it was very likely that the holy leader's token was also in his hands. This person seems to be the number 1 on the dragon demon list, the bloodthirsty berserk dragon Blood Spring Autumn. With his eye of revelation, Yi Xian immediately recognized him. The bloodthirsty berserk dragon was a new branch of the colossal dragon clan. Their battle prowess was extremely high, and this Shuechuanxiu was a genius of the bloodthirsty berserk dragon clan. At the same time, he was also the strongest. However, this bloodthirsty berserk dragon Shuechuanxiu was only in the 3rd echelon. There was nothing to be afraid of. "I remember you seemed to be Liuli." Just as Blood Spring Autumn was about to speak, Yi Xian attacked. Death Warrant. Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Streaks of black sword chi tore through the air. These attacks could be considered as Yi Xian going easy because his goal was to make Blood Spring Autumn lower his guard, and then... You don't know what's good for you? Blood Spring Autumn only snorted coldly, preparing to destroy Yi Xian's attacks. However, the moment he attacked, Yi Xian's figure suddenly disappeared, and then reappeared behind him. Eye of Assassination. Rip. A crisp sound rang out, and the bloodthirsty berserk dragon Shuechuanxiu, who was ranked first on the demonic dragon list, had his head sliced off by Yi Xian. Following that, his soul was gone. Instant kill. What rank first on the demonic dragon list? So weak. Yi Xian disdainfully ridiculed, and then quickly put away Shuechuanxiu's universe ring and the demonic emperor's universe ring. "I've finally obtained the other half of the demonic emperor's universe inheritance. As long as I give it to Luo Luo, it will be able to cultivate the myriad fiend treasured body. This is something even stronger than the Liuli treasured body." Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. However, he didn't find the holy leader token in this universe ring. It seemed that the holy leader token was somewhere else. "Luo Luo, I've obtained the other half of the demonic emperor's universe inheritance. I'll give it to you now." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he quickly flew towards Luo Luo. "Ah, big brother, I meant that simple." Luo Luo suddenly transmitted. "The successor of the Emperor of Death, Simple?" Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Enemies were indeed bound to meet on a narrow road. He had met Simple before. This guy had tried to steal his will of death time and time again. Later on, when he was at the Black Flame Dragon tribe, he was defeated by Capricious, and never appeared again. Today Yi Xian was going to take revenge. Unfortunately, the space in this secret realm was still stable. Even if Yi Xian used the Eye of Space, he couldn't break through the void and enter. Ding. The host is currently unable to use the Eye of the Void. Not only that, but even the Eye of the Void couldn't be used. Ghost Dome Emperor Wei Zhenqian, delay that guy for me. The old tree and I will be there soon. Yi Xian hurriedly reminded them. The successor of the Emperor of Death, Simple, was a super force in the 1st echelon. Luo Luo and Ghost Dome Emperor were in the 2nd echelon, and Wei Zhenqian was in the 3rd echelon. As long as they could hold on until they arrived, Simple would be dead meat. Ah, that big brother monk is coming to help. At this moment, Luo Luo suddenly transmitted a message. "Big brother monk, are you referring to One Thought Monk?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This one-thought monk was also an expert in the second echelon. Moreover, he was from the holy ground of Buddhism. It would be easier for him to deal with one-thought monk compared to the others. Ah, another ugly monk in red and gray clothes is here? Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Ugly monks in red and gray clothes should be the flowery monk and meat monk of the evil sun holy ground. The master of the evil sun holy ground was called Evil Buddha. It was said that Evil Buddha was once a disciple of the Buddhist Supreme. Later on, he was expelled from the holy ground of Buddhism. After that, he went to the evil sun holy ground and became a general under the master of the evil sun holy ground. After the master of the evil sun holy ground fell, he inherited the holy lord token and became the new master of the holy ground. In other words, the flowery monk and meat monk were both from the evil sun holy ground. They were enemies. These two people were experts in the second echelon. Adding on the fact that Simple was here, Luo Luo was in a very dangerous situation. Wei Zhenqian, how's the situation on your side? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. Although he could share his vision, he could only see and not sense the situation. Wei Zhenqian sent a message saying that the Buddhist monk One Thought was blocking the successor of the Emperor of Death, Simple. As for the other three, they were fighting with the two monks. He also said that the successor of the Emperor of Death, Simple, was not as strong as they imagined. Hang in there, old tree will be here soon. He could sense his and the other's location. Relatively speaking, he was farther away. Moreover, the old tree was faster, so it was naturally the first to arrive. Chapter 1636. In less than 2 seconds, old tree arrived at the scene. With his participation in the battle, the situation immediately changed. After all, old tree could be considered as the third echelon in battle. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. 2 system notifications rang out. Yi Xian directly received 2 amounts of killing intent. This was from the deaths of the flower monk and the meat monk. As for the successor of the Emperor of Death, his body was also blown up by a punch from old tree. What? So it's just a death clone? Yi Xian was stunned. No wonder Wei Zhenqian said he wasn't as powerful as he imagined. It was just a clone. However, for a mere clone to be able to fight with a single thought, this eBay was indeed not an ordinary person. Finally, Yi Xian arrived at the scene as well. And I thought it was Yi's original body. I didn't think it was just a death clone. Otherwise, Luo Luo and the others might be in danger. Yi Xian finally let out a sigh of relief. Afterwards, he thanked One Thought Monk. Thank you, Master. You're welcome, sir. However, may I take the corpses of the flower monk and the meat monk with me? Asked One Thought Monk. Go ahead. Yi Xian nodded. Evil Buddha was the Buddhist Venerable's disciple. The flower monk and the meat monk were once part of the Buddhist Holy Land, so One Thought wanted to take the corpses back. Luo Luo, this is the other half of the Demon Emperor's legacy. Afterwards, Yi Xian gave the Ring of Cosmos to Luo Luo. If I refine it now, it'll probably take me a day, but Luo Luo frowned. Although she had only been born recently, her intelligence was not low. This was not the time to refine the Demon Emperor's legacy. It's fine. Big Brother has a place for you to refine it. Moreover, you might only be able to find the Holy Lord's medallion after you refine the Demon Emperor's legacy. Yi Xian stroked her hair lovingly before stowing her away in the planting space. If it were anyone else, Yi Xian would not be able to store them away as long as they resisted. However, he had not yet rescinded his contract with Luo Luo. As long as he wanted to, he could store them away. After Luo Luo reincarnated, she didn't have any memories, so she was very curious about the planting space. However, she quickly got used to it and began to refine the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. However, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't waste the day that Luo Luo was refining half of the Fey Emperor's inheritance. He wanted to continue his search. Even if he couldn't find the Holy Leader's token, killing some enemies would still be worth it. One Thought Master, please be careful. Yi Xian clasped his fist at the One Thought monk before directly leaving. Before One Thought could ask about the identity of the old tree and Ghost Dome Emperor, Yi Xian had already left. He could only sigh and continue searching for his companions. This mystic realm was also peculiar. Signal flares had no effect and would disappear as soon as they rose into the air. However, those with lower strength would gather together after meeting each other, and the team would continue to grow. Yi Xian, old immortal Tianju, said that we should only be able to find the Holy Leader token after refining the complete inheritance of the Demon Emperor. Fairy Luli suddenly sent a message. I know. I've already given the other half of the inheritance to Luo Luo. She's currently refining it. Yi Xian nodded. All right. Also, our people are all gathered in the east. You can meet up with them there. Understood. With that, Yi Xian immediately changed his route and rushed towards the east. Although he could move alone, it would still be very troublesome if he ran into the Emperor of Death and the Prince of Netherworld at the same time. A while later he successfully met up with the others. Yi Xian quickly glanced around and discovered that less than half of the people had entered. Wayward, Renfeng, Lin Zhanhao, Lin Guangyao, and around a dozen other people. Yi Xian, did you run into anyone stronger? Wayward could not help but ask when he saw Yi Xian. I ran into a simple death clone as well as the flowery monk and the meat monk from the Sheang sacred land. Yi Xian replied. Did you kill them? Wayward raised an eyebrow. Of course. Yi Xian nodded. He was not weak, so he obviously had to kill them. Not to mention the death clone, even if it was a simple death clone he would probably die too. If that's the case, then report the battle situation. Wayward turned to look at the others. Lin Guangyao immediately added, 6 people from the Glazed Knights are known to have died. Among those who entered, the Glazed Knights were the weakest in terms of individual combat strength. Some of them could not even squeeze into the 3rd echelon, so it was expected that they would suffer heavy casualties. 4 people from the Penglai demon tribe have died as well, an expert from the demon tribe said. 3 people from the Tianjue Palace have died, Lin Zhanhao, the disciple of the Tianjue Palace elder, said. In total they had lost 13 people. The losses were still quite heavy. After all, among the experts from the Penglai demon clan and the Tianjue Palace who had died, there were also old monsters who had cultivated for 10,000 years. Their combat strength could be squeezed into the 2nd echelon. Yi Xian, that demon emperor's inheritance still needs 1 more day to refine? Wayward asked again. Yes, Luoluo has already refined it in my space. Yi Xian nodded. Although it's very likely that the Holy Leader token will only appear after we collect the complete Demon Emperor's inheritance, we can't just stay here for 1 day. Let's move in groups. Wayward looked around. It was fine for him to move alone, but if the others moved alone, they would almost certainly die if they encountered an expert. Now they had gathered together for this purpose. Everyone present nodded slightly, then began to form groups of 2 or 3. Even the experts in the 2nd echelon were the same. Yi Xian, are you interested in doing something big? Wayward suddenly smiled slyly. What do you mean? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. You know that my original form is a platinum holy light dragon, so I'm more sensitive to death aura. Although the range of this sea of flowers is small, I can sense the simple one. However, he was with the Prince of Netherworld, Nether Limitless at that time, so I didn't make a move, Wayward said. So you're saying that you want to kill these 2 leaders first? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Clearly he was persuaded. Because they had entered first, otherwise he would have used the Death Hunt command to mark the successor of the Emperor of Death and the Prince of Netherworld. That way he could kill them. Now that Wayward had the ability to sense the simple one's location, it was much more convenient. As long as we kill these 2, the remaining people are nothing to be afraid of, Wayward said with a grin. If you can sense the other party, then the simple one can sense you too. When the 2 of them joined forces, why didn't they find trouble with you first? Yi Xian asked curiously. Haha, this, you know. Wayward said somewhat shamefully. Now Yi Xian understood. So it turned out that being willful was directly cowardly. Chapter 1637. Alright, I'll go with you. Yi Xian nodded immediately. Hearing this, Wayward patted Yi Xian's shoulder and turned to say, Renfeng, you go with them. Yes, senior. Renfeng nodded. Then Yi Xian teamed up with Wayward and left. Although it's 2 against 2, don't be careless. That simple probably has a lot of undead creatures, and the Prince of Netherworld also has some ghost puppets. We'll probably be surrounded, Wayward reminded. It's fine. I like being surrounded. Yi Xian grinned. When they were rushing to this rendezvous point, he and the old tree had already gathered there, so this time the old tree was also there. Moreover, his slaughter seals required killing intent to form. As long as he could form a few slaughter seals and set up the immortal slaying sword formation, even itinerant immortals would die. It's too slow. Sit on my back. Wayward suddenly said, then transformed into his true form, the platinum holy light dragon. When he reverted to his original form he was very small and petite. But now his body length had reached 1,000 meters, and his speed had increased significantly. Along the way they encountered many enemies, but all of them were killed by Yi Xian without exception. Among them was a monk Wine under Evil Buddha of the Evil Sun Holy Land. His strength should be above average in the 2nd echelon. Unfortunately he encountered Yi Xian and Wayward. In his true form, the platinum holy light dragon carried Yi Xian around the sea of flowers. Soon he sensed a nauseating aura. Found it. Wayward's eyes lit up as he reminded. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian did not see anything. It seemed that Simple was outside his field of vision. I'm ready. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. He was already holding the highest grade artifact Crimson Flame Sword in his hand. I sensed the auras of Simple and Nether Limitless. There are a few others. Do you want to go? Wayward asked. We're already here. How can we not go? Without another word, Yi Xian stomped his feet on the dragon's back and leaped toward the dragon's head. Alright, leave the easy part to me. I'll leave the Prince of Netherworld to you. Willful didn't waste any more words and directly charged over. On the other side, the successor of the Emperor of Death, Jian Yi, and the Prince of Netherworld, Nether Limitless, also sensed the willful aura and immediately prepared for battle. When the people behind them saw this, they immediately drew their weapons and waited quietly. In next to no time, Yi Xian and his willful figure appeared before their eyes. Last time you ran away. This time you brought someone with you. Do you think you can fight us? Capricious shouted. If it was a one-on-one battle, he wouldn't be able to win against Capricious. However, they were now on the same side as the Netherworld Holy Land. With both sides working together, they had a high chance of winning. But how could they have known that Yi Xian was actually a hidden superpower? Cut the crap. Let me send you to see your senior brother. Willful roared and instantly attacked. At the same time, Yi Xian charged over under the protection of Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. Slaughter Seal. Yi Xian immediately used the new skill of his immortal slaying bloodline, and immediately condensed the Slaughter Seal. If he wanted, he could double his combat power now. No, triple it. Again. Damn, it can't be used? Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes wide. He originally wanted to condense 3 Slaughter Seals. That way he could directly triple his combat power and kill his enemies without a problem. However, he didn't expect that the Slaughter Seal couldn't be used continuously. It seemed that it wouldn't be so easy to use the Slaughter Seal skill. Since it can't be used, then let's kill. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent. At the same time, the attributes of Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian soared by 2 times. Undying Battle Soul. Before the battle, Yi Xian and Wayward had already discussed a strategy. If they fought, then Wayward would delay Jian Yi and Nether Limitless, and Yi Xian would kill the remaining people. Apart from Jian Yi and Nether Limitless, there were 4 other experts. However, they didn't know whether they were in the 2nd or 3rd echelon. However, it didn't matter anymore. After activating his Undying Battle Soul, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian charged toward the 2 experts. The former swept his sword with all his might and sent one of them flying. Wei Zhentian wasn't weak either. Since this battle was crucial, Yi Xian directly used Sword Blade Storm. In an instant, tens of thousands of blood swords swept out and engulfed the 2 experts. On the other hand, Yi Xian quickly dealt with the other 2 experts. Since they were in the same realm, his killing intent didn't increase by much. Since it's like this, then let's use it. Only now did Yi Xian realize that he was fighting with someone of the same level. He reckoned that even if he fought for an hour, it would be difficult for him to condense a single Slaughter Seal. Therefore, he directly activated the Slaughter Seal and used the Slaughter State, causing his combat strength to increase explosively by 2 times. On the other side, Jian Yi and Nether Limitless were shocked when they saw the 4 experts being killed instantly. This time they didn't dare to be negligent. They quickly took out their respective trump cards from their interspatial rings. 2 skeletal dragons. 2 nether puppets. These 2 skeletons were itinerant immortal dragons when they were alive. They could be considered pseudo-immortal beasts. After they died, their combat power was very strong. When the 2 skeletal dragons joined forces, even Jian Yi had to be careful. As for the 2 nether puppets, they were personally refined by the Netherworld Emperor. They were also itinerant immortals when they were alive, so they were extremely strong. These 4 undead creatures could all squeeze into the 1st echelon. Therefore, Jian Yi and Nether Limitless had the combat power of 6 1st echelon experts. Damn it, I knew you had trump cards, but don't underestimate me. Wayward shouted angrily. A ray of white light shot out from his mouth and rapidly expanded. It was a white pillar with a coiling dragon. The moment it appeared, it shone with boundless light. When this holy white light landed on the skeletal dragons and the nether puppets, they immediately emitted green smoke. The white dragon demon suppression pillar. That thing is actually in his hands. Jenny was shocked. This thing was the nemesis of the undead creatures. It was the most precious treasure of the Life Saint sect. She didn't expect it to be in Wayward's hands. No, that's just a fake. The sharp-eyed prince of Netherworld saw through the clues. If it was the real white dragon demon suppression pillar, the 4 undead creatures would have been instantly purified. When the White Dragon Demon Suppression Pillar appeared, Jian Yi and the Prince of Netherworld had actually thought of retreating. However, when they saw that the White Dragon Demon Suppression Pillar was just a fake, they decided not to leave. After all, there were 6 of them. However, Yi Xian and the others weren't to be trifled with. Wei Zhentian, kill them. Yi Xian immediately ordered. At the same time he released the old tree. Chapter 1638. It's finally time for me to make a move. Old tree grinned and transformed into the ember of lightning fire. 9 lightning fire heavenly dragons flew out of his body and attacked the 2 nearest netherworld puppets. 9 dragon sky roaring strike. The power of this move was no weaker than the sword storm. 2 powerful moves were executed at the same time and instantly turned the 2 netherworld puppets into dust. Furthermore, this was not the end. Death Pursuit Order. Eye of Assassination. Yi Xian directly marked it as simple, then instantly flashed behind him. Together with Old Shu's 9 dragons thunder flash, the 2 of them attacked one after another, connecting seamlessly. Yi Xian, the successor of the Emperor of Death, was shocked and used his trump card again. Immortal Body. Just as Yi Xian and Old Shu's attacks were about to land on his body suddenly enlarged by several times. The Void Flame Sword wave and Old Shu's Thunder Fire Fist actually didn't cause the slightest bit of damage when they struck his body. The disciple of the Emperor of Death was indeed not easy to deal with. However, Yi Xian and Old Tree's goal this time was not to kill Yi Xian, but to prevent Yi Xian from controlling the 2 bone dragons. "Ah, take this." Yi Xian's arrogant voice rang out. In the next moment he directly spat out a white dragon breath. Innate ability, Sacred Dragon's Breath. This white dragon breath directly blasted onto a bone dragon, instantly blasting it into pieces. The Platinum Sacred Light Dragon's dragon breath increased the damage of undead creatures. It was very normal for it to kill a bone dragon in one hit. Now, 2 netherworld puppets and a bone dragon were instantly destroyed. This caught the 2 of them off guard. "Damn it, let's go." The black-armored Prince of Netherworld's expression changed drastically as he turned around and left. "Old Tree, chase him to death." Yi Xian immediately transmitted his voice to Old Tree. It was impossible to travel through space in this mystic realm, so Yi Xian only used the Death Pursuit Order to mark the Prince of Netherworld. Then Old Tree, who had the 9 dragons thunder flash, chased after him. As for Yi Xian, he would kill him first. Woohoo! Tens of thousands of blood swords swept toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor also attacked from the left and right. On the other hand, the Platinum Holy Light Dragon was condensing on the spot, preparing to kill it with a single strike. "Go and see your senior brother." At this time, the willful condensation was complete. After a warning, it opened its bloody mouth. Easygoing was surrounded from 3 sides and had nowhere to hide. He controlled the bone dragon to stand between him and Caprice. Boom! The holy dragon's breath burst out, and the bone dragon was used as a shield to block the attack. "If you dare to touch me, Master will definitely not let you off." She had no other choice but to bring out her background. "Even if your senior brother died in my hands, am I not still alive and well?" He opened his dragon mouth willfully and sneered. The Life Sacred Land, the Buddhist Sacred Land, the Death Sacred Land, and the Nether Sacred Land were 4 great sacred lands. As for Simple's master, the Emperor of Death, he was the master of the Holy Land of Death and had a deep background. However, Caprice's background was not bad either. His grandfather was the master of the Life Sacred Land, and his strength was even stronger than the Emperor of Death. So what was there to be afraid of? After using the Undying Body, Simple's defense was amazing. Even the Sword Storm and Void Flame Sword ripples could not break through. However, this Undying Body definitely had a time limit. Once the time was up, Simple would be a fish on the chopping board. Caprice had already condensed the 3rd Holy Dragon's breath, but he could not wait and directly released it. Boom! This dragon breath obliterated hundreds of blood swords and then blasted on Ultraman's transformed body. The Undying Body, which was immune to normal attacks, was directly broken by this holy dragon's breath. Simple was heavily injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Emperor of Death's Undying Body is indeed powerful. I want to see how much ability you have. Caprice snorted coldly and condensed the power of the holy light again. At the same time, he controlled the White Dragon Demon Suppression Column to smash at Simple. Bang! The White Dragon Demon Suppression Column's damage was not high, but it could satisfy Caprice. "Get out of my way." Simple was furious. He swung his fist and sent the White Dragon Demon Suppression Column flying. At the same time, he looked for an opening to escape. Unfortunately, there were tens of thousands of blood swords surrounding him. As long as he ran in any direction, Yi Xian and the Ghost Dome Emperor would follow. There was no way he could escape. Fortunately, he still had a soul seed in his master's hands, so he was not too desperate. Even if he died this time, he could use the soul seed to revive. This was one of the benefits of not breaking through to itinerant immortal. At this time, Simple's eyes flashed. He suddenly thought of a solution. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Simple roared at the sky. Then, the chi of heaven and earth suddenly began to circulate wildly and gather above Simple's head. Seeing this, Yi Xian was a little confused. Could it be that Simple was going to use his trump card and die together with them? Damn, this guy is going to undergo the immortal tribulation on the spot. Caprice immediately reacted and exclaimed, "This guy wants to lead the immortal tribulation to attack us. Let's go." Back off. Yi Xian was also shocked and quickly retreated. The immortal tribulation was not a joke, let alone someone else's immortal tribulation. At this time, only by becoming an itinerant immortal could they survive this crisis. The space here was very stable, similar to the space in the Penglai demon tribe. If they broke through to itinerant immortal, they might be able to make a move here. However, what shocked Simple was that he had failed to lead the immortal tribulation this time. Poof. Suddenly, the immortal tribulation thundercloud in the sky dispersed. There was no way to undergo the immortal tribulation here. What? Simple was shocked. This was his last trick and he did not expect it to fail. Haha, that's what you get for showing off. Caprice laughed loudly. Simple originally wanted to use the immortal tribulation to scare off Yi Xian and Caprice. Then, he would directly undergo the immortal tribulation and become an itinerant immortal. That way he could escape. He did not expect that he could not undergo the immortal tribulation here. He was done for. If you dare to touch me, you will definitely die without a burial place. Simple did not forget to threaten in the end. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his body began to shrink. The duration of the immortal body was about to end. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Attack him!" In an instant, tens of thousands of blood swords swept over. The defense of the shrunken immortal body decreased, and it was instantly pierced through. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded, which proved that Simple had been killed. At the same time, Yi Xian's eye of revelation also captured a wisp of remnant soul. Void flame sword wave. Poof! With a soft thud, Simple's soul was obliterated by Yi Xian. What successor of the Emperor of Death? He was not worth mentioning. Chapter 1639. Here, I'll go after that guy. Wayward said to Yi Xian and immediately chased after the Prince of Netherworld. Yi Xian quickly kept Wayward's Chen Kuan ring. However, just as he was about to keep Wayward's body, Wayward's eyes suddenly turned into two wisps of death intent that rose into the air. Then they condensed into an illusory figure. Who gave you the guts to kill my disciple? The person who spoke was a middle-aged man. After hearing this, Yi Xian immediately recognized him. This person should be Wayward's master, the leader of the Holy Land of Death, the Emperor of Death. Wayward, who was about to chase after the Prince of Netherworld, suddenly stopped. He looked at the Emperor of Death and laughed coldly. What a joke. You're just an illusory figure. What right do you have to appear in front of me? It's you who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? The Death Emperor's gaze landed on Qin Mu. Last time, Qin Mu had killed his first disciple, which led to the Death Emperor choosing another successor. This time, Wayward had been killed again. This aggro had increased. However, Wayward was right. He was just an illusory figure now. What ability did he have? Indeed, I can't do anything to you now. However, you'd better be careful in the future. The Emperor of Death's eyes flickered. After he finished speaking, he turned into two rays of white light and entered Yi Xian and Wayward's bodies respectively. Oh my! Wayward was not the only one who did not react. Yi Xian was the same. He guessed that this was some kind of mark left by the Emperor of Death. You Emperor of Death, are you trying to find someone to kill me in the future? Yi Xian, don't be afraid. I'll ask my father to help me get rid of this mark later. After Wayward finished speaking, he immediately flew into the distance. After all, the Prince of Netherworld had escaped. Yi Xian did not pay much attention to the mark left by the Emperor of Death. After all, he was in the Penglai Holy Land now. Even if the Emperor of Death came personally, he could not do anything to him. Using the shared vision, Yi Xian could see the figure of the Prince of Netherworld through Old Tree's eyes. The Prince of Netherworld, Nether Limitless, was slightly weaker than Wayward. However, he was good at escaping. Old Tree, you chase after them. Capricious and I will split up and flank them. Yi Xian immediately transmitted his voice to Old Tree. Alright. The Prince of Netherworld was rather fast. With his 9 dragons thunder flash, the old tree could barely keep up with him. However, the Sea of Flowers had a limited range. Once they reached the edge, they would be knocked into by Yixian or Caprice. Along the way, the Prince of Netherworld met a few people. There were Platinum Knights, demon race experts, and people from the 3 unorthodox sacred grounds. However, when the Platinum Knights and demon race experts recognized the Prince of Netherworld, they avoided him. The Prince of Netherworld didn't have the time to deal with them. As for the 3 experts from the holy grounds of the evil path, they were scared out of their wits when they saw the Prince of Netherworld being chased by an unknown bald elder. They hurriedly retreated. This chase lasted for a long time, a full 20 minutes. After the Prince of Netherworld fled at full speed for 20 minutes, he reached the edge of the Sea of Flowers, which was also the edge of the array. This time, if he didn't change his direction, Old Tree would catch up to him. Damn it. The Prince of Netherworld's expression changed drastically. Then he flew toward the west. Coincidentally, the west was where Yixian was heading. Haha, we bumped into each other. Yixian laughed heartily. His eyes flashed as he used the Eye of Assassination and appeared behind the Prince of Netherworld. Although more than 20 minutes had passed and the double amplification of the slaughter state had long since passed, don't forget that Yixian could use the slaughter seal 3 times a day. Massacre mode. Yixian instantly exploded, and his aura doubled again. Then he slashed his sword at the back of the Prince of Netherworld's head. Void Flame Sword Ripple. Whoosh. The wind howled. The Scarlet Flame Sword instantly attacked the back of the Prince of Netherworld's head. This attack was not weak. If the Prince of Netherworld couldn't dodge it, his head would naturally fly off. Damn it, Netherworld Dharma body. The Prince of Netherworld's expression turned cold, and his body suddenly became illusory. Then Yixian's Scarlet Flame Sword passed through him as if it had cut through water. As for the Prince of Netherworld, he was completely unharmed. Good move, Yixian was shocked. This move was indeed good, but he heard the system notification that the Netherworld Dharma body could not be copied. It seemed that the level was too high, or there were some specific factors that he had not satisfied. However, this did not matter. He had to kill the Prince of Netherworld first. While Yixian was blocking the Prince of Netherworld, the old tree appeared in front of the Prince of Netherworld in a flash. Poof! The old tree's hand passed through the Prince of Netherworld's body. The son of the Netherworld Emperor was not so easy to deal with. The successor of the Emperor of Death was simple. He had cultivated the immortal body and transformed into Ultraman, making his entire body indestructible. As for the son of the Netherworld Emperor, Nether Limitless, he had cultivated the Netherworld Dharma body and was immune to all kinds of attacks. However, so what? Wei Jintian surround him. Yixian sneered. In the next moment, Wei Jintian suddenly appeared and directly wrapped the 3 of them up, leaving no room for escape. At this moment, the Prince of Netherworld's expression had darkened. However, he pretended to be calm and laughed. Ha! Do you think you can kill me with just the few of you? Ordinary attacks are indeed useless against you, but why don't you try this move again? At this moment, Yixian sneered and suddenly moved away from the old tree. Then Wei Jintian tore open a hole, and a ray of white light shot in from the outside. This ray of white light was the breath of the sacred dragon that Wayward had released in a hurry. Ordinary attacks were useless against the Netherworld Dharma body, but Wayward's breath of the sacred dragon could. The Prince of Netherworld was engulfed by the white light and was instantly purified. Even his soul was obliterated, leaving behind only an interspatial ring. As he was not killed by Yixian, there was naturally no killing intent value. However, Wayward said generously, "Here, take it. Many thanks." Yixian did not hesitate and took the Prince of Netherworld's interspatial ring. However, as he had expected, there was not much inside. Now that the successor of the Emperor of Death and the Prince of Netherworld were dead, there was no one in the Demon Emperor's inheritance mystic land who could stop them. TSK. There's also a Netherworld puppet that was refined from the corpse of an itinerant immortal. Yixian grinned. The combat power of this Netherworld puppet was at the level of the first echelon, and it was extremely precious. Now that there are no more opponents, let's split up and kill all the people from the evil Holy Land first. After saying that, Wayward turned around. As long as they killed all the experts from the evil Holy Land, they would not have to be afraid of the Holy Leader's token even if it appeared. Chapter 1640. At this time outside the secret realm. Haha, good, this is really good news. Even the Prince of Netherworld has fallen in there. This is great news. Old immortal Tianju could not help but laugh. Yi Xian had also spread the news of Simple's death through Fairy Lu Li. Now the news of the Prince of Netherworld's death, Nether Limitless, had spread. The rogue immortals of the evil sacred ground could not believe it. It was one thing for Blood Chuanxiu, Monk Flowery and the others to die, but how could the first echelon of battle be killed as well? What happened? The Platinum Holy Light Dragon can't kill two people in a row. These rogue immortals could not help but think. At this time, the four rogue immortals from the Sacred Land of Death and the Netherworld Sacred Land all made a decision. The four of them were not simply bodyguards for Simple and Nether Limitless. They had come here for another purpose. However, the Netherworld Sacred Land had also invited an expert, but he had not appeared for a long time. No one knew what he was doing. Through Fairy Lu Li and old immortal Tianju, almost everyone in the camp knew about the death of Simple and Nether Limitless, and their morale was greatly boosted. On the contrary, the morale of the evil sacred ground experts fell, and they began to be cautious. If it were not for the fact that they could not find the exit, many of them would have left. At this time, Yi Xian and Capricious were roaming the sky above the Sea of Flowers, killing any enemy they saw. After half a day, there were only a few survivors from the evil sacred ground. Some hid in the Sea of Flowers, hoping to survive this calamity. Although there were many evil sacred ground experts, almost none of them could be found now. Therefore, Yi Xian and the others gathered in front of the platform where the Shifter Emperor's inheritance was placed. They had searched through the entire Sea of Flowers but had not found any clues. Therefore, this was the only place that was more likely to be the culprit. Another half a day passed. Luo, who was refining the other half of the Shifter Emperor's inheritance in the planting space, finally opened her eyes. "Brother, I'm done refining." Lulua's tender voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. "How was it?" Yi Xian asked curiously. "After refining the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance, I obtained the memories of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. I already know where the Holy Leader's token is." Luo replied, "It's under this half of the inheritance. At the same time, Senior Monster Emperor's corpse is also down there. However, it's protected by a formation. If we forcefully break it open, the interspatial ring that contains the Holy Leader's token will shatter." "Oh, okay." Yi Xian nodded slightly. Since Luo had already refined the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance and obtained the inheritance memories left behind by the Dragon Sparrow Fairy, then she should be able to obtain the Holy Leader badge. However, the matter was not over yet. There were still many people outside who were eyeing them covetously. Yi Xian glanced around and said, "Luo already knows the whereabouts of the Holy Leader's token. However, we still haven't decided who the Holy Leader's token belongs to, right? I feel that since only Lord Luo knows, then..." Yao Tian of the Penglai demon race said. However, he was interrupted before he could finish. "Sai, you can't say that. If Yi Xian and I hadn't killed Simple and Nether Limitless, do you think this matter would be so easy?" Wayward snorted. "Then what do you think?" Lin Zhanhao of Heaven Absolute Palace suddenly asked. "That's simple. The strong are respected, so we'll naturally use strength to obtain the treasure. Each side will send out one person, and the one who wins in the end will obtain the Holy Leader's token," Wayward suggested. Actually, he was not afraid of others. In the current situation, the only one who could fight him was probably Yi Xian. Right now, there were 4 other factions present: Heaven Absolute Palace, Penglai Demon Race, Glazed Knights, and Life Sacred Land. Actually, there was a 5th faction, which was the Buddhist Sacred Land. However, the one-thought monk was currently on the side of the Glazed Knights, so he could not be considered a representative of the Buddhist Sacred Land. At the same time, Heaven Absolute Palace and the Penglai Demon Race were on the same side. Even if Lin Zhanhao of Heaven Absolute Palace obtained the Holy Leader's token, he would give it to Luo. After all, they were here to help this time. Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian exchanged glances. Yi Xian and Luo seemed to have an inexplicable relationship. Was Yi Xian not going to help Luo? "I've already promised Fairy Glazed Glass to help him obtain the Holy Leader's token. However, Luo also needs the Holy Leader's token, so I have to obtain it. After Luo uses the Holy Leader's token to overcome the heavenly tribulation, I'll give it to Fairy Glazed Glass." Yi Xian thought to himself. "Your Heaven Absolute Palace and the Penglai Demon Race should stop fighting. I can send you flying with a single hand." Wayward suddenly turned around and said, "Even if you were once a wandering immortal, I can't back down." Yao Tian snorted coldly. "If that's the case, then you and Lin Zhanhao can come together." "I'll accept this battle," Wayward said directly. Hearing that, Yao Tian and Lin Zhanhao exchanged glances. This was Wayward's own request, so they would not be unreasonable. In a one-on-one situation they would definitely lose, but in a two-on-one situation, they might still have a chance of winning. Then I'll offend you. Immediately Lin Zhanhao summoned a sword, while Yao Tian directly transformed into his original form. He was the Destruction Heavenly Dragon with the strongest attack power among the Heavenly Dragons. The two of them joining forces was not a joke. What do you mean by once a wandering immortal? Today I'll teach you a lesson. After saying that, Wayward directly faced them. He did not need to transform into his original form to deal with two people from the second echelon. In an instant the three of them exchanged blows. A battle of this level was relatively rare. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian would at least force Wayward's original form out by joining forces, but they did not expect that they would be sent flying by Wayward's single punch from the beginning. The difference in strength was obvious at a glance. How can he be so strong? Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian thought in unison. They were both at the peak of heaven completion stage 9th tier, but their strength was so much weaker than Wayward's, which was a little hard for them to accept. Moreover, they could see that if Wayward attacked with his full strength, the two of them would probably be killed in an instant. In less than a few seconds, Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian were defeated by Wayward alone. How about it? Why don't both of you try again together? Wayward said with a smile. At this time, there were still 7 people from Tianju Palace and Penglai Demon Tribe. Including Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian, there were 9 people. 1 against 9, this was not fun. However, many people present believed that Wayward would still win. Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian looked at each other, and finally their gazes fell on Yi Xian. At this time, only Yi Xian could fight against the Platinum Holy Light Dragon Wayward. If he did not make a move, then this Holy Leader token would be Wayward's. Wayward, let's fight. Yi Xian summoned the Scarlet Flame Sword. Chapter 1641. Why didn't you call out that old man? Headstrong asked with some apprehension. It wouldn't be fair if I did. Yi Xian grinned. Ghost Dome Great Emperor was considered a heaven-reaching beast, while Wei Zhentian was a weapon. However, Old Tree was also considered a member of the Shifter race. If he was called out, wouldn't that be one more person? Headstrong looked at Yi Xian. When he thought about how Yi Xian didn't even take out the nether puppet, he heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, he wasn't confident in winning against Yi Xian alone. If both Old Tree and the nether puppet came out together, he might as well just admit defeat. Alright, since that's the case, then come at me. Headstrong shouted and transformed into his Platinum Holy Light Dragon. The Platinum Holy Light Dragon was considered a member of the Heavenly Dragon race, but it was more noble than any other Heavenly Dragon race member. After transforming into his true form, Headstrong's battle prowess skyrocketed. Unfortunately, he was nothing more than a sitting duck in Yi Xian's eyes. Don't forget, Yi Xian had already obtained the Dragon Slayer title, which doubled the damage he dealt to dragons. In addition, he had the Unicorn's Deterrence skill, which doubled the damage. In other words, Yi Xian's damage against Headstrong in his true form had tripled. On top of that, he had the Undying Doppelganger's amplification, the 1% amplification from the Elegy of Souls, the offensive power of the Ultimate Realm, and the fire offensive power of the Immortal Ichilan bloodline and the Immortal Divine Phoenix bloodline. Hence, even before he started, he was already doomed to fail. When the surrounding people saw Yi Xian and Headstrong, they couldn't help but back away. They estimated that this battle would be very intense. Of course, this was only their estimation. Come. Headstrong roared again, then transformed into a streak of white light and swept towards Yi Xian's trio. Kill. At the same time, Yi Xian gave Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Might Awe the Heavens an order. The two of them charged forward, one on the left and one on the right. Nihility Flame Sword Ripple. Yi Xian also began to attack, sending one attack after another at caprice. Haha, this kind of attack can't hurt me. He laughed willfully. Although Yi Xian's attack was strong, the Platinum Holy Light Dragon scales were no joke either. However, the power of the Void Flame Sword Ripple was not equal to the damage it dealt to the dragon's body. He willfully extended his dragon claw, preparing to destroy the Void Flame Sword Ripples. At the same time, he turned around wanting to kill Wei Zhentian. He had learned about the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian's unlimited resurrection ability, so he did not hold back at all. However, he had miscalculated one thing. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds rang out. Wayward couldn't help but cry out in pain. He discovered that his dragon claw had actually been injured by Yi Xian's Nihility Flame Sword Ripple. How was this possible? Haha, the Nihility Flame Sword Ripple's damage against dragons is 3 times that of normal. Yi Xian sneered inwardly as he continued to attack. Wayward suffered a setback. His wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood flowed freely. When he was in the rebirth realm, he could still use the mysterious life chi to heal his injuries. However, after entering the imperishable realm and obtaining the imperishable body, his injuries would be harder to heal. It was the same for the Ascension realm. However, as a Platinum Holy Light Dragon, Wayward was able to heal his injuries in an instant. I don't believe that you can heal indefinitely. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he rapidly retreated. At the same time he continuously used the Void Flame Sword Ripple. Stinking brat, don't be so smug. Watch how I crush your kidneys. With a furious roar, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor lashed out with its tail, causing Wei Jintian to explode. At the same time, its platinum scales suddenly emitted a white light. In an instant, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was purified into ashes. Ding. Wei Jintian died. Ding. Wei Jintian revived. Ding. Ghost Dome Great Emperor died. Ding. Ghost Dome Great Emperor revived. In the blink of an eye, Wei Jintian and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor appeared once again and charged over. Ayaya, this is too fake. You can revive indefinitely. Wayward couldn't help but roar in anger. Don't you have unlimited healing too? Yi Xian laughed. That's true. With your current attack, it's not enough to kill me. After saying that, Wayward suddenly accelerated towards Yi Xian. Since that's the case, let's do it for real. Yi Xian's eyes widened as he directly used the Deathly Hunt command to mark Wayward. This way his attack would deal additional damage to Wayward. Ever since the Slaying God bloodline and the Sword God bloodline merged with the Immortal Slaying bloodline, the damage of the Deathly Hunt command had increased by 30%. Moreover, the power of the first strike of the Eye of Assassination had also increased by 50%. This strike was probably enough to break the balance between Wayward's damage and recovery. Whoosh! Wayward turned into a ray of white light and attacked. Wei Jintian and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor couldn't catch up with him. However, just as his dragon claws were about to grab Yi Xian's figure suddenly flashed and appeared behind Wayward. Eye of Assassination / Bam. A void fire sword ripple directly slashed the back of the Platinum Holy Light Dragon. This time the power of the void fire sword ripple increased by a lot. It almost cut off half of the Platinum Holy Light Dragon's body. After feeling the pain, Wayward couldn't help but roar at the sky and say, "Damn it, I'm not fighting anymore." You're not fighting anymore? So soon? Yi Xian was slightly surprised. The battle hadn't even started for 2 seconds and Wayward had already admitted defeat. He hadn't even used all his trump cards yet. Brat, you're already at the level of a rogue immortal. I'm not your match. I don't want the Holy Leader's writ. Wayward shook his head. After healing his injuries, he directly transformed into his human form. Just now, Lin Zhanhao, the disciple of old immortal Tianju, and the #1 genius of the Penglai demon race, Yao Tian, couldn't last more than 3 seconds against Wayward. Now that Wayward had transformed into his true form, he couldn't last more than 3 seconds against Yi Xian. Yi Xian, isn't he a little too much of a freak? Alright, is there anyone else who wants to come out and try? Yi Xian suddenly turned his head and looked at the others. With his strength, he was strong enough to fight a group of people including Wayward. Who would dare to challenge him? Since there's no one else, this Holy Leader's writ is mine. Yi Xian grinned and summoned Luo Luo. Previously, he had used the Platinum Badge to communicate with Fairy Lu Li. He wanted to give this Holy Leader's writ to Luo Luo first. After Luo Luo passed the Heavenly Tribulation, he would give it to Fairy Lu Li. Fairy Lu Li didn't have any objections, and so did old immortal Tianju. Therefore they followed Yi Xian's plan. Luo Luo already knew the result. So when she appeared, she immediately used the hand seal she learned from the Dragon Sparrow Fairy and hit the stone platform. Bam! The stone platform suddenly exploded. Chapter 1642. Even Yi Xian did not expect it. He had scanned the platform with his Eye of Revelation, but he did not find anything. Soon a white token entered everyone's sight. As expected, the Holy Leader token was in the stone platform. The thing that blocked Yi Xian's Eye of Revelation was probably some kind of array, which was why Yi Xian did not notice it. It really is the Holy Leader token. I didn't expect it to be here. I tried to attack the stone platform but it was useless. I couldn't destroy it at all. So what if you guessed it? You can't break the array set up by the Dragon Sparrow Fairy. Everyone shook their heads. At this moment Yi Xian had already rushed over and held the Holy Leader token in his hand. As long as he refined this Holy Leader token, he would become the leader of the Penglai Sacred Land. As long as he was in the Penglai Sacred Land, his strength would increase tremendously. Moreover, even if he broke through to become an itinerant immortal, he would still be able to fight in the Penglai Sacred Land. Ding. The host has obtained the Penglai Sacred Land's Holy Leader token. Do you want to refine it? A system notification sounded. Immediately Yi Xian answered in his mind, yes. Although he would have to give the Holy Leader token to Luo Luo and Fairy Lu Li, he could wait until the time came. He would refine it first because he had a plan. Ding. The Holy Leader token has been successfully refined. The host is now the leader of the Penglai Sacred Land. The system notification sounded. Although Yi Xian did not feel the change in his strength, he would definitely be more powerful if he attacked. However, at this moment, whoosh, suddenly, a crack appeared in the space beside Yi Xian. Then a hand reached out and was about to snatch the Holy Leader token away. This scene happened so suddenly that everyone was caught off guard. Even Yi Xian did not expect it. Who could use the space-breaking technique in the secret land built by the Dragon Sparrow Fairy. After all, they had lost their space-breaking ability when they entered. Even Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Space, could not use it. Not only that, but even the Eye of Void could only be used once. But now, someone could actually break through the space-breaking technique. What was going on? You want to steal my Holy Leader token? No way. Yi Xian's eyes widened, and he gripped the Holy Leader medallion tightly with one hand. At the same time, he grabbed the Holy Leader medallion with the other hand, and then viciously dragged him away. Then a young man entered everyone's sight. This person's face was very unfamiliar to everyone, but his strength was not to be underestimated. Wah! Another spatial fissure tore open. This time, the spatial fissure expanded all the way to Yi Xian's head, as though it was preparing to kill Yi Xian in one blow. However, Yi Xian had already cultivated the glazed treasure body to the 6th level, and he also had the space eye. Most importantly, he had already refined the Holy Leader's badge. When the spatial crack expanded to his skin, it suddenly recovered from the recoil. What? The young man was shocked. He thought that he would succeed this time, but he didn't expect that he would fail. Before he could react, the old tree threw out 9 lightning fire chains. 9 dragons thunder chain lock. In an instant, the young man was trapped by the 9 dragons thunder chain. The extremely strong power of lightning paralyzed him and he couldn't move. Who are you? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. This young man had the ability to break through the space-breaking technique here. He was at least as strong as the successor of the Emperor of Death, Simple, and the Prince of Netherworld, Nether Limitless, or even stronger. One had to know that Fairy Lu Li didn't tell him that there was such an expert. After all, the experts from the Evil Path Holy Lands had entered under the watchful eyes of Fairy Lu Li and old immortal Tianju. The Space Eye, he's the descendant of time and space. Wayward suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shouted. Descendant of time and space? What's that? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. However, he didn't care who the other party was and directly punched out. With the Holy Leader's badge in hand and having refined it, Yi Xian's attack power instantly skyrocketed. Bang! This punch was so fast that even Wayward couldn't react in time. By the time everyone came back to their senses, the young man's neck had already exploded, and his head had been separated from his body. The reason why Yi Xian didn't target his head was because he felt a familiar aura, and that was the Space Eye. Before the other party could react, Yi Xian quickly moved again and plucked both of the young man's eyes. He originally thought that the other party's eyes were the Space Eyes obtained from the heaven-reaching beast, but when he plucked them and devoured them, he found that this wasn't the case. One of the young man's eyes was the Space Eye, and the other was the Time Eye. Ding, the host has devoured in Space Eye. Ding, the host has devoured in Space Eye. Ding, the planting space has changed. The host can change the flow of time in the planting space by 10 times. Ding, the Space Eye and the Space Eye has been copied into the Eye catalog. There are currently 3 types: the Eye of Nature, the Eye of Death, the Space Eye, and the Time Eye. Ding, the system rewards the host with the evolution of his celestial eyes. A series of system notifications stunned Yi Xian. The Eye catalog was understandable, but what was with the flow of time in the planting space? Immediately, he checked the planting space and found that the flow speed in the planting space could be increased by 10 times or decreased by 10 times. If it was accelerated by 10 times, then the growth of the heaven and earth treasures would be accelerated by 10 times. If it was slowed down by 10 times, then 10 days in the planting space would be equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. Holy *T. Yi Xian was shocked beyond words. If it was slowed down by 10 times, then it would be 1/10 of its original speed. Cultivating in the planting space for 10 years was equivalent to only 1 year in the outside world. For the average person, this was better than any heaven and earth treasures. Most importantly, the flow of time in the planting space would change according to the level of the planting space. The planting space was currently at level 6. If it was upgraded to level 7, it might be 100 times faster. In the future, it might even be 1,000 times or even 10,000 times faster. 10,000 years in the planting space was equivalent to only 1 year in the outside world. Even an idiot could become a genius. However, the flow of time was only effective for cultivation. If someone was pregnant, 10 months in the outside world would be equivalent to 100 months in the planting space. Haha, thank you for giving me such a good gift. Yi Xian laughed loudly as he looked at the scion of time and space. The scion of time and space had a good plan. He'd waited for Yi Xian to obtain the Holy Leader Medallion before making his move. He hadn't expected Yi Xian to be able to refine the Holy Leader Medallion in an instant, catching him off guard. Not only had his plan failed, but he'd also fallen into Yi Xian's hands. It was a complete failure. Chapter 1643. He should be the Temporal Island Lord's son, Shi Wuya. This temporal island can also be considered a sacred ground, but it's much smaller than the Penglai sacred ground. However, the temporal island lord was very lucky and obtained a pair of eyes of time. He laid down a formation on the temporal island, slowing down the flow of time by half. The flow of time on the island is different from the flow of time in the Penglai sacred ground. 1 year of cultivation here is equivalent to 2 years of cultivation in the Penglai sacred ground, explained Headstrong. Only half. Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but frown. His eyes revealed a mocking expression. One had to know that his planting space could change the flow of time by 10 times. It was much stronger than the temporal island lord. Ah! At this moment, Shi Wuya suddenly opened his mouth and screamed a few times in a voice that no one could understand. I heard that Shi Wuya was born mute. Now he only has a head left because of you. Even his eyes have been dug out. What a cripple. Headstrong grinned and said, I didn't expect that a demonic sacred ground could actually move the temporal island lord. If your reaction was slower, the sacred leader token would have been taken away. How strong is the temporal island lord? Asked Yi Xian. The temporal island lord is a second tribulation scattered immortal. He offended my life saint sect, so he has been hiding in the temporal island, not daring to come out. As Headstrong spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Shi Wuya and said, if we directly kill Shi Wuya, he will definitely use a soul seed to revive in the temporal island. Why don't you hand him over to me? I'll bring him back to the Life Saint sect and imprison him. If you want to take my sacred leader token, you have to pay a price. Yi Xian snorted and threw Shi Wuya's head to Headstrong. Then he took the yin and yang ring from Shi Wuya's body. Everyone was stunned. Yi Xian's strength had already exceeded their understanding. They didn't expect that even Shi Wuya, who had the ability to break space, couldn't hurt him. It was truly terrifying. Since we have obtained the Fiend Emperor's inheritance and the Sacred Leader token, let's go. After saying that, Yi Xian hesitated. At this time Shi Wuya had already cultivated the Eye of Space. Although it was only half, it was enough to break this space. Yi Xian had already obtained the Sacred Leader token. Since Luo Luo had even found the Holy Lord's token, she naturally told Yi Xian about it. However, Yi Xian wasn't prepared to break through the void and leave. Immortal, immortal, immortal. Ye immortal, immortal, immortal sect. Immortal, 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 immortals. Immortal, 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 immortals. Old Shu, get ready, Yi Xian said in his heart. This meant that Yi Xian could attack them, but they could only defend and not retaliate. Blood Fiend Holy Land, Bone Erosion Holy Land, and Evil Sun Holy Land each had 1 loose immortal, while Death Holy Land and Nether Holy Land each had 2 loose immortals. Yi Xian's goal this time was to kill these 7 itinerant immortals. At this moment, old immortal Tianju and Fairy Lu Li had also seen Yi Xian. They also knew about Shi Wuya through voice transmissions. Not only that, but the Nether Holy Land also knew about it because they were the ones who had invited Shi Wuya. That seems to be. The 2 immortals from the Sacred Land of Death raised their eyebrows. Just now, Shi Wuya had blended in with the Nether Holy Lands group and disguised himself, so they didn't recognize him. Now, Shi Wuya's head was being held capriciously in his hand, and he was constantly uttering hoarse notes. That was why he was recognized. I never expected that the Nether Hallowed Land would actually be able to invite Shi Wuya. The 2 rogue immortals from the Sacred Land of Death could not help but wonder. What was even more unexpected was that Shi Wuya had failed. One must know that Shi Wuya's strength was above Yi Xian and Nether limitless. How could he be captured alive? At this moment Yi Xian and the others had already passed through the light barrier and exited the secret realm. Old Immortal Tianju and Fairy Lu Li immediately went up to greet them. Aha, I'm sure you guys have already received the news. The sacred land of death's Yi Xian and the Nether Holy Land's Nether Limitless have both fallen. Capricious laughed arrogantly. Nether Holy Land, I wonder what conditions you guys offered to actually be able to get this guy to help. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but lift up Shi Wuya's head. Shi Wuya was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Even if only his head was left, he wouldn't die. If his soul was erased, he could use the soul seed to revive on the temporal island. However, if he was imprisoned in the Life Saint sect, he wouldn't be able to revive. The temporal island lord once had a conflict with the Life Saint sect. Now that the temporal island lord's son had fallen into capricious hands, who knew what would happen next? Humph, you guys actually dared to kill my young master. The Nether Emperor won't let you off. One of the Nether Holy Land's loose immortals snorted. Capricious naturally wouldn't be intimidated by such threats. He continued to mock, Dish, even if your young master didn't have the soul seed, I would still kill him. If you have the guts, come and beat me up. The two loose immortals from the Nether Holy Land looked at each other with ugly expressions. At this moment, Immortal Qi Shui from the Blood Fiend Holy Land suddenly said, Since it's like this, why don't you tell me who obtained the Holy Master token? What? Is it important who obtained it? Old Immortal Tianju suddenly took a step forward and glanced at him. Humph, many people from my Blood Fiend Holy Land have died. Don't tell me we don't even have the qualifications to take a look? Immortal Qi Shui snorted. Since you guys want to take a look, then take a look. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly took out the Holy Master token from the devouring space. Seeing this, old Immortal Tianju's eyes couldn't help but moisten. He recognized that this was indeed the Holy Master token that the Dragon Sparrow Fairy had refined when she was alive. Although the other loose immortals hadn't seen the Holy Master token of the Dragon Sparrow Fairy, they could feel that this Holy Master token was extraordinary. Since someone had obtained the Holy Master token, the next step for the Evil Dao Holy Land was to carry out their plan. Attack. Suddenly, the two rogue immortals from the Nether Holy Land looked at each other. Immediately after, the two of them quickly flew towards Yi Xian. At the same time, one of them even attacked Yi Xian without hesitation. What? Everyone was shocked. No one expected that the two loose immortals from the Nether Holy Land would suddenly attack. Were they going to snatch the Holy Master token? One should know that this island was also a part of the Penglai Holy Land. If they attacked, they would be punished by the Heavenly Dao. These two loose immortals from the Nether Holy Land were both at the peak of the First Tribulation and had extraordinary strength. One of their attacks was enough to kill an ordinary loose immortal, let alone Yi Xian, who was at the 9th level of the Ascension Realm. Chapter 1644. Oh no! Old deity Tianju was also an itinerant immortal at the peak of the First Tribulation. He immediately understood the Nether Holy Land's plan and his expression changed drastically. The Nether Holy Land had decided to sacrifice an itinerant immortal for the Holy Leader token. After killing Yi Xian, another person would snatch it away. What a good plan. Unfortunately, the Nether Holy Land attacked without warning. Old deity Tianju could do nothing about it. Now he could only depend on Yi Xian. You are not afraid of the punishment of the Heavenly Dao and attacked me? Yi Xian was slightly surprised because he also wanted to attack these itinerant immortals. He did not expect to be too slow. However, it did not matter. You are too naive. Take this. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flickered and a space crack appeared in front of him. Then, the attack of the itinerant immortal from the Nether Holy Land rushed in and appeared behind the other person. Bam! The cold light hit the back of the other person's head and instantly pierced through his head. The itinerant immortal at the peak of the First Tribulation was dead. At the same time, the itinerant immortal who attacked was also punished by the Heavenly Dao and his soul was directly obliterated. In just 1 second, the two itinerant immortals at the peak of the First Tribulation died one after another. The Heavenly Dao punished according to the strength of the attack. The attack just now was very fierce, so the Heavenly Dao directly obliterated the attacker's soul. This person was an itinerant immortal at the peak of the First Tribulation and had been stuck in this realm for more than 1,000 years. He knew that he could not suppress the immortal tribulation and could not pass it, so he decided to sacrifice himself to ask the Nether Emperor to protect his descendants. He did not expect that this plan would fail. Not only the Nether Holy Land but the two people from the Death Holy Land also had the same plan. Before the space crack appeared, one of them launched an attack. After hearing the sharp sound, Yi Xian's face became serious. In the next moment, his figure disappeared directly and then appeared behind the attacker. Bam. Coincidentally, the attacker's heavenly Tao punishment arrived. His soul was also obliterated and his whole body directly fell from the sky. You are too naive. I'll take it. Yi Xian sneered in his heart and put the corpse away. The Nether Holy Land and the Holy Land of Death were really generous. They did not hesitate to lose a loose immortal to obtain this Holy Leader badge. In the blink of an eye, 3 First Tribulation Peak loose immortals had fallen. This shocked the surrounding people. Old Tree Megatron Ribs, kill him. At that moment, Yi Xian directly shouted in his heart. Immediately after, the Old Tree Trio suddenly appeared and directly attacked the surviving loose immortal in the sacred land of death. Old Tree and the other 2 were only at the peak of LV9 of the heaven-reaching realm, so they were allowed to take action. Not only that, but Yi Xian, who had the Holy Leader token, suddenly had a thought. The next moment, the unrepairable spatial crack suddenly expanded, and another Yi Xian entered. Merge. Yi Xian fused with his second doppelganger at lightning speed, and his battle prowess increased by 20%. In the case of double fusion, his combat strength would increase by 70%, and triple fusion would increase by 90%. Ding. The current success rate of the host's tribulation is 100%. Do you want to start the tribulation? Yes. After Yi Xian answered in his mind, the surrounding vital chi of heaven and earth began to gather. In the mystery land, a simple attempt to pass the tribulation would fail. At this moment, Yi Xian was outside the mystery land. This was only an island in the Penglai Holy Land, so naturally he could pass the tribulation. What? He's going to pass the tribulation? The surrounding people were shocked and they quickly retreated. It was better to stay away from the tribulation of others, because the tribulation lightning of others would cause great harm to oneself. What is this kid trying to do? The surviving loose immortal in the Holy Land of Death was a little confused. At this moment, the Old Tree Trio had already flashed in front of him. However, he was still a First Tribulation Peak loose immortal. Even if he stood there and let the Old Tree Trio attack him, they might not be able to break through his defense. Therefore he decided to watch first. However, how would he know that Yi Xian had already refined the Holy Leader token the moment he obtained it? Not only that, even old immortal Tianju and Fairy Luli did not expect it. They also did not know what Yi Xian was trying to do. Boom. At this moment, the immortal tribulation finally descended, directly striking Yi Xian's head. The loose immortal from the Holy Land of Death avoided the Old Tree Trio and approached Yi Xian, because he thought that as long as Yi Xian died under the immortal tribulation, the Holy Leader token would be his. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's success rate of passing the immortal tribulation was 100%. Ding. The host has passed the immortal tribulation successfully. Ding. Because the passage to the immortal realm is closed, the system forces the host to disintegrate. Ding. The host has successfully disintegrated. The host is now a First Tribulation loose immortal. After the system's notification, Yi Xian's aura suddenly increased by several times. Sure enough, the system was forcing him to disintegrate. If the passage to the immortal realm was still open, Yi Xian could directly become a real immortal. One should know that a first immortal was equivalent to a third tribulation loose immortal, a second immortal was equivalent to a sixth tribulation loose immortal, and a third immortal was equivalent to a ninth tribulation loose immortal. As long as a ninth tribulation loose immortal passed the immortal tribulation again, he could directly become a fourth immortal, and no longer had to worry about the loose immortal tribulation that occurred once every 1,000 years. Now Yi Xian had broken through, and with the help of the Holy Leader token, he could finally use his full strength. Haha, I've finally become a loose immortal. Yi Xian laughed a few times. Even without the Holy Leader token, he had a 100% success rate. It would be strange if he failed. Everyone was a little surprised. They felt that Yi Xian's immortal tribulation was too rushed. After all, the others had to choose the location and be fully prepared. However, when they saw that Yi Xian was safe and sound, they could not help but sigh in relief. As for the remaining 4 loose immortals of the Evil Path Holy Land, they would cry. Boy, I admit that I failed this time, but why did you let the 3 of them attack me? Do you think that they can hurt me? The loose immortal of the Holy Land of Death could not help but snort coldly. Of course not. Yi Xian shook his head, then took out the Holy Leader token again. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, he activated it with his true chi. The next moment, his body was surrounded by a strange energy that gushed out of the Holy Leader token. Everyone was shocked. Yi Xian was actually able to use the Holy Lord token. Didn't that mean that he'd already refined the Holy Lord token? The current master of the Penglai Holy Land was Yi Xian. What? Old immortal Tianju, Fairy Lu Li and the others were shocked. It had only been half a day since they received the news. During this half a day Yi Xian had been traveling under everyone's eyes. How could he have refined the Holy Leader token? Oh no! Chapter 1645. At this moment they finally understood why Yi Xian had to undergo the tribulation on the spot. It was because Yi Xian had already refined the Sacred Leader token. As long as he successfully became an itinerant immortal, with the Sacred Leader token and the restrictions of the Sacred Leader token, no one present would be a match for Yi Xian. Let's go. The itinerant immortal from the Sacred Land of Death immediately turned around and ran. He was prepared to open the spatial rift and return to the Penglai Sacred Land, then escape. Unfortunately he was one step too slow. Die. Yi Xian remained calm and collected as he directly used his strongest trump card. Unicorn Descend. Boom. In an instant, the itinerant immortal from the Sacred Land of Death was directly trampled by the flaming hoof. After breaking through to the first tribulation itinerant immortal realm, Yi Xian's strength had increased several times. Coupled with the Sacred Leader token's support, his damage was simply explosive. With just one hoof, he seriously injured the peak first tribulation itinerant immortal. Blarg. The itinerant immortal spat out a mouthful of blood. This time he really suffered a double loss. He originally wanted another person to kill Yi Xian, then he would take the Sacred Leader token. He did not expect that he would fail and be utterly defeated. If that's the case, then let's die together. The itinerant immortal roared and directly attacked without hesitation. You are now like an ant in front of me. Yi Xian glared and another unicorn hoof descended. This time the itinerant immortal was directly killed. At the same time his attack was already in front of Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian, who had the Sacred Leader token and the power of the Sacred Land, easily defeated the attack. Even if he did not attack, the itinerant immortal would be punished by the Heavenly Tao, and then his soul would be erased. However, the people he killed were able to obtain killing intent points. There were now 3 people left. I will also send you on your way. Yi Xian did not hesitate and directly used the third hoof of the unicorn. This hoof directly killed the itinerant immortal from the Nibbling Bones Sacred Land. This loose immortal was only an early-stage First Tribulation immortal. He was weaker than the 4 from the Sacred Land of Death and Nether Sacred Land. He was killed instantly. Currently, there was still a loose immortal from the Evil Sun Holy Land and Immortal Qishui. Don't kill me, I am willing to submit. Immortal Qishui hastily said. I don't need a lackey like you. Yi Xian shook his head and started killing. Although Immortal Qishui was only a mid-stage First Tribulation loose immortal, Yi Xian, who had the Sacred Master Medallion, could easily kill him even without using his ultimate move. As for the other person, he was at the early stage of the First Tribulation, so he naturally couldn't escape death. In less than 2 seconds, 2 more rogue immortal corpses appeared. The 7 rogue immortals from the Corrupt Path Holy Lands had all fallen. Although a few of them were punished to death by the Heavenly Tao, they would have died at the hands of Yi Xian in the end even if they did not make a move. Yi Xian, who had the Sacred Leader token, was almost invincible in the Penglai Sacred Land. Unless he reacted by sacrificing himself to kill him, he was almost immortal. Everyone looked at the expanding spatial rifts and couldn't help but retreat. The space around them was unstable. Once a rogue immortal made a move, the spatial rifts couldn't be repaired by ordinary people. That was why they were punished by the Heavenly Tao. Although the battle just now didn't last long, there were many spatial rifts left behind. If they were left alone, the entire Penglai Sacred Land would suffer. Yi Xian, repair the spatial rifts first. Old Immortal Tianju hurriedly reminded. Okay. Yi Xian nodded and then used the Sacred Leader token again. Together with the Eye of Space, he quickly suppressed the spatial rifts and repaired them. These spatial rifts were left behind by the full-strength attacks of a peak First Tribulation loose immortal. They were expanding very quickly. If not suppressed, they would engulf the entire Penglai Sacred Land and even affect the other sacred lands. Fortunately, Yi Xian was already the master of the Penglai Sacred Land. Repairing these spatial rifts was a piece of cake. Now that the 7 rogue immortals from the Corrupt Path Holy Lands were dead, the matter was considered over. I have already broken through to the rogue immortal realm. In 1,000 years, it will be time for me to undergo my second tribulation. Yi Xian thought to himself. 1,000 years was too long for him. Fortunately, he was very benevolent. As long as he could find a special treasure, he could shorten the time needed to undergo his tribulation. Among the spoils of war just now, there were many things that could shorten the time needed to undergo the tribulation. In total, it would take about 100 years. Once one became a rogue immortal, they would undergo the tribulation once every 1,000 years. Even if they were only at the first tribulation rogue immortal realm, they still had to undergo it. If they failed, they would be struck by the tribulation and their soul would scatter. If they succeeded, they would become a second tribulation rogue immortal. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to first break through to the first tribulation rogue immortal realm before using these treasures to reduce the time needed to undergo the tribulation just in case. Now that he had undergone the tribulation, the old tree and the ghost dome great emperor were only at the 9th stage ascension realm. Before old immortal Tianju could speak, the heaven-earth Yuan Qi changed again. This time it was the old tree and the ghost dome great emperor who underwent the tribulation. As for Wei Zhentian, he was stuck at the 9th stage ascension realm because he was a weapon. Fortunately, he shared the same level as the ghost dome great emperor. As long as the ghost dome great emperor underwent the tribulation, he would also break through. Ayaya, you are actually undergoing the tribulation one after another. In that case, I won't hold back. Then he tossed Shi Huiya's head to Rin Feng and began to guide the heaven-earth Yuan Qi. He was actually undergoing the tribulation too. F***ck, I won't hide it anymore. Tribulation. At this moment, a demon elder who had broken through to the 9th stage ascension realm for 10,000 years shouted angrily. Undergoing the tribulation was not fun. Once the tribulation failed, one's soul would scatter. Moreover, the soul that was scattered by the tribulation could only be revived by the soul seed. Therefore there was only one chance. If he did not succeed, he would die trying. Fortunately, the tribulation would not be affected by the number of people undergoing the tribulation nearby. Boom. 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 Bolts of tribulation lightning struck down. The old tree and the ghost dome great emperor each endured one. After the old tree mutated into the ember of lightning fire, it was resistant to lightning attribute attacks. Therefore, it easily passed the tribulation. The ghost dome great emperor was also half of the rock attribute. Therefore, it easily passed the tribulation too. Ding. The ember of lightning fire has successfully passed the tribulation. He is currently at the early stage of first tribulation loose immortal. Ding. The ghost dome great emperor has successfully passed the tribulation. He is currently at the early stage of first tribulation loose immortal. Ding. Wei Zhentian has successfully passed the tribulation. He is currently at the early stage of first tribulation loose immortal. However, this was not the end. A few of the loose immortals did not expect that they would die. Moreover, loose immortals could not be revived using soul seeds. Therefore, they would carry ordinary items with them. After the battle just now, all the good things fell into the hands of Yi Xian. Ding. Host has broken through. He is currently at the middle stage of first tribulation loose immortal. Ding. The ember of lightning fire has broken through. He is currently at the middle stage of first tribulation loose immortal. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is currently at the middle stage of first tribulation loose immortal. Ghost dome great emperor has broken through. He is currently at the middle stage of first tribulation loose immortal. Chapter 1646. A series of system notifications made Yi Xian a little confused. However, the feeling of his strength skyrocketing was really good. It's too scary. After feeling Yi Xian's aura, both old immortal Tianju and fairy Lu Li could not help but shudder. Just now, the four-peak first tribulation itinerant immortals had similar strength to them, but they were all killed by Yi Xian. Now, Yi Xian had directly broken through to the middle first tribulation itinerant immortal realm. Even without the sacred leader token, he could probably kill them. In the Penglai divine land, Yi Xian was already an invincible existence. On the other side, Wayward's immortal tribulation had also landed. Following that, his aura skyrocketed. Father left a lot of vitality in my body. Even if I can't refine it all, it's enough for me to return to the peak directly. Wayward thought in his heart. His aura skyrocketed and soon stopped at the middle first tribulation realm. As for the demon clan elder, he had also successfully passed the immortal tribulation and cultivated to become an itinerant immortal. At this time, Yi Xian directly summoned Luo Luo and took out the sacred leader token. This is a good place. Just refine it directly. Yi Xian handed the sacred leader token to Luo Luo. Wait. At this time, old immortal Tianju suddenly interrupted. During the refining process, you can't use the sacred leader token. If the sacred land of death sends a second tribulation itinerant immortal, it will be dangerous. Go to the Luguang divine land. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. Old immortal Tianju was the sacred land master of the Luguang divine land. It would be safer for Luo Luo to refine it there. However, before that, Yi Xian first let Old Tree and the other two test it. Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor's attacks would create a rapidly expanding space crack, and then they would be killed by the heavenly punishment. As for Wei Zhenqian, no matter how he attacked, there would be no punishment, and he would not be able to break open the space crack. This made Yi Xian very surprised but also very surprised. This meant that Wei Zhenqian could disregard the punishment of the heavenly Tao and make a move on the minor hallowed grounds. If he had known about this earlier, Yi Xian could have directly transcended his tribulation. When the time came, Wei Zhenqian would have been the one to deal with him. Things would have been much easier then. Yi Xian led everyone back to the Penglai sacred ground through the spatial crack in the Dragon Sparrow Fairy's spatial crack. During this period of time, Yi Xian's doppelganger had already uprooted all the strongholds of the three evil holy lands. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the resources to break through to mid-stage first tribulation. After returning to the Penglai goblin race, Old Immortal Tianju used the Penglai goblin race's teleportation array and directly teleported to the Lu Guang Holy Land's Tianju Palace. In the Glazed Light Holy Land, as long as number 3 tribulation loose immortals came, no one would be a threat to Tianju Lao Xian. Moreover, which third tribulation loose immortal would want to be punished by the heavenly Tao? One had to know that a soul seed could only be revived when one was below the heaven ascension realm. After becoming an itinerant immortal, death was certain once one's soul was destroyed. Moreover, even if his soul escaped, he wouldn't be able to revive as easily as a reaching heaven state. Although itinerant immortals had many restrictions, Yi Xian was not afraid of the itinerant immortal tribulation that happened once every 1,000 years due to the increase in his strength. Come to think of it, after arriving at the Glazed Light Holy Land's Tianju Palace, Yi Xian handed the Holy Leader token to Luoluo. Then Luoluo began to refine it. This Holy Leader token previously belonged to the Dragon Sparrow Fairy. Now that Luoluo had obtained it, it would be relatively easier for her to refine it. Senior, now that Luoluo has completely refined the Demon Emperor's inheritance and this Holy Leader token, what are her chances of winning if she directly goes through the heavenly tribulation? Asked Yi Xian. Regarding this matter, I once went to look for an expert from the Life Holy sect. He said that if Luoluo uses the Holy Leader token, she has about an 80% chance of winning. Replied Tianju Lao Xian. Only 80%? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Clearly he wasn't very satisfied with this success rate. What he wanted was 100%. If she reverted to her original form, she might be able to reach 100%. Moreover, my wife is proficient in array formations. When she goes through the heavenly tribulation, it will be much easier to set up a defensive array formation. Tianju Lao Xian emphasized the words heavenly tribulation. Heavenly tribulation was not an immortal tribulation. The immortal tribulation had to land on the person going through it. Only with their own strength could they pass it. Lolua's heavenly tribulation didn't need to land on the person going through it. She could just block it. Although outsiders couldn't help, the array formation that Luoluo set up and the divine abilities that she learned could be used to block the heavenly tribulation. Oh right, after breaking through to the itinerant immortal realm, there is still the tribulation transcendence pill. It can increase the success rate of the heavenly tribulation. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. This was good news for Luoluo. With this, Luoluo would have no problem passing the heavenly tribulation. Although the Holy Leader token used to belong to the Dragon Sparrow Fairy, it still took Luoluo half a month to refine this Holy Leader token. After half a month, Luoluo successfully refined this Holy Leader token. Then, everyone returned to the Penglai sacred ground. At this moment, Luoluo could borrow the power of the sacred ground. Grandpa, big brother, when will I be able to fully unlock the inheritance memories? Luoluo asked Yi Xian and Tianju in the Penglai Sacred Grounds Plaza. There's no rush. Let's make all the preparations first. You can set up a defensive array formation here, Old Immortal Tianju said. His wife, the Dragon Sparrow Fairy, was an array master. Although she was only a mid-stage first tribulation itinerant immortal, the array formation would still be effective at this time. Luoluo responded and started to set up the array formation in the inheritance memories. First layer, second layer, third layer, fourth layer. Other people's array formations were useless against the heavenly tribulation. They would be destroyed instantly. However, Luoluo's array formations were set up by her, so they could be used to block the heavenly tribulation. In the end, Luoluo set up a total of 7 layers of array formations. Luoluo, take this pill before the heavenly tribulation. Yi Xian spent a large amount of super devouring crystals to exchange for a heavenly tribulation pill and threw it over. Luoluo caught the heavenly tribulation pill and turned to look at someone. It was Hu Xing'er, who Yi Xian had brought over from the land of reincarnation. She had already reincarnated 9 times and had parents in every life. However, Hu Xing'er was Luoluo's parent in her first life. She naturally had to come over when Luoluo was going through the heavenly tribulation. It's about time. I'll go and awaken her inheritance memories. Old immortal Tianju said to Yi Xian and walked over. As long as he awakened Luoluo's inheritance memories, the heavenly loathing fox bloodline in her body would be fully activated. At that time she would welcome the heavenly tribulation. When Luoluo saw old immortal Tianju walking towards her, she stuffed the heavenly tribulation pill into her mouth and swallowed it. Yi Xian watched as old immortal Tianju approached Luoluo and placed his withered hand on Luoluo's head. Luoluo was not a treasure. Once she failed the heavenly tribulation, her soul would scatter. Chapter 1647. Fortunately, Luoluo and Yi Xian had formed a master and servant blood contract. Luoluo was the same as Old Tree and the other two and could double her strength. At this moment, old immortal Tianju's palm suddenly emitted a stream of true qi into Luoluo's head. In the next moment, Luoluo's eyes suddenly widened and 2 rays of light shot out from them. Inherited memories were completely unlocked. In an instant, a powerful aura spread out and shocked everyone in the surroundings. The heavenly loathing fox bloodline was completely awakened. Luoluo also awakened the memories of her previous 8 lives. She remembered Yi Xian, Hu Xing'er, Old Tree and the others. At the same time, the heaven and earth yuan qi began to gather rapidly and the terrifying aura spread out again. Seeing this, old immortal Tianju quickly dodged. Luoluo also made a hand seal and activated the 7 layers of defense array. Then she turned into her original form. She was originally from the Fox Charm clan. After her reincarnation she became a fox demon. Now that she had completely unlocked the heavenly loathing fox bloodline, she was still a demon. However, her original form was the golden 9-tailed heavenly loathing fox. Luoluo's new fox demon was not bad, but it was far inferior to the heavenly loathing fox. The heavenly tribulation was almost done gathering and could fall at any time. Luoluo held the sacred leader token in her hand and prepared for the heavenly tribulation. Old Tree, the 3 of you go and try. Yi Xian quickly summoned Old Tree and the other 2. He wanted the 3 itinerant immortals to try blocking the heavenly tribulation. Boom! Just as the 3 of them were in position, a loud sound suddenly came from the sky and attracted everyone's attention. The heavenly tribulation was coming. This heavenly tribulation contained terrifying power. It directly struck Luoluo, who had turned into the heavenly loathing fox. At the same time, Wei Zhenqian and the other 2 lined up from top to bottom and went up to face the heavenly tribulation. Yi Xian's plan was to let the 3 of them block the heavenly tribulation's power, but it was useless. Ding! Wei Zhenqian died. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor died. Ding! Ashen Thunder Fire has died. The tribulation lightning pierced through Wei Zhenqian, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and the Old Tree's bodies one after another. Moreover, its power did not weaken at all. Don't forget that Luoluo's current tribulation was at the peak of heaven completion stage level 9. Compared to Hu Xing'er's tribulation, she was countless times stronger. Boom! In the end, the tribulation lightning struck Luoluo's formation. This formation had Luoluo's genuine qi on it, so it was approved by the heavenly tribulation. However, this 7-layer formation still couldn't block the tribulation lightning. The 7 layers of formations were broken one after another, but it also had the effect of weakening the tribulation lightning. When the tribulation lightning landed on Luoluo's body, it only had 2/3 of its original power left. Boom! In the end, the tribulation lightning still struck Luoluo's body. The overbearing lightning instantly spread out. Luoluo's main body couldn't help but let out a low roar. All her hair stood on end, and her entire body trembled as if she was enduring pain. Seeing this, Yi Xian, old immortal Tianju, and Hu Xing'er could only watch helplessly. This was because the heavenly tribulation was Luoluo's matter alone, and others couldn't interfere. When the tribulation lightning struck her body, Luoluo had already used the Holy Leader Order. In addition to the peak of heaven completion stage level 9, the Demon Emperor's inheritance and other factors, Luoluo successfully received this attack. Ding! Luoluo successfully passed the tribulation. Ding! Luoluo forcibly disintegrated. She is currently at the early stage of 1 tribulation scattered immortal. These 2 system notifications surprised Yi Xian. Luoluo had passed the heavenly tribulation, not the immortal tribulation. How did she break through to the scattered immortal realm? However, this was no longer important because Luoluo had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, and he didn't have to worry about it in the future. Yeah. Young master, mother, I passed the heavenly tribulation. Luo Luo immediately turned into her human form and jumped into Hu Xing'er's arms. For today, everyone had put in a lot of effort and things had finally come to a successful conclusion. Good, it's good that you passed it. Yi Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. Now, not only had Luo Luo passed the heavenly tribulation, but she had also broken through to the itinerant immortal realm. Moreover, all of her inherited memories had been unlocked, which was worthy of celebration. However, there was still no news of Luolua's father, which was a pity. For this, Yi Xian also ran all over the 100 Beasts realm, using his spiritual sense to search all the Fox clan members, but he couldn't find any clues. Perhaps Luolua's father had already fallen, or perhaps he had reincarnated. Since things were over, then the Penglai Demon Clan's Holy Leader Order should be handed over to Fairy Lu Li. Yi Xian took the Holy Leader Order from Luo Luo, then found Fairy Lu Li ready to fulfill his previous promise. Fairy Lu Li had spent a lot of heavenly treasures to nurture him, and now he wanted to use the Holy Leader Order as a reward. However, when Yi Xian came to the colored glass sacred mountain and found Fairy Lu Li, he found that Headstrong was also there. TSK, kid, keep this Holy Leader Order first. Headstrong directly smiled at Yi Xian. Why? Yi Xian heard this and asked in surprise. Headstrong suddenly looked at Fairy Lu Li and said, Next, I have a plan that you will definitely be interested in. What plan? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. Keep this Penglai Holy Leader Order first. From now on, you are the master of the Penglai Holy Ground. As for your promise to me, you can use the Holy Leader Order of other holy grounds to repay it. Fairy Lu Li said. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and didn't react for a moment. Simply put, go and get another Holy Leader Order. Headstrong explained. Go get another one. Where do you go? Yi Xian asked. Of course, it's those evil holy grounds. Some holy grounds only have mid-stage first tribulation itinerant immortals as their masters, Headstrong continued. But I am also an itinerant immortal now. If I make a move in the other holy grounds, my soul will fly. When Yi Xian said this, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind and he suddenly realized. If an itinerant immortal attacked in a holy ground, his soul would scatter. However, the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Jinqian could be resurrected even if they died. You stupid pig, you only realized now? Headstrong rolled his eyes, looking slightly helpless. Indeed, the old tree and the other two were Yi Xian's treasures, and they also had the attribute of immortality. Yi Xian actually asked about this. As long as the old tree and the other two attacked, even if the heavenly Tao punished them, it would only punish the old tree and the other two. Even if the old tree and the other two died, he could continue to resurrect them, then those holy grounds. TSK. There are many evil holy grounds. I have drawn up a route for you. Headstrong suddenly grinned with a crafty look. You were talking about this plan before? Yi Xian asked. That's right. Chapter 1648. So I'll help you kill the lords of those holy lands and give you the Holy Lord token? Yi Xian immediately reacted. That's right. The evil Buddha of the evil Sun Holy Land is only a peak first tribulation bodiless immortal. As long as you kill him, you'll get another Holy Master token. You can return it to Lu Li. As for me, I want the sky-piercing treasure map. Headstrong said slowly. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Sky-piercing treasure map. The evil Buddha of the evil Sun Holy Ground actually had a sky-piercing treasure map? That evil Buddha was originally a personal disciple of our Buddhist sect's Holy Land's Venerable Buddha. Later, he borrowed the Venerable Buddha's sky-piercing treasure map on the pretext of comprehending it. He then left the Buddhist sect's Holy Land and finally became the master of the Holy Land of Xieyang Holy Land, Fairy Lu Li said. I see. Yi Xian also understood. Evil Buddha had stolen the sky-piercing treasure map. Now, Fairy Lu Li and Headstrong wanted to use it to destroy evil Sun Holy Land and the other evil holy lands. That's a good plan, but evil Buddha is a peak first tribulation scattered immortal and has the Holy Lord token. He won't be easy to kill. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this and said directly. Don't worry, my father is very rich. Headstrong said with a smile. As long as you agree, a large amount of treasures will be sent over in a few days. Your Buddhist Holy Land and Life Holy Land want to use this to clean up the evil Holy Lands? Yi Xian said with narrowed eyes. Headstrong nodded. Of course. It's best to clean up Death Holy Land and Nether Holy Land too. But it's more difficult. After all, they're large holy lands. Large holy land space was more stable. Even third tribulation scattered immortals could attack, so it was not so easy to destroy them. However, if Yi Xian attacked small holy lands, these two large holy lands would have no way to stop him. In that case, no problem. It's like you're paying me to help clean up the evil holy lands. Yi Xian grinned. He was still worried about not having a place to level up. Hearing Yi Xian's agreement, Headstrong smiled again. Okay, then I'll go back immediately and write me a list of what you need. No problem. At that moment, Yi Xian wrote down what he needed. After breaking through to the itinerant immortal realm, he still had 1,000 years before his first itinerant immortal tribulation. If he wanted to speed up, he would need special treasures of heaven and earth. Fortunately, as long as he devoured them alone, Luo Luo, the old tree, and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's itinerant celestial tribulation would be shortened. Since he wanted to work with Capricious, it would be safer for him to break through to the second tribulation scattered immortal stage. Of course, just having a treasure of heaven and earth that could shorten the time of the itinerant immortal tribulation was not enough. One also needed to have the strength to transcend the tribulation. Otherwise, one would be obliterated by the itinerant immortal tribulation. He willfully left the Penglai sacred land and returned to the Life sacred land. In less than 2 days he returned, and at the same time he brought back a lot of good things. These things can be exchanged for the holy leader tokens of Xieyang, Blood Fiend, and Corroding Bone holy lands. Capricious went straight to the point. Yi Xian checked and turned pale with fright. He immediately replied, "No problem." In this interspatial ring, there were a large number of natural treasures. In addition, there was something that was beyond his expectations. The corpse of a devourer beast. Capricious had actually brought a devourer beast corpse for Yi Xian. This was an extremely rare item that could give Yi Xian 1 devourer point. Haha, the 3 holy lands of the evil path? No problem. Yi Xian grinned and threw the good things into his devourer space. Alright, then you go and prepare. Let me know when you're done. I'll go too. Capricious grinned. No problem. Yi Xian immediately agreed and found a quiet place in the colored glass sacred mountain. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is currently at the peak of the first tribulation scattered immortal stage. Ding. Lightning Embers has broken through. Host is currently at the peak of the first tribulation scattered immortal stage. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is currently at the peak of the first tribulation scattered immortal stage. Ding. Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Host is currently at the peak of the first tribulation scattered immortal stage. Ding. Host has devoured a devourer beast corpse. Host has obtained 1 devourer point. A series of system notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. However, Yi Xian didn't continue because Luo Luo was still in the early stage of the first tribulation itinerant immortal stage. If Yi Xian shortened the duration of the itinerant immortal tribulation, wouldn't Luo Luo be in trouble? Therefore, Yi Xian gave the heavenly and earthly treasures for cultivation to Luo Luo and let her cultivate in the planting space. After the plantation space changed, the flow of time could be adjusted. Luo Luo cultivated in it for 10 days, but only 1 day passed in the outside world. Moreover, Luo Luo possessed the Heaven-Loathe Fox bloodline. She could absorb and refine the elemental energy of heaven and earth. Even if she didn't use natural treasures, just absorbing the elemental energy of heaven and earth in the plantation space would increase her cultivation by a lot. In just 3 days, Luo Luo broke through from the early stage of the first tribulation itinerant immortal stage to the peak of the first tribulation itinerant immortal stage. Of course, she cultivated in the plantation space for 30 days. However, this was shocking enough. One had to know that other people would need at least 1,000 years to break through from the early stage of the first tribulation itinerant immortal stage to the middle stage. In this world, she was the only one who had fully awakened the Heaven-Loathe Fox bloodline. After the breakthrough, it wouldn't be a problem for Luo Luo to deal with the itinerant immortal tribulation with her own strength. Okay, let's start the tribulation. Somewhere in the colored glass sacred mountain, Yi Xian said to the 3 of them. At this time, his success rate was 100%, so there wouldn't be any accidents. The itinerant immortal tribulation was different from the previous immortal tribulations. It was affected by the number of people undergoing the tribulation, so it could only be done 1 by 1. Yi Xian went first. He directly attracted the elemental energy of heaven and earth and gathered it above his head. This time he was going to undergo the itinerant immortal tribulation, which was much more powerful than the previous immortal tribulation. The changes it caused shocked many people. At this time, Fairy Lu Li and Headstrong in the colored glass sacred mountain both discovered it. This is the itinerant immortal tribulation. Yi Xian is actually going to undergo the tribulation? Headstrong was shocked. Fairy Lu Li was also shocked. Although she was a first tribulation itinerant immortal, she didn't have 100% confidence in passing the first itinerant immortal tribulation. However, Yi Xian was even earlier than her. One should know that Yi Xian was only a first-tier Ascension Realm LV1 a month ago. This kid is really bold. Others delay the itinerant immortal tribulation, but he actually triggered it in advance. If he really passes it, won't he become a second tribulation itinerant immortal? Headstrong's eyes widened and he couldn't help but admire him. However, as long as Yi Xian passed the first itinerant immortal tribulation and became a second tribulation itinerant immortal, it would be easy for him to deal with the lords of those evil holy lands. Boom. At this time, the tribulation lightning in the distance fell and struck Yi Xian's head. Chapter 1649. Ding. Host has successfully passed the tribulation. Host is now a second tribulation scattered immortal. After the system notification, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed. At this moment, his realm was the highest in the Penglai sacred land. This colored glazed treasure body is really good. Otherwise, the success rate of passing the tribulation would be less than 100%. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. After the colored glazed treasure body reached the 6th stage, it needed the best colored glaze. However, there was enough to exchange for it. Therefore, Yi Xian had already reached the 7th stage, the same as Fairy Lu Li. Right at this moment, two figures suddenly flew over from the distance. Needless to say, they were naturally Fairy Lu Li and willful. They looked at Yi Xian in astonishment, finding it hard to accept. Headstrong swallowed his saliva and said, "You passed." "Yes, I'm now a second tribulation scattered immortal." Yi Xian nodded. "That's so scary. I thought you were going to make a move. I didn't expect you to pass the tribulation first." Headstrong sighed. "No rush. Let's pass the tribulation first." Yi Xian grinned. This time he had other plans. His goal was not limited to the evil sacred land. Fairy Lu Li was speechless. After all, only a month had passed. She could not imagine that Yi Xian, who was only a first-stage Ascension realm a month ago, had now surpassed her in realm. Before she could say anything, the vitality of heaven and earth changed again. This time it was the old tree's tribulation. Again. Headstrong was shocked. Although the old tree had a contract with Yi Xian, it did not seem to work in the scattered immortal realm, so he had to pass the tribulation himself. Soon, the scattered immortal tribulation descended. Boom. The tribulation lightning fell on the old tree. The old tree easily withstood the lightning and passed the tribulation successfully. Ding. Lightning ember passed the tribulation successfully. Now a second tribulation scattered immortal realm. Next was the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Ding. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor passed the tribulation successfully. Now a second tribulation scattered immortal realm. Ding. Wei Zhentian broke through. Now a second tribulation scattered immortal realm. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor was Wei Zhentian's lifelong magic treasure. Therefore, after he successfully transcended the tribulation, Wei Zhentian also broke through. However, this was not the end. "Luoluo, don't forget to use the Holy Leader token," Yi Xian said to Luoluo in her mind. "Yes." Luoluo nodded and took out the Holy Leader token. Previously, Yi Xian gave the Holy Master token to Fairy Lu Li, but Fairy Lu Li rejected it and prepared to cooperate with Yi Xian. Therefore, Luoluo was still the Holy Master of the Penglai Holy Land. With the Holy Leader medallion, Yi Xian was no longer worried. Boom. Soon, the 4th itinerant immortal tribulation descended. Luoluo, who had already transformed into the heavenly loathing fox, bore the brunt of the attack. Ding. Luoluo has successfully passed the tribulation. She is now an early-stage second tribulation scattered celestial. Luoluo had also passed the first itinerant celestial tribulation and became a second tribulation itinerant celestial. Yi Xian and the other 3 directly transcended tribulations one after another, which frightened Fairy Lu Li and Capricious. Forget about Yi Xian and Luoluo. One was a monster, while the other was the first heavenly loathing fox to transcend a heavenly tribulation. Old Shu's strength was also very strong, and he wasn't inferior to Yi Xian in the slightest. However, even the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, a heavenly beast, had become a second tribulation itinerant immortal. This was unacceptable to Capricious. This Ghost Dome Great Emperor should be a false immortal beast now. Capricious could not help but think to himself. A false immortal beast was a heavenly beast of the itinerant immortal level. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that Capricious was now a mid-stage first tribulation itinerant immortal. He might not even be able to defeat a weapon like Wei Zhentian. Alright, we've all become second tribulation itinerant immortals. Now it's time to act. Yi Xian grinned. Not to mention second tribulation itinerant immortals, even first tribulation itinerant immortals could not fight in the small holy land. However, this time he had taken advantage of a loophole. If Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor attacked in the small sacred land, they would be punished by the heavenly Tao and killed. However, because they could resurrect infinitely, they could resurrect again and again even if they were killed every time they attacked. Who in the small sacred land was a match for them? Ah, good, let's go now. Capricious eyes lit up. There's no teleportation formation between the righteous sacred land and the evil sacred land. Those who came to Penglai sacred land before all crossed the sea, so it's the same for us. After saying that, Capricious took out a map and handed it to Yi Xian. This is a map of the sea. Xieyang sacred land is right next to Penglai sacred land. It's quite close. As long as we reach Xieyang sacred land, we can directly teleport to Bloodfiend sacred land or Nibbling sacred land, right? Yi Xian asked. Yes, we just need to cross the sea once. Capricious nodded. In that case, let's set off immediately. Without another word, Yi Xian copied the map of the sea area into the book. Then he went through the teleportation formation in Colored Glass Sacred Mountain and teleported to Penglai Sacred Land, which was close to Xieyang Sacred Land. Although the sea didn't belong to any sacred land, anyone who attacked in the sea would be punished by the heavenly Tao. However, they could still fly. After all, they didn't attack. As for Fairy Lu Li and Capricious, they were kept in Yi Xian's planting space and were enjoying the tenfold cultivation speed. Now the Yuan-Chi in the planting space was no less than Penglai Sacred Land. Because of the speed of the space flow, Capricious wanted to stay in the planting space permanently. Lualua was also cultivating in the planting space. However, because she was now a second tribulation scattered immortal and Capricious heaven and earth treasures were almost used up, her cultivation speed was a little slow. Yi Xian rushed at full speed and arrived at Xieyang Sacred Land after a day. Then he flew directly to the center of Xieyang Sacred Land. The Sacred Land Master of Xieyang Sacred Land, Evil Buddha, was only a peak first tribulation scattered immortal. He couldn't even beat Wei Jintian, let alone Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Old Tree. Yi Xian was now a second tribulation scattered immortal. His spiritual sense, killer instinct, and eye of perception could cover almost 1/5 of Xieyang Sacred Land. There were still some scattered immortals in Xieyang Sacred Land, but they were all gathered in the center. Yi Xian sensed them before he arrived. A peak first tribulation scattered immortal, found you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he couldn't help but smile slightly. Then he flew directly to the center of Xieyang Sacred Land. At this time, the scattered immortals in the center of Xieyang Sacred Land finally sensed them. Who is a second tribulation scattered immortal? A bald man raised his eyebrows. He sensed that Yi Xian's aura was very strange, but he was just a little surprised. After all, they were in Xieyang Sacred Land and he was the Sacred Land Master. Even a second tribulation scattered immortal couldn't defeat him. Chapter 1650. May I ask who you are? The bald man flew into the sky and shouted. Yi Xian looked at him and confirmed his identity. This bald man was Evil Buddha, the disciple of the Buddha of the Holy Land of the Buddhist sect. He was also the Lord of the Holy Land of Xieyang Holy Land. Destroy his body first. Yi Xian said in his mind. Old Tree and the other two immediately came out of the planting space. Old Tree's appearance caught Evil Buddha off guard, but the more shocking thing was yet to come. 9 dragons thunder flash. Old Tree flashed and appeared behind Evil Buddha, then punched out. Bang! This thunder fire fist directly blasted through Evil Buddha's neck, separating his head from his body. Then Old Tree was also punished by the heavenly Tao and was obliterated. Ding! Ember of thunder fire is dead. Ding! Ember of thunder fire is resurrected. Although Evil Buddha was the Lord of the Holy Land, he was only a 1 tribulation scattered immortal after all. Facing Old Tree, who was a 2 tribulation scattered immortal, even with the Holy Master token, he could not defeat him. Moreover, Old Tree had taken Evil Buddha by surprise and ambushed him. How could Evil Buddha expect that someone would not hesitate to sacrifice themselves to kill him? In an instant, Evil Buddha was left with only his head. Then, his body and the interspatial ring fell into Yi Xian's hands. Yi Xian grinned and released Wayward and Fairy Lu Li. At the same time, he took out a token from the interspatial ring. The Holy Master token of Xieyang Holy Land. Ding! The host has refined the Holy Master token of Xieyang Holy Land and become the Lord of Xieyang Holy Land. A system notification sounded. Now Yi Xian could make a move on Xieyang Holy Land. Evil Buddha, who only had 1 head left, stared blankly at Yi Xian, unable to accept the fact that he only had 1 head left. After a while he asked, Who are you? After refining the Holy Master token, Yi Xian continued to search the interspatial ring, but did not find the so-called heavenly treasure map. Headstrong, I didn't find the heavenly treasure map. Yi Xian said as he tossed the interspatial ring to Headstrong. Impossible, he must have stolen the Supreme Buddha's heavenly treasure map. He willfully checked himself again. Now, evil Buddha knew the other party's purpose for coming. It turned out that they were here for the Heavenspan treasure map. Previously, Yi Xian did not use the soul eye because he had not refined the Holy Leader token. Although it was a soul attack, he did not dare to try it because he was afraid of being punished by the Heavenly Tao. However, he had refined the Holy Master's badge. Thus he was able to use it. Immortal Eye, Soul Eye. Ding. Control successful. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian subdued evil Buddha. Though evil Buddha had lived for more than 10,000 years, Yi Xian was one realm higher than him. Where did you put the heavenly treasure map? Yi Xian asked evil Buddha. I have already given the heavenly treasure map to the Emperor of Death. Evil Buddha replied directly. What? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Willful. He was subdued by you? Willful asked in astonishment. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. In that case, evil Buddha was telling the truth. Who would have thought that the heavenly treasure map was in the hands of the Emperor of Death? This was troublesome. The Emperor of Death was the master of the Holy Land of Death. Now that evil Buddha had given the heavenly treasure map to the Emperor of Death, there was no hope for him to get it. Forget it? Since the heavenly treasure map is in the hands of the Emperor of Death, then we don't need it. Willful sighed and said, All right. Yi Xian nodded, then directly killed the evil Buddha with a single strike. Once the soul of a rogue immortal was destroyed, he would die. When the experts of the Xieyang Holy Land saw that evil Buddha was killed, they were so frightened that they scattered. You want to leave? Not so easy. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he quickly caught up with the rogue immortals and subdued them with the soul eye. The Xieyang Holy Land was considered a good place among the small holy lands. If all the resources were gathered, it would be a considerable amount of income. Now that Yi Xian was the master of the Xieyang Holy Land, he could do whatever he wanted in the Holy Land. He directly ordered the experts under his command to eliminate the evil forces. As for the rogue immortals of the Xieyang Holy Land, they survived because they were subdued by Yi Xian. Then Yi Xian quickly used the teleportation formation in the Xieyang Holy Land to teleport to the Blood Fiend Holy Land. Then he used the same method to kill the Blood Fiend Holy Land's master, the Blood Fiend Holy Land's master, and obtain the Blood Fiend Holy Land's master token. Then, it was the Nibbling Holy Land and the other 4 slightly smaller evil Holy Lands. In less than 2 days, Yi Xian had seized all 7 of the evil Dao Holy Lands. And he was the master of the 7 Holy Lands. At the same time, he directly broke through to the intermediate Second Tribulation Rogue Immortal Realm. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Jinqian reached the peak Second Tribulation Rogue Immortal Realm. Luoluo needed to cultivate, so she was slightly slower. She was the same as Yi Xian, intermediate Second Tribulation Rogue Immortal Realm. Yi Xian's actions were too fast. Even after 2 days, the news had not spread. In order to fulfill his promise, Yi Xian gave the Evil Sun Holy Land's master token to Fairy Lu Li, and the Blood Fiend Holy Land and the Nibbling Holy Land's master tokens were given to Headstrong. As for the remaining 4 master tokens, he kept them. If he added the Penglai Holy Land's master token, he would have 5. However, Yi Xian was not ready to give up because he had another plan. That was the Temporal Island. Previously, when he obtained one of Shi Wuya's Eyes of Time, the planting space had undergone a change, and the Temporal Island Lord had another one. If he had a pair of Eyes of Time, perhaps the planting space's effects would be even better. The Temporal Island Lord was a peak Second Tribulation Rogue Immortal and the master of the Temporal Island's Holy Land. Even a 3 Tribulation Rogue Immortal would not be able to kill him in one hit. Therefore, as long as he did not come out of the Temporal Island, no one could do anything to him. At this time in a wicked Holy Land. Headstrong, did the Temporal Island Lord offend your Life Holy Sect? Yi Xian asked. Yes, he killed someone in my Life Holy Sect. The person who died was the child of one of my Life Holy Sect's elders, so he was hunted down by my Life Holy Sect and holed up in the Temporal Island. Headstrong nodded. What if I help you get rid of him? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. You want to go to the Temporal Island? When Caprice heard this, he was very surprised and said, Shi Jin is the master of the Temporal Island's Holy Land, and he is a peak Second Tribulation Loose Immortal. On the Temporal Island, even a 3 Tribulation Loose Immortal might not be able to beat him. I know that. Yi Xian nodded. Then how do you want to win? Headstrong asked, puzzled. Shi Wuya holed up in the Temporal Island. Even his father could not do anything to him, so it was almost impossible for Yi Xian to kill Shi Wuya. Chapter 1651. Since it won't work, I'll use these 5 holy leader tokens to lure him out. Yi Xian suddenly took out the 5 holy leader tokens. One of them was the Penglai Holy Land's holy leader token. Even the Holy Land's lord would be tempted by these 5 holy leader tokens. After all, if someone wanted to undergo tribulation in the future, they could refine the holy leader token of the small Holy Land first. That way their chances of success would be greatly increased. Yi Xian was 80% confident that he could use these 5 holy leader tokens to lure the Temporal Island Lord out. When the time came, he could launch a sneak attack and perhaps kill the Temporal Island Lord instantly. 5 holy leader tokens. Wayward swallowed his saliva. If he added Xieyang, Shueisha, and Shirgu holy leader tokens, he would have 8 tokens. Thinking about it this way, the Temporal Island Lord might really come out. The Temporal Island was too small, not even 1/5 of the Penglai Holy Land. He could cover it with his spiritual sense. Since that's the case, let's give it a try. Wayward nodded. If he could get rid of the Temporal Island Lord, it would be good. If the Temporal Island Lord succeeded in his tribulation and became a 3-tribulation loose immortal, then he would be able to wreak havoc in the Holy Land. If we can get rid of the Temporal Island Lord, there will definitely be a lot of treasures. Wayward said. Alright, I'll give it a try. Yi Xian nodded. He then checked the sea region map and confirmed the location of the Temporal Island. Then he quickly took action. This time, his plan was to use the 5 holy leader tokens to lure the Temporal Island Lord out. Then the Old Tree Trio would deal with him. Every time Old Shu and Ghost Dome Great Emperor attacked, they would be punished by the Heavenly Tao. But don't forget, Wei Zhentian wouldn't be punished. As long as the Temporal Island Lord came out, Wei Zhentian could directly use the Sword Storm to kill him. As the Temporal Island and the other Holy Lands did not have a transmission array, Yi Xian still had to hurry. He first transmitted to a Holy Land of the Righteous Tao, then flew through the sea region. After traveling at full speed for about a day and a half, he finally saw the Temporal Island. Although the island of time and space was small, it was still considered a holy land. The island master was a 2nd tribulation individual immortal. His spiritual sense could cover the entire island. If Yi Xian stepped in, he would probably be attacked directly. However, Yi Xian was not afraid. This was because the Temporal Island was so small. Even if Shi Xian attacked, the attack range would be very small. Yi Xian approached the Temporal Island and shouted, "Shi Jin, come out." The sound was deafening, enough to spread throughout the Isle of Time. There weren't many people living on the Space-Time Island, and they were all from the Shi family. When they heard someone calling out the Grand Elder's name, they immediately rushed out. What a powerful aura. Could it be a 2nd tribulation scattered immortal? The few loose immortals from the Shi clan raised their eyebrows, and those 9th-tier Heaven Ascension cultivators who were about to make a move shuddered. 2nd tribulation loose immortals, only Holy Lands have them. Could it be that they were from the life-sacred land? Just as they were surprised, a middle-aged man flew up into the sky, and then everyone retreated. The newcomer was none other than Shi Jin from the Isle of Time and Space. Who are you? Shi Jin couldn't help but ask when he saw Yi Xian's unfamiliar face. You don't need to know who I am. I just want to know, do you want these things? After saying this, Yi Xian took out 5 holy leader medallions from his devouring space. When they saw the 5 holy leader medallions, Shi Jin and the others' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Heavens, it's actually the holy leader medallions, and 5 at that. What's going on? How could this person have 5 holy leader medallions? How could he take out 5 holy leader medallions at once? This must be fake. Everyone in the Shi clan expressed their doubts. After all, this was really too shocking. However, the holy leader medallions were unique in this world. Shi Jin could clearly sense that these 5 holy leader medallions were real. 5 holy leader medallions in one person's possession was very unlikely. Who are you? Shi Jin couldn't help but ask. I said you don't need to know who I am. If you want these 5 holy leader medallions, then come with me. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly turned around and left. Shi Jin's eyes narrowed. Yi Xian's temptation was too obvious. However, those 5 holy leader medallions were indeed real. If he obtained them, he wouldn't have to hide on the Temporal Island anymore. He would be able to move freely between the 6 holy lands. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to follow him. On the Temporal Island, he could use the holy leader medallions. However, outside he couldn't do anything. The Temporal Island was surrounded by the sea. Even if someone ambushed him, he wouldn't be afraid. He was Second Sister's Peak Loose Celestial. Under the circumstances that he didn't use the holy leader medallions, even if a 3 tribulation loose celestial sacrificed himself to ambush him, they might not succeed. Which 3 tribulation loose celestial would dare to do this? After all, he had only killed the child of an elder. It wasn't to the point where he would fight to the death. When he thought of this, he followed him. He wanted to see what tricks Yi Xian had up his sleeve. In front of him, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile when he saw Shi Jin follow him out. The first step of his plan had already been accomplished. As long as he lured Shi Jin away from the temporal island, he could directly make his move. After rushing for half a minute, Yi Xian finally stopped. "What are you trying to do?" Shi Jin asked in surprise as he looked at Yi Xian. However, in the next instant, Yi Xian's actions shocked him. Yi Xian actually directly threw the 5 holy leader medallions in his hand to him one by one. What? Shi Jin was stunned. These were 5 holy leader medallions. How could he just give them away so casually? He caught the first holy leader medallion and examined it. Sure enough, it was real. Then, the second holy leader medallion and the third. However, when he reached the 4th holy leader medallion, his expression suddenly changed. This was because he sensed 2 auras that were not inferior to theirs in the slightest. They were peak 2 tribulation loose celestials. Before he could clearly see who they were, the other party made a move. 9 Dragon Thunder Chain. Grasp of the Underworld. 2 extremely powerful control skills directly landed on Shi Jin, binding him so tightly that he couldn't move. Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor attacked together. Although these 2 skills didn't tear through space, they were still punished by the Heavenly Tao. Fortunately, the Heavenly Tao's punishment varied in strength. Hence, Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor weren't directly obliterated like before. "Ah, you're dead meat." Old Tree grinned and then directly used a powerful skill. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Strike. At the same time, Wei Jintian also directly used a powerful skill. Sword Blade Storm. Although Shi Jin had already left the temporal island, he could only defend and couldn't attack. However, just in case, Yi Xian had already used his trump card. Shi Jin had the Eye of Space, but he couldn't break through space to leave now. If he attacked, he would also be punished by the Heavenly Tao. Chapter 1652. Not to mention the Blade Storm, just the 9 Dragon Sky Howl was enough to blast Shi Jin's body apart, leaving only his head behind. Then the Blade Storm quickly swept over, turning Shi Jin's head into a sieve. Ding. Lightning Embers has died. Ding. Lightning Embers has revived. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. 3 system notifications sounded in succession. The temporal island lord Shi Jin had fallen. Yi Xian immediately rushed over, took the temporal island lord's yin and yang ring, and refined the divine leader token inside. However, the most important thing was that he had finally obtained the temporal island lord's Eye of Time and Spatial Eye. Ding. Host has devoured an Eye of Time. The system notification sounded. The temporal island lord had given his son an Eye of Time, but it was taken away by Yi Xian. Now that Yi Xian had obtained another one, they were finally paired. In an instant he saw a change in the planting space. The adjustment of the flow of space was not increased to 20 times, but 30 times. A day in the planting space was equivalent to a month in the outside world. This was so awesome that he had no friends. As expected of the Eye of Time, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The flow of space had increased by 3 times. Although it did not have much of an effect on him, it was a divine weapon for others. Most importantly, Luo Luo had the heavenly loathing fox bloodline, so she could absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth on her own. Cultivating in the planting space for 30 days was equivalent to several years of cultivation for others. With the combination of these two, Luo Luo's cultivation speed would not be able to keep up with Yi Xian's. Then Yi Xian took back the 5 divine leader tokens from before. Now he was the leader of 5 sacred lands. Including Luo Luo's Penglai sacred land, he had 6 sacred lands. At this time, Yi Xian released Wayward from the planting space. When Wayward saw Shi Jin's corpse, he was shocked. He did not expect Yi Xian to succeed. Amazing, amazing. Wayward did not know how to describe his feelings at this time. After a pause, he said, "Now that you are the leader of the temporal island, you can control the temporal island. However, I have a request. You want to use the array formation on the temporal island?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. There was a time array on the spacetime island. Cultivating for 2 years inside the spacetime island was equivalent to 1 year in the outside world. "Well, although it's not as good as your space, it's still pretty good." Caprice nodded. "This time array is only 2 times faster, but my space is 30 times faster. When the time comes, I will directly create an entrance in your life saint sect, and you can let people in to cultivate." Yi Xian said. "What? You can build an entrance?" Caprice was surprised. Previously he thought that only Yi Xian could get people in. Now that there was an entrance, it was much more convenient. Cultivating inside for 30 days was equivalent to only 1 day in the outside world. Who wouldn't want to cultivate inside? My space is about 1/5 the size of the Penglai sacred land. Although it's not as big as the sacred land, it's enough for cultivation. I can open up an area for you inside, Yi Xian said. Haha, thank you so much. Caprice laughed out loud. At this time Yi Xian said, of course if you can improve the environment inside, you might be able to increase the flow of time even more. Now that the planted space had been upgraded to level 6, and with the mutation of the Eyes of Time, the flow of time could be increased by 30 times. Moreover, the flow of time would be affected by the level of the planted space. If it was upgraded to level 7, the flow of time would increase again. No problem. When the time comes, I'll plant more flowers of life. Caprice's eyes lit up. Let's go back to the Life Saint sect with me. However, before that, Yi Xian still went to control the loose immortals on the temporal island and made a huge profit. Unfortunately, he was still a little bit away from breaking through to the peak of the second tribulation loose immortal realm. Because there was no transmission array on the temporal island, they had to continue on their way. After a day and a half, they returned to the small sacred land from before and used the transmission array to return to the Penglai demon race. At this time, Luo had already cultivated in the planted space for 50 days and directly broke through to peak second tribulation loose immortal. In the planted space, Fairy Glaze also refined the sacred leader token of the Xieyang sacred land and left. Then Yi Xian and Caprice used the transmission array to teleport to the Glazed Light sacred land, and finally to the Life Saint sect. The Life Saint sect was a large sacred land and its space was very stable. Once there, Yi Xian could make his move. With Caprice leading the way, Yi Xian passed through more than 10 spatial rifts and finally arrived at the Life Saint sect. There were hundreds of loose immortals in the Life Saint sect, and there were even a few 3 tribulation loose immortals. Before Yi Xian even entered, he could already feel waves of powerful auras. With Caprice leading the way, Yi Xian entered the Life Saint sect. The Life Saint sect had a mix of races, but mainly the Platinum Sacred Light Dragon clan and humans. The current sect master of the Life Saint sect was a human who became a loose immortal after cultivating for only 200 years. He was now a 3 tribulation loose immortal. As for Caprice's father, he was the Grand Elder of the Life Saint sect and a peak 3 tribulation loose immortal. Caprice led Yi Xian directly to the Life Saint mountain and found his father. What surprised Yi Xian was that Caprice's father looked very similar, like twins. This must be little friend Yi Xian who has recently become popular in the various sacred lands. Caprice's father, Ren Xiong, said with a smile. Greetings, senior. Yi Xian hurriedly cupped his fists. Before Caprice returned, he had already informed Ren Xiong of the matter. The latter did not waste time and directly took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Yi Xian. This time, you helped the Life Saint sect get rid of the Temporal Island Lord, as well as the Blood Fiend Sacred Land and the Bone Erosion Sacred Land. This is what you deserve, said Ren Xiong. Yi Xian naturally did not refuse. He directly accepted the interspatial ring and checked it. Good heavens, there were a lot of things inside, enough for him to break through and even undergo tribulation. Thank you, senior. Yi Xian thanked him. This is what you deserve. Also, I want to ask, what are you going to do with the remaining sacred lands? Ren Xiong asked curiously. Yi Xian naturally understood Ren Xiong's meaning and asked in return, Senior, are you interested? Ren Xiong smiled awkwardly and said, if possible, I can represent the Life Saint sect and buy the sacred leader tokens in your hands. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but pause. Now, apart from the Penglai sacred land, he still had 5 sacred leader tokens. If Senior is interested, I only need to leave the Temporal Island's sacred leader token, Yi Xian said to Ren Xiong.